Welcome back, sleepy bundles of joy, to tonight's journey through one of humanity's oldest friendships. Around 15,000 years ago, though some evidence suggests even earlier, our Ice Age ancestors began a relationship that would fundamentally change both species forever. Tonight we'll explore how hungry wolves and curious humans found common ground in a frozen world, creating a bond that still warms our homes today. I know you're eager to get to sleep quickly, so let's snuggle up. If you are new to the channel or returning, however, liking the video and commenting significantly helps us out. Also, please let me know where you are listening in from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, turn on a fan for some white noise, and let's begin. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a vast frozen plain, somewhere in what will one day be called Siberia. The year is approximately 15,000 BCE, though calendars won't exist for thousands of years yet. The landscape stretches endlessly before you, a rolling expanse of tundra grass, patches of snow, and scattered stands of hardy pine trees that somehow survive the brutal cold. The air bites at your exposed skin with a sharpness that makes your eyes water, and when you exhale, your breath crystallizes instantly into tiny ice particles that drift away like miniature stars. This is the Pleistocene epoch, the great ice age that has gripped the Earth for millennia. Massive glaciers, some more than a mile thick, cover much of the northern hemisphere. But you're not standing on ice. You're in one of the refuge zones, the areas between the glaciers where life clings stubbornly to existence. The sun hangs low on the horizon even at midday, casting everything in a peculiar amber light that makes the snow sparkle like scattered diamonds. Your clothing is a masterwork of survival technology, though you wouldn't think of it that way. You're wrapped in carefully prepared animal hides, reindeer primarily, with the fur turned inward for warmth. Your boots are stuffed with dried grass for insulation, and your hands are covered in mittens made from the winter coat of a woolly mammoth calf. Every piece of clothing represents hours of work, scraping, tanning and sewing, with needles made from bird bones and thread made from animal sinew. Around you, the Ice Age megafauna go about their business with the casual indifference of creatures who've never learned to fear humans. A small herd of woolly mammoths moves slowly across the plain, about half a mile away, their shaggy rust-coloured coats swaying with each ponderous step. They're smaller than modern elephants, actually, only about 9 feet tall at the shoulder, but their enormous curved tusks, some reaching 16 feet in length, make them look like creatures from a fever dream. The matriarch uses her trunk to sweep away snow, exposing the dried grass beneath, and the others follow her lead, creating a scattered pattern of feeding spots across the white expanse. Further out you spot a woolly rhinoceros, its 2 horns catching the low sunlight. It's a solitary creature, this one, methodically working its way across the tundra in search of the woody shrubs it prefers. Its wool hangs in ragged strips, not a sign of poor health, but simply the normal appearance of an animal whose coat has evolved to survive temperatures that would kill most modern mammals within hours. A herd of steppe bison, the ancestors of modern American bison but larger, with horns spanning 6 feet across, grazes in the middle distance. They're darker than the snow around them, their breath creating small clouds that hang in the still, cold air. One of them paws at the ground, breaking through the snow crust to reach the vegetation below, and the sound carries clearly across the frozen landscape. A sharp crack followed by the softer sound of ice crystals falling. But it's not the megafauna that you're watching most carefully, it's the wolves. They're everywhere in this landscape, though you have to know how to look for them. Unlike the megafauna, wolves have learned to be cautious around humans. They're not afraid exactly, not yet, but they're careful. You spot one now, about 300 yards away, sitting on a small rise. It's watching the mammoth herd with professional interest, but you notice that it occasionally glances in your direction too. Its coat is longer and thicker than the wolves of warmer climates, a magnificent blend of grey, black and white that makes it nearly invisible against the mixed landscape of snow and bare ground. These Ice Age wolves are slightly larger than their modern descendants will be, more robust, built for bringing down prey that outweighs them by thousands of pounds. This particular wolf probably weighs around 120 pounds, with massive jaws capable of crushing bone. Its amber eyes miss nothing, constantly scanning the environment for opportunity or danger. You're part of a small band, about 25 people, ranging from infants to elders in their 40s. That might sound young for an elder, but in this world, reaching 40 is an achievement worthy of respect. Your people have been following the reindeer herds for weeks now, and you've set up a temporary camp in a sheltered area where a rocky outcrop provides some protection from the wind. The camp itself is a collection of sturdy structures, not quite tents, not quite huts. You've created them by setting up frameworks of mammoth bones and tusks, then covering these frameworks with layers of animal hides. The largest structure, the communal dwelling, uses the skull of a mammoth as part of its entrance. Inside, the temperature is bearable, not warm but survivable, thanks to a carefully maintained fire at the centre. The smoke escapes through a gap at the top, and the hides are arranged so that the wind doesn't blow directly inside. Your band is preparing for a hunt, though preparing might be too formal a word. It's more like a slow, practiced gathering of the necessary tools and people. Several hunters are checking their spears, not the throwing spears that will be invented later, but heavy thrusting spears with fire-hardened wooden tips, or, for the lucky few, precious stone points that were traded from another band 2 summers ago. One of your cousins is working on a new atlatl, a spear thrower that will multiply the force behind a thrown spear. It's new technology, this atlatl, having been invented just a few generations back. The older hunters were sceptical at first, but the young people have proven its worth. Your cousin is shaping the wood with a piece of sharp flint, occasionally pausing to sight along its length, checking for straightness. The target today is not the mammoths. They're too dangerous and too large, requiring more planning and more hunters than your band can spare right now. Instead, you're hoping to ambush a reindeer that strayed from its herd. You spotted one yesterday, a young buck that seems to have injured its leg slightly. In the harsh mathematics of Ice Age survival, that slight injury marks it as your best chance for success. But as you move out with the hunting party, you notice something unusual. There are more wolves around than normal. They're keeping their distance, but they're definitely watching. You count at least 6 of them, scattered across the landscape in positions that suggest they're not together. Not a pack, but individual wolves or small family groups, each pursuing their own survival strategy. One wolf in particular catches your attention. It's smaller than the others, with a slightly reddish tint to its grey coat. Unlike the other wolves, which are carefully maintaining their distance, this one seems less concerned with the usual safety protocols. It's maybe 200 yards away, sitting calmly on its haunches, watching your hunting party with an expression that almost looks curious rather than cautious. You've seen wolves follow hunting parties before. It's not uncommon. They've learned that human hunters sometimes leave behind scraps, a gut pile, bones, and pieces of hide too damaged to be useful. In a world where every calorie counts, where a harsh winter can mean the difference between survival and starvation, those scraps represent opportunity. But this feels different somehow. This wolf isn't just following at a careful distance, it's observing, learning. The hunt itself unfolds in the timeless pattern of predator and prey. Your party spreads out, moving slowly upwind toward where the injured reindeer was last seen. The snow muffles your footsteps, and you've rubbed yourselves with the leaves of aromatic plants to mask your human scent. The cold air helps too. Scent doesn't carry as well in extreme cold. You spot the reindeer browsing in a small hollow, using its broad hooves to dig through the snow to reach the lulken beneath. Its injured leg is indeed causing problems. You can see it favouring the other 3 legs, shifting its weight constantly. From a distance, it might not seem like much of an impairment, but you know from experience that this slight imbalance will slow its escape just enough. The hunters move into position with practiced efficiency. No words are spoken. Everyone knows their role. 2 hunters will drive the reindeer toward a narrow passage between 2 large boulders. 3 others, including you, are positioned at that passage, spears ready. The drive begins. The reindeer's head snaps up and for a moment it freezes, trying to identify the threat. Then it bolts, moving with the fluid grace that makes these animals so difficult to hunt. But the injured leg betrays it slightly, just a tiny hitch in its stride, and the path of least resistance leads it exactly where the hunters knew it would go, toward the gap between the boulders. Your muscles tense as it approaches. Timing is everything. Too early and it will dodge, too late and it will be past you. The reindeer enters the gap, and in that moment of constriction, 3 spears thrust forward simultaneously. At least 2 find their mark, and the animal stumbles, then falls. There's no celebrating. The work has only begun. Within minutes, the animal is being efficiently processed. The hide is carefully removed. It will be needed for clothing or shelter repairs. The meat is butchered into manageable pieces. The bones and antlers are set aside. They have a dozen uses. Even the sinews are carefully extracted for making cordage and thread. And throughout this entire process, you're aware of the wolves watching. The reddish-grey one has crept closer, now maybe 150 yards away. It sits perfectly still, but you can see its nostrils flaring, scenting the fresh blood on the cold air. When your party is ready to head back to camp, carrying the butchered reindeer, you notice something. The reddish-grey wolf hasn't left. It's following, maintaining that same distance, its eyes fixed not on the meat you're carrying, but on the gut pile you've left behind, the stomach, intestines, and other organs that are too much trouble to carry back. As soon as your party is about 50 yards away, the wolf trots down to the gut pile. But instead of the frenzied feeding you might expect, it eats quickly and efficiently, then retreats again. It's being careful, but less careful than the other wolves, who haven't approached at all despite the easy meal. That night, in the communal dwelling with the fire crackling and the wind howling outside, you think about that wolf. There was something different about it, a quality you can't quite name, not tameness exactly, more like a willingness to cross the usual boundaries between species. You don't know it yet, but you've just witnessed something extraordinary. You've seen one of the first tiny steps in a relationship that will span millennia. That wolf, with its slightly reduced caution and its observant nature, is on the very edge of something entirely new, not just for wolves, but for the entire trajectory of human and animal life on Earth. Outside, in the darkness beyond the firelight, the wolf circles the camp at a respectful distance. It can smell the cooking meat, can hear the human voices, and can sense the warmth of the fire. And unlike every other wolf in the region, instead of moving on to find its own prey, it settles down in the snow about 100 yards from the camp. It doesn't know why it's staying, instinct mixed with curiosity perhaps, or maybe just the simple calculus of survival. These humans mean food, and in the harsh mathematics of the Ice Age, any reliable source of calories is worth a slight risk. The moon rises over the frozen landscape, illuminating a world that is both beautiful and brutal. And in that world a small change has begun, so subtle that no one could possibly recognise its significance. A wolf sits watching a human camp, and inside that camp a human lies awake thinking about a wolf king. The reddish-grey wolf becomes something of a fixture over the following days, though fixture implies more permanence than is really accurate. It's more like a recurring character in your daily life, appearing near the camp at dawn, following hunting parties at a distance, materialising around butchering sites. You start to recognise it not just by its colouring, but by its behaviour. While other wolves that scavenge from human kills dart in nervously, snatch what they can, and flee, this one moves with a peculiar confidence. You're not the only one who's noticed. One evening, as your band gathers around the fire, your aunt, a woman of about 35 whose survival skills have earned her enormous respect in the band, mentions the wolf casually while working a piece of reindeer hide with a stone scraper. The red one was at the butchering site again, she says, her hands never pausing in their rhythmic scraping motion. Closer than before, maybe 70 paces. Your uncle, sharpening a spear point, grunts acknowledgement. Good thing or bad thing? Neither. Just a thing. Your aunt holds the hide up to the firelight, checking her progress. It's not aggressive. Never approaches the kills until we're well away. Just interested. This is a typical example of how your people discuss the natural world, matter-of-factly, without attributing too much meaning, but also without dismissing observations. Every piece of information about animal behaviour might someday prove useful, so it's worth noting and remembering. 2 weeks pass, then 3. The deep cold of winter begins its slow, grudging transition towards something slightly less brutal. The sun's arc across the sky grows incrementally longer each day. The change is subtle enough that you might not notice it day to day, but over weeks, it's unmistakable. Your band has remained in the same general area. The hunting has been decent, and the sheltered spot you've chosen offers good protection from the wind. And through all of this, the reddish-grey wolf remains part of the landscape. You start to notice patterns. The wolf appears most reliably in the early morning, shortly after dawn, and in the evening around dusk. During the brightest part of the day, it's usually nowhere to be seen, off hunting its own prey, presumably. But in those liminal times when the light is soft and the world feels suspended between day and night, there it is. One morning you're awake earlier than usual, sitting outside the communal dwelling and watching the sky lighten in the east. The temperature is brutally cold, the kind of cold that makes the insides of your nostrils stick together when you breathe in, but the air is perfectly still, and stillness makes cold more bearable. Everything is touched with frost, each blade of grass, each stone outlined in crystalline white. You see the wolf emerge from behind a distant outcrop, perhaps 200 yards away. It's moving in that efficient ground-covering trot that wolves use to travel long distances, its breath creating rhythmic puffs of vapour in the frigid air. Then it stops, sits, and looks directly at your camp. For several long minutes nothing happens. The wolf sits. You sit. The sky continues its slow brightening from deep blue to lighter shades that hint at the eventual arrival of the sun. Then, acting on an impulse you don't fully understand, you toss a small piece of dried meat in the wolf's general direction. Not close to the wolf. You throw it maybe 30 yards out from where you're sitting, leaving it about 170 yards from the wolf. It's more of a gesture than anything else, an acknowledgement of the wolf's presence. The wolf watches the meat arc through the air and land in the snow. It doesn't move. For long minutes it simply sits there, eyes moving between you and the meat. Then, so smoothly that you almost miss the transition, it stands, trots to the meat, picks it up, and retreats to its original distance before lying down to eat it. Something about this interaction feels significant, though you couldn't explain why. It wasn't fear that made the wolf retreat. It moved too calmly for that. It was more like an acknowledgement of boundaries, a mutual understanding of appropriate distances. Over the following weeks, this becomes an occasional ritual. Not every morning, and not with any regular schedule, but sometimes, when you're up early and the wolf appears, you'll toss it a scrap. The wolf begins to anticipate this. You notice that when it sees you sitting outside at dawn, it sits at a particular distance, no longer 200 yards, but more like 150, and waits to see if you'll throw anything. You're not consciously trying to tame the wolf. That word doesn't even exist in your vocabulary. You're simply engaging in a kind of pragmatic exchange. The wolf cleans up scraps that would otherwise attract less desirable scavengers, hyenas for instance, which are not only more dangerous but also much less pleasant to have around. In return, the wolf gets easy meals. It's a transaction that benefits both parties, but something else is happening too, though it's so gradual that you barely notice it. The wolf is becoming part of your mental landscape, part of the expected patterns of daily life. When you wake up now, you find yourself wondering if the wolf will be there. When you're out hunting and you spot it following at a distance, you feel a tiny flicker of recognition. Not quite pleasure, but something like acknowledgement. Hello again, the feeling seems to say. You're still here. One day during a hunting expedition, something unusual happens. Your party is tracking a small herd of horses, Ice Age horses, stocky and robust, with thick coats that make them look almost bear-like in the dim light. The tracking has been difficult. The horses are wary, the wind keeps shifting, and twice you've gotten close only to have them bolt at the last moment. You're taking a brief rest, assessing the situation, when you notice the reddish-grey wolf about 100 yards away. It's not looking at you, though. It's looking in the same direction you've been heading, toward where the horses should be. Then the wolf does something extraordinary. It moves forward about 50 yards, stops, looks back at you, then looks forward again. The gesture is so clear that it's almost comical. This way, they're this way. Now it's entirely possible that the wolf was simply pursuing its own agenda, that the apparent communication was pure coincidence. But you've survived to adulthood in the Ice Age by paying attention to environmental cues, and this feels like a cue. You signal to the other hunters and the party adjusts its course slightly, moving more in the direction the wolf indicated. 15 minutes later, you find the horses in a small hollow, perfectly positioned for an ambush. The hunt is successful, and afterward you make sure to leave an especially generous portion of the gut pile. The wolf, as usual, waits until you're well away before approaching, but you notice that before it starts eating it looks toward where your party is heading, holds that gaze for a moment, then begins its meal. Again, you could dismiss this as meaningless. Wolves look in all directions frequently, but you're starting to suspect that something more complex is happening. The wolf isn't just scavenging from your kills anymore, it's participating in its own way in the hunting process. Word of the wolf begins to spread within your band. The children especially are fascinated by it. They've been warned to keep their distance. It is, after all, still a wild predator perfectly capable of dangerous behaviour. But they watch it from the safety of the camp, and they've given it a name of sorts, a specific sound that they use to refer to it, something between a whistle and a yip that's meant to approximate a wolf's vocalization. One of the children, a girl of about 7, has become particularly interested in the wolf. She's the one who most reliably spots it each day, who points out its location to anyone who'll listen, who saves little scraps from her meals to toss out toward where the wolf typically sits. Her mother allows this, partly because it keeps the child engaged in camp activities, and partly because, well, the wolf doesn't seem to pose any actual threat. Months pass, the season continues its slow wheel towards spring. The days grow longer, the snow begins to develop a different texture, becoming wetter, heavier, and more crystalline. The mammoths start moving north, following the retreating edge of the glaciers toward their summer feeding grounds. The reindeer herds grow restless, preparing for their own migrations. Your band must decide whether to follow the herds or to stay in this region and switch to hunting the animals that remain year-round. Bison, horses, and the occasional mammoth that bucks the migration trend. In the end, the decision is made to stay. The camp is good, the hunting has been reliable, and the effort required to pack everything and move is significant. The reddish-grey wolf stays too. This surprises you slightly. You'd assumed the wolf was following the human band because humans meant food, and that if the major game herds moved on, the wolf would follow them. But it doesn't. It remains in the area, hunting its own prey. You occasionally see it taking down rabbits with impressive efficiency, and continuing its habit of appearing near the camp at dawn and dusk. The distance between wolves and humans continues to shrink incrementally, not in any dramatic way, not in any single leap forward, but in tiny adjustments that accumulate over time. The wolf now sits about 100 yards from camp instead of 150. When someone tosses it food, it no longer retreats as far before eating. When it follows hunting parties, the gap is perhaps 75 yards instead of 100. One warm afternoon, genuinely warm, maybe even reaching 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which feels like summer after the long winter, you're working on repairing your boots outside the communal dwelling. The wolf is lying in its usual spot about 90 yards away, apparently drowsing in the sun. A raven lands nearby, looking for scraps. It hops closer to where you're working, bold as ravens always are, cocking its head to examine you with one bright eye. You ignore it. Ravens are harmless, mostly, if occasionally annoying in their persistence. Then you notice the wolf is watching the raven with focused intensity. The wolf rises to its feet, stretches in a very dog-like manner, then trots toward the camp, not directly toward you, but on an angle that will bring it near the raven. The raven, seeing the wolf approach, squawks indignantly and flaps away. The wolf watches it go, then, instead of retreating to its usual spot, lies down maybe 70 yards from where you're sitting. The message seems clear. The raven was bothering you, so I chased it off. Now we're a bit closer than before, but that's okay because I just did you a favour. Again, you could argue that this is anthropomorphization, reading human motivations into animal behaviour. But whether or not your interpretation is accurate, the effect is the same. The boundaries between human and wolf have shifted again, just slightly, just enough to notice. That night, lying in the communal dwelling and listening to the sounds of the band settling in for sleep, you think about the wolf. How long has this been going on now? 6 months? 7? Long enough that it's strange to remember a time when the wolf wasn't part of the daily routine. You don't know that what you're witnessing is the beginning of domestication. You have no framework for understanding that concept, no way to imagine that this wild predator's great-great-grandchildren will be so thoroughly changed that they'll sit obediently at human commands, will guard human homes, and will work alongside humans in 1,000 different ways. All you know is that somewhere out in the darkness, about 90 yards from where you're lying, a wolf is curled up in the snow sleeping. And for reasons you can't fully articulate, this knowledge feels comforting rather than threatening. Spring arrives not with a bang, but with a slow, soggy whisper. The snow doesn't so much melt as gradually surrender to mud, creating a landscape of startling messiness. Where everything was white and pristine, now everything is brown and wet. The rivers and streams, frozen solid for months, begin to crack and groan, their ice breaking into huge chunks that pile up against the banks with sounds like distant thunder. The world becomes louder. Birds return from their winter grounds to the south, filling the air with calls and songs. The small mammals that spent winter underground emerge, blinking in the bright sunlight. Everything is waking up, shaking off the torpor of winter and resuming the urgent business of survival and reproduction. The reddish-grey wolf disappears for several weeks, and you find yourself surprised by how much you miss its presence. The camp feels less complete somehow, as if a regular element of daily life has been removed. You catch yourself looking for the wolf at dawn, in the evening, and during hunts. Where is it? Is it all right? Has it moved on to follow some other band of humans or return to a fully wild existence? Then one morning, as you're carrying water from the stream back to camp, you see it. The wolf is sitting in its usual spot. Well, the spot it occupied 2 months ago, about 100 yards from the camp. But there's something different. The wolf looks thinner, its coat rougher. And as you watch, it stands and stretches, and you see the elongated teats of a nursing mother. Ah, so that's where you've been, you think, off having puppies. The wolf doesn't approach closer. It seems warier than before, more careful about maintaining distance. This makes perfect sense. A mother with dependent young has every reason to be cautious. You respect this new boundary, making no attempt to approach, simply acknowledging the wolf's return with a tossed piece of dried meat. Over the following weeks, the wolf's visits become irregular. Sometimes it appears at dawn, sometimes not. Sometimes it follows the hunting parties, sometimes it's nowhere to be seen for days at a time. You understand that it's dividing its time between its den, wherever that is, and these scavenging opportunities at the human camp. Then one extraordinary morning the wolf appears at its usual spot, and it's not alone. You count 3 puppies, though there might be more back at the den. They're perhaps 6 or 7 weeks old, past the helpless infant stage but still clearly young, with oversized paws and ears that seem too big for their heads. Their coats are fluffier than their mother's, giving them a roly-poly appearance that's almost comically cute. The mother wolf sits at her usual distance, but the puppies, not yet having learned appropriate caution, immediately begin to explore. One of them spots something interesting, probably just an unusual rock, and pounces on it with exaggerated intensity. Another tackles its sibling, and they tumble together in a blur of grey fur and wagging tails. The entire human camp stops to watch. Even the most pragmatic adults find themselves smiling at the puppies' antics. The children are entranced, sitting at the edge of camp and watching with barely contained excitement. One puppy, bolder or more curious than its siblings, begins wandering toward the camp. The mother wolf immediately gives a sharp bark and the puppy freezes, then retreats. But the message is clear. The puppy was interested in the camp, curious about these strange 2-legged creatures. The 7-year-old girl who's been most interested in the wolf looks at her mother with pleading eyes. Can I give them food? Her mother considers this. In the Ice Age, where survival is never guaranteed, wasting food on wild animals is generally not a smart strategy. But these are not normal times, and this is not a normal situation. Finally she nods. Small pieces. Don't go any closer. Let them come to you if they want to. The girl takes a piece of dried meat, breaks it into smaller bits and tosses them about halfway between the camp and where the wolf family sits. The puppies watch the meat arc through the air with intense focus. As soon as the pieces land, they bound forward, all caution forgotten in their enthusiasm. The mother wolf tenses but doesn't call them back. She's watching carefully, assessing the situation. Is this dangerous? Are the humans a threat? The puppies reach the meat and immediately begin squabbling over it, play fighting and growling with all the ferocity their young voices can muster, which isn't much. They sound like tiny squeaky toys rather than fearsome predators. One puppy, having secured a piece of meat larger than it can easily eat, tries to drag it back toward its mother, but the meat is larger than anticipated, and the puppy keeps tripping over it, somersaulting in the mud and generally making a spectacle of itself. The humans watching can't help but laugh, quiet laughs, not wanting to startle the animals but genuine amusement nonetheless. The mother wolf watches all of this with what seems like resigned patience. Welcome to parenthood, her expression seems to say. They're idiots, but they're my idiots. This becomes a new pattern. Every few days the wolf family appears near camp. The puppies are gradually learning appropriate caution from their mother, but their natural curiosity frequently overrides their developing survival instincts. They're endlessly entertaining, tumbling and playing and investigating everything with the boundless energy of the young. The boldest puppy, you start to recognise it by a distinctive marking, a white patch on its chest, begins approaching closer than its siblings. It doesn't come all the way to the camp, but it gets perhaps 50 yards away, close enough that you can see its individual whiskers and the bright amber of its eyes. One afternoon you're working on fashioning a new spear shaft sitting outside the communal dwelling. The wolf family is in the usual spot, the puppies napping in a furry pile while their mother keeps watch. The bold puppy wakes up, looks around, spots you, and begins walking toward the camp. The mother notices immediately and gives a warning bark. The puppy stops, looks back at its mother, and then looks at you. You can almost see the decision-making process happening in its young brain. Mother says stop. But that human looks interesting. But mother says stop. But the puppy compromises by lying down about 60 yards away, still closer than its mother would prefer, but not actively disobeying. It watches you with intense focus as you work on the spear shaft, apparently fascinated by the repetitive motions of your hands shaping the wood. You decide to test something. Without making any sudden movements, you toss a small piece of meat toward the puppy, not all the way to it, but about halfway between you. The puppy's head snaps toward the meat. It looks at the meat, then at its mother, then at you. The mother wolf gives another warning bark, but the puppy has already made its decision. It slinks forward, belly low to the ground, moving carefully, and snatches the meat. But instead of retreating all the way back to its mother, it only goes about 20 yards away before lying down to eat. The boundary just shifted again. 70 yards became 60 yards, which became 40 yards. You don't push it further. Patience is essential here, not because you're consciously trying to tame this animal, but because you understand, instinctively, that rushing will ruin whatever understanding is developing. The summer progresses. The puppies grow rapidly, their oversized features gradually becoming proportional. They're learning to hunt, accompanying their mother on expeditions, though they're still comically bad at it. You occasionally see them trying to catch rabbits, bounding through the grass with enormous enthusiasm and zero technique, sending their prey fleeing long before they get anywhere close. The bold puppy with the white chest patch continues to be the most adventurous. It's now regularly coming within 40 yards of the camp, close enough that the children can toss it treats without much effort. It hasn't yet allowed anyone to touch it, but there's a clear sense that it might someday if the approach were made carefully enough. The other two puppies are more cautious, maintaining the distance their mother seems to prefer. They'll take tossed food, but they're not as interested in the humans themselves. They're following the traditional wolf path, benefiting from human proximity but maintaining their wild independence. But the bold one is different. It's crossing a threshold, moving into territory that no wolf has previously occupied. Not quite wild, not quite tame, but something in between. A hybrid state that's being invented in real time. One evening, as the sun sets and paints the sky in shades of orange and pink, you're sitting outside watching the day end. The bold puppy is lying about 30 yards away, also watching the sunset, or possibly just resting. The other members of the wolf family have moved off to hunt, but this puppy has chosen to stay near the human camp. For a long time, neither of you moves. You're simply sharing the space, two different species, both watching the same sky turn from day to night. It's a moment of perfect, peaceful coexistence, not dramatic, not particularly significant on its own, but part of a larger pattern that's slowly, quietly rewriting the rules of how different species can relate to each other. A shooting star streaks across the sky, bright and brief. The puppy's ears perk up as if it heard something, though of course the star makes no sound. You find yourself wondering what the puppy thinks of the sky, of the stars, of this strange world it's been born into. You'll never know, of course. The puppy's internal life remains a mystery. But in this moment, that doesn't seem to matter. What matters is the simple fact of shared space, shared time, and shared existence. The stars come out one by one, filling the sky with their ancient light. Somewhere in the darkness, a mammoth trumpets, the sound carrying for miles across the still air. The puppy's ears swivel toward the sound, but it doesn't move from its spot. Neither do you. You sit together, human and almost dog, as the night deepens around you. The bold puppy, which you've started thinking of as white chest, reaches adolescence with all the awkwardness that implies. Its paws, temporarily too large for its body, give it a clumsy gait. Its voice is changing, producing sometimes a puppy yip, sometimes an adult bark, and occasionally an embarrassing crack between the two. It goes through a phase where it seems to trip over its own feet at least once per day, usually while trying to impress the watching humans with some feat of athletic prowess. Whitechest is now about 7 months old, and something remarkable has happened. The distance between the puppy and the nearest humans has shrunk to about 20 yards. Some mornings, Whitechest is waiting near the camp when people emerge from their dwellings, tail wagging in greeting. That tail wagging is itself noteworthy. Adult wolves do wag their tails, but usually only in specific social contexts with other wolves. Whitechest wags its tail at humans constantly, when it sees people, when it's given food, and when someone simply looks in its direction. It's as if the puppy has repurposed a wolf-to-wolf social signal for wolf-to-human communication. The other two puppies from that litter are still around, but have remained more traditionally wolf-like. They scavenge from human kills. They tolerate human proximity at reasonable distances, but they show no interest in closer interaction. They're becoming normal wolves, following the ancient patterns of their species. But Whitechest is becoming something else entirely. One breakthrough morning, the 7-year-old girl, her name, in the sounds your language uses, is something that roughly translates to Bright One, approaches closer to Whitechest than anyone has dared before. She's holding a particularly nice piece of smoked meat, and she's making soft, encouraging sounds. Whitechest watches her approach with intense focus. Every muscle is tense, ready to flee if necessary, but the puppy doesn't flee. When Bright One gets within about 10 yards, she stops, kneels down to make herself less threatening, and extends her hand with the meat. For long moments, nothing happens. Then, moving slowly, hesitantly, Whitechest approaches. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. The puppy is now close enough that Bright One could touch it if she reached out. Whitechest stretches its neck forward, still keeping its body at a safe distance, ready to bolt. Its nose twitches, scenting the meat. Then, in one quick motion, it snatches the meat from Bright One's hand and retreats about 5 yards. But here's the remarkable part. Instead of running all the way back to the safe distance, Whitechest lies down right there 5 yards away and eats the meat while watching Bright One with an expression that seems almost friendly. Bright One is beaming. She stays kneeling, not moving, not trying to push the boundary any further. She just watches as Whitechest finishes the meat, licks its chops thoroughly, and then, in a gesture that makes Bright One gasp with delight, yawns and stretches out for a nap right there 5 yards from a human. Word spreads quickly through the camp. People emerge from their dwellings to see this extraordinary sight. A wolf, nearly full grown now, sleeping peacefully within easy spear throw of a human settlement. Over the following weeks, Whitechest becomes bolder. The puppy starts following Bright One around when she does her daily tasks, collecting firewood, hauling water, and helping prepare hides. It's not always close. Sometimes it's 20 yards behind, sometimes 30, but it's clearly following, clearly choosing to be near this particular human. The relationship develops what you might call reciprocity, though you have no word for this concept. Bright One shares food with Whitechest, and Whitechest provides companionship and, increasingly, a kind of early warning system. The puppy's ears are sharper than human ears, and its nose is infinitely more sensitive. When Whitechest's attention suddenly focuses on something distant, people have learned to pay attention. More than once, the puppy's alertness has given warning of approaching animals, sometimes dangerous predators, sometimes potential prey. One afternoon, Whitechest is lying near where Bright One is working on scraping a hide. The puppy's head suddenly lifts, ears pricked forward, and body tensed. It's staring intently toward a rocky outcrop about 200 yards away. Bright One follows the puppy's gaze but sees nothing. Still, she's learned to trust Whitechest's senses. She calls out a warning to the camp, and within seconds several adults emerge with spears. For several minutes, nothing happens. Then a cave bear, a massive creature, easily 9 feet tall if it stood on its hind legs, with a disposition that makes modern grizzlies seem friendly, emerges from behind the rocks. It's not approaching the camp, just passing through the area, but cave bears are notoriously unpredictable. Having warning of its presence is the difference between safety and disaster. The bear passes without incident, but the human's gratitude toward Whitechest is genuine. Extra meat is shared that evening, and the puppy, for the first time, is allowed to sleep just outside the entrance to the communal dwelling rather than at its usual more distant spot. Whitechest isn't the only young wolf showing interest in humans. As your band moves through its seasonal rounds, never straying too far from the core territory, but shifting locations as resources dictate, you notice other wolves at different sites, particularly younger ones, that display varying levels of boldness around humans. Some are like Whitechest, actively seeking proximity. Others are somewhere in the middle, not avoiding humans but not seeking them out either. It's as if there's a spectrum of personality types, and the wolves on the bolder end of that spectrum are the ones who keep gravitating toward human camps. You're beginning to suspect, though you have no framework to articulate this, that some kind of selection is happening. The boldest wolves get the most access to easy food from human scraps. The boldest wolves are the ones learning to cooperate, however loosely, with human hunting activities. The boldest wolves are the ones surviving best near human settlements, and when these bold wolves eventually mate, as Whitechest will in another year or so, they'll likely produce offspring that inherit this tendency toward boldness. Generation by generation, the wolves most comfortable around humans are the ones most likely to thrive in this new ecological niche that humans provide. Meanwhile, the shyer, more traditionally wolf-like individuals continue to do fine in the vast wilderness away from human settlements. They're not being replaced or driven out. It's just that two populations are slowly diverging, one remaining purely wolf, one beginning the long journey toward becoming something else. Whitechest reaches full adulthood, about 1.5 years old now. The puppy awkwardness is gone, replaced by the lean efficiency of a mature predator. Whitechest now weighs about 75 pounds, smaller than its mother but still formidable. And while the wolf has clearly bonded with Bright One and the rest of the band, it's not tame in any conventional sense. It still hunts its own prey. It still maintains some distance. It still makes its own decisions about when to be near the camp and when to disappear into the wilderness for days at a time. But something fundamental has changed. When Whitechest returns from these wilderness excursions, it greets the humans, especially Bright One, with obvious pleasure, tail wagging and body wiggling in a dance of joy. When the band moves camp, Whitechest follows without hesitation. When Bright One sits by the fire in the evening, Whitechest lies nearby, close enough to be touched, though still wary of sudden movements. One evening, after a successful hunt, the band is in good spirits. There's meat aplenty, and someone has found a wild berry bush still holding fruit despite the lateness of the season. The children are playing a game that involves running around the camp's perimeter, and Whitechest joins in, running alongside them with obvious enjoyment. The adults watch this with expressions ranging from amazement to amusement to something approaching unease. This is unprecedented. Wild predators don't play with human children, but here, undeniably, is a wolf doing exactly that, carefully, without using its teeth even in play fighting, adjusting its strength to accommodate the smaller, weaker humans. Bright One's mother watches her daughter and Whitechest playing together, and she has a thought that she'll later try to express to her partner, though the language doesn't quite have the words for it yet. Something like, "We're watching something new being born. Not just this wolf, but the idea of wolves and humans together. What we're seeing isn't just unusual. It's never happened before in all of history." She's right, though she doesn't know how right. She doesn't know that tens of thousands of years in the future, humans will live alongside millions of descendants of wolves like Whitechest. She doesn't know that these descendants will come in bewildering variety. Tiny ones that fit in a pocket, huge ones that stand taller than wolves ever did. Some bred for hunting, some for guarding, and some simply for companionship. She doesn't know that humans will develop complex emotional bonds with these animals, treating them as family members, mourning their deaths, and celebrating their lives. All she knows is that right now, in this moment, her daughter is playing with a wolf, and both of them are clearly absolutely happy. The fire crackles. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns. A cool breeze brings the scent of the distant pines. And in this small corner of the vast Ice Age world, something impossible has become possible. Whitechest stops running, sits down to catch its breath, and Bright One impulsively reaches out to touch the top of the wolf's head. Whitechest goes very still. This is the first time a human has directly touched it. For a moment, the outcome could go either way. Then Whitechest leans into the touch just slightly, and Bright One begins gently scratching behind the wolf's ears. Whitechest's eyes close in contentment. One back leg starts twitching involuntarily, the way dogs' legs will twitch when you find just the right spot. The bridge between species has been crossed. There's no going back now. 3 years have passed since Whitechest first ventured close to the human camp as a bold puppy. The wolf, though increasingly it seems incorrect to call it simply a wolf, is now a mature adult, fully integrated into the daily life of your band. Whitechest has become, for lack of a better term, a member of the family. The wolf's daily routine mirrors the human's own rhythms. Whitechest sleeps near the camp entrance at night, often beside Bright One's sleeping area. In the morning, the wolf accompanies whoever goes to fetch water, trotting alongside them, investigating interesting smells, and occasionally pausing to mark territory. During the day, Whitechest often joins hunting parties, and this is where the relationship has evolved into something truly remarkable. Whitechest has learned to actively participate in hunts. The wolf understands somehow what the humans are trying to do. When the hunting party is stalking prey, Whitechest remains silent and stays downwind. When it's time to drive game toward waiting hunters, Whitechest helps with the drive, barking and lunging to push the animals in the right direction. And critically, Whitechest has learned to wait for its share of the kill, rather than trying to claim it immediately. This cooperation isn't perfect. Whitechest is still a predator with predator instincts, and occasionally those instincts override training. Once, during a particularly exciting chase of a wounded bison, Whitechest became overeager and darted in too early, nearly getting trampled for the trouble. The wolf learned from this mistake, painfully, limping for several days afterward, but learned nonetheless. The human's hunting success rate has noticeably improved with Whitechest participation. The wolf's superior senses help locate prey that human eyes would miss. Whitechest's presence makes some prey animals nervous, causing them to move in ways that make them easier for human hunters to predict. And occasionally, when hunting smaller game like rabbits or foxes, Whitechest makes kills entirely independently and shares them with the band, particularly with Bright One. But it's not just practical benefits that define this relationship. There's genuine affection here, genuine companionship. Bright One, now approaching 11 years old, has formed a bond with Whitechest that goes beyond utility. The wolf is her constant companion, her playmate, and her confidant. When Bright One is sad, and life in the Ice Age provides plenty of reasons for sadness, Whitechest seems to sense it, pressing close, offering physical comfort. One particularly hard winter, food becomes scarce. The band's stored supplies run low, and several difficult weeks pass where everyone is hungry most of the time. During this period, Whitechest continues to hunt independently and brings back small game, rabbits, birds, even once a fox, and leaves this food near Bright One's sleeping area. The wolf is choosing to share food with a human, even when food is scarce. This behaviour is so unusual, so contrary to normal predator behaviour, that it cements Whitechest's status within the band. This is not just a useful animal, this is family. Whitechest isn't the only wolf showing this new pattern of behaviour. Over these 3 years, several other young wolves have attached themselves to the band, though none as completely as Whitechest. There's a larger, shaggier wolf that the hunters call Grey Shoulder, who primarily accompanies hunting parties but keeps more distance than Whitechest does. There's a younger female with unusual pale colouring, light coat, who seems most interested in staying near the camp and getting handouts, showing little interest in hunting. These different wolves display different personality traits, different preferences, and different degrees of integration with human society. It's becoming clear that not all wolves who associate with humans do so in the same way. Some are primarily interested in food. Some seem to crave companionship. Some appear to enjoy the cooperative hunting. Each wolf is an individual with its own motivations and temperament. Grey Shoulder, for instance, is all business. The wolf shows up when there's hunting to be done, participates efficiently, takes its share of the kill, and then often disappears for days at a time. There's no tail wagging, no playing with children, and no sleeping near the camp. But Grey Shoulder is reliable. When the hunting party sets out, they can usually count on Grey Shoulder appearing within a few hours, ready to work. Lightcoat, conversely, seems to have no interest in hunting whatsoever. This wolf has perfected the art of looking pathetic, sitting at the edge of camp with big, sad eyes until someone takes pity and tosses it food. Lightcoat is gentle enough that even the smallest children can approach it safely, and the wolf seems to enjoy being petted and fussed over. If wolves could purr, Lightcoat would purr constantly. The variety in these wolves' behaviours is teaching your band something important. These animals are not all the same. They have personalities, preferences, and individual quirks. This seems obvious now, but it's actually a significant shift in thinking. Previously, wolves were viewed as a category, dangerous predators to be avoided or killed. Now they're being seen as individuals. This one is friendly, that one is shy, this one is a good hunter, and that one is lazy but sweet-natured. One spring, Whitechest disappears for several weeks. At first, no one is particularly concerned. The wolf has always come and gone as it pleased. But as the days stretch into weeks, Bright One becomes increasingly worried. Has something happened to Whitechest? Has the wolf been injured, killed by a larger predator, or fallen through thin ice? Then one morning, Whitechest returns, and it's immediately obvious what's been happening. The wolf is accompanied by 4 puppies, about 6 weeks old, tumbling and playing and exploring everything with that particular fearless curiosity of the very young. The band is astonished. Whitechest has reproduced. Of course it has, that's what animals do. But has chosen to bring its offspring to the human camp, rather than keeping them safely hidden in a den somewhere far away. This decision speaks volumes about how Whitechest views the relationship with humans. The camp isn't just a food source or a casual association, it's home, it's pact. It's the place where Whitechest wants to raise its young. The puppies are a mixture of traits. 2 of them look almost exactly like traditional wolves, with typical colouring and build. But one puppy is smaller, with softer features, and a coat that's slightly curlier than normal. And one puppy has distinctive markings, a white-tipped tail and a blaze of white down its face, that make it look quite different from any wolf you've ever seen. These puppies have never experienced the wild the way their parent did. From their earliest memories, humans are simply part of the landscape, no more frightening than trees or rocks. They approach people with no hesitation, investigate everything fearlessly, and quickly work out that humans are an excellent source of food and entertainment. Bright One is enchanted. She spends hours playing with the puppies, teaching them simple games and getting them accustomed to being handled. One puppy in particular, the small one with the curly coat, becomes especially attached to Bright One, following her everywhere, sleeping curled against her at night. The band decides to call this puppy Curl for obvious reasons, and Curl represents something even more significant than Whitechest did. Whitechest was a wild wolf that chose to associate with humans. Curl is being raised from birth as part of a human family. Curl will never know a purely wild existence. Curl is in essence the first truly domestic dog, even though that word won't exist for thousands of years yet. As Curl grows, the differences from a traditional wolf become more pronounced. A Curl is smaller than a full wolf, with shorter legs and a more rounded skull. Curl's ears don't stand up quite as erectly. Curl's tail curls over its back in a way that would be considered a fault in a wolf but is somehow charming in this context. And Curl's temperament is gentler and more tractable than any wolf's. Curl never goes through the adolescent period of testing boundaries and asserting independence that wolves typically experience. Curl simply accepts human authority as natural and right. When Bright One gives Curl a command, sit, stay, come, Curl obeys with eager enthusiasm. Not because Curl fears punishment, but because pleasing Bright One is Curl's primary motivation in life. This eager-to-please quality is something new under the sun. Wolves can be trained to an extent, but their cooperation always feels like a negotiation, a transaction. Curl's obedience feels more like devotion. It's the key difference between a tamed wolf and a truly domestic dog. Other puppies from Whitechest's litter show varying degrees of this new temperament. One is almost indistinguishable from a wild wolf, eventually leaving the band to live independently. 2 are intermediate, friendly with humans but retaining significant independence. But Curl is fully, completely domestic. The band begins to see the possibilities. If wolves can be raised to be this cooperative, this helpful, this companionable, then perhaps this relationship could be deliberately cultivated. Perhaps when Whitechest or one of the other wolves has another litter, the band could keep the friendliest puppies and encourage them to mate with other friendly wolves. This thought represents the beginning of conscious selection. Not just accepting wolves that happen to be bold enough to approach humans, but actively choosing which wolves to keep and breed based on desirable traits. It's the shift from passive acceptance of a phenomenon to active participation in shaping it. You don't know that you're inventing animal husbandry. You don't know that this same process will eventually be applied to wild sheep, wild cattle, and wild horses, transforming them all into domestic animals. You don't even really know that what you're doing is revolutionary. You just know that having Curl around makes life better. The puppy is cheerful, affectionate, helpful in its small ways, and brings joy to the entire band. When you're working on a difficult task and getting frustrated, Curl seems to sense it and comes over, tail wagging, inviting you to take a break and play. When the camp is quiet and everyone is feeling the weight of survival's constant demands, Curl does something silly, chasing its own tail, play-bowing to a shadow, barking at a butterfly, and makes everyone laugh. Life in the Ice Age is hard, it's dangerous, it's unpredictable. But with a curly-coated little dog curled up against you at night, with a wolf dog bringing you fresh-killed rabbits, with a gentle pale wolf accepting scratches from your children, some of that hardness feels a bit more bearable. The sun sets over the tundra, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. White Chest sits on a rise near the camp, silhouetted against the sky, looking out over the landscape. Curl sits beside its parent, attempting to match the adult's dignified pose, but somewhat undermining the effect by occasionally scratching vigorously at its ear. You watch them from the camp, and you feel something that might be the Ice Age equivalent of contentment. Things change slowly in this world. The seasons cycle. The herds migrate. Life continues in its ancient patterns. But here, in this small detail of wolf dogs sitting peacefully near a human camp, something genuinely new is happening. The future is being born, one wagging tail at a time. 10 years have passed since White Chest first approached the camp as a bold puppy, and the landscape of human-wolf relationships has transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible back then. Your band now lives alongside not 1 or 2 wolf dogs, but an entire community of them, perhaps 15 in total, ranging from very wolf-like individuals who maintain significant independence to animals like Curl's offspring, who are so thoroughly integrated into human society that calling them wolves feels completely wrong. The terminology is becoming a problem, actually. You need to distinguish between the animals that live with you and the wild wolves that still roam the tundra. The word your band has settled on for the domesticated ones roughly translates to hand-fed ones, or possibly chosen ones, depending on context. It's clunky, but it serves its purpose. White Chest is now elderly by wolf standards, approaching 11 years old, with a greying muzzle and stiff movements that speak to arthritis in the hips. The wolf no longer accompanies hunting parties, spending most days sleeping near the camp's warmest spots. But White Chest remains deeply beloved, respected as the founding member of this new relationship. The younger wolf dogs treat White Chest with clear deference, and Bright One, now a woman of 21 with children of her own, still sits beside the old wolf in the evening, stroking its greying fur and talking softly. The wolf dogs have become essential to the band's survival strategy. Their contributions are multiple and significant. In hunting, a well-trained wolf dog can be worth 2 human hunters. The animals can run down prey that would escape humans and can track wounded animals through terrain too difficult for people to navigate, and can hold a cornered animal until the hunters arrive. But the wolf dogs provide benefits beyond hunting. They serve as an alarm system, alerting the camp to approaching predators or rival human bands. They keep scavengers like hyenas and foxes away from stored food. They provide warmth on cold nights. Several wolf dogs sleeping in the communal dwelling raise the temperature noticeably. And perhaps most importantly in the harsh calculus of Ice Age survival, they provide psychological comfort. Having these animals around makes people feel safer and less alone in a vast and often hostile landscape. The different wolf dogs have found different roles within the human community, playing to their individual strengths. There's Scout, a lean, fast female who excels at ranging ahead of travelling groups, alert for danger. There's Guardian, a massive male with a protective temperament who has appointed himself defender of the children. Even the smallest child can toddle around camp safely with Guardian following like a patient, furry shadow. Then there's Hunter, descended from Grey Shoulder, who has inherited its ancestors' no-nonsense approach to hunting. Hunter has little interest in being petted or playing games, but when the hunting party goes out, Hunter is all business, efficient, tireless, and remarkably skilled at anticipating where prey animals will run. Some wolf dogs have discovered entirely unexpected roles. Warmth, a female with unusually thick fur, has somehow worked out that if she lies down near someone who's sick, her body heat helps them feel better. She's become the band's unofficial nurse, spending her time with anyone who's ill or injured, providing comfort and warmth that may have real therapeutic value. The breeding of these animals is becoming more deliberate with each generation. When a female wolf dog comes into heat, the band pays attention to which males she's interested in and may actively encourage or discourage certain pairings. The friendliest animals are encouraged to breed with each other. The best hunters are paired with other good hunters. Animals with health problems or poor temperaments are discouraged from breeding, though this is done humanely. They're simply watched carefully, and potential mates are kept separate during the critical times. This selective breeding is already producing visible results. The wolf dogs of Curl's lineage are consistently smaller than full wolves, with shorter snouts, smaller teeth, and more variable coat colours. One recent litter produced a puppy with floppy ears that never fully stood erect, instead hanging down in a way that would be a severe disadvantage for a wild wolf, but is merely endearing in a domestic animal. Another litter included a puppy with a coat pattern never seen in wild wolves, black with symmetrical white markings on the chest and paws. These physical changes are accompanied by behavioural ones. The newest generation of wolf dogs is even more tractable than their parents, more eager to please, and more attuned to human communication. A human can point, and these animals will look where the human is pointing. A cognitive skill that wolves rarely demonstrate, but that these hand-fed ones have developed to a remarkable degree. One of Brightwan's children, a boy of about 7, has formed a particularly close bond with a young wolf dog named Swift. The two are inseparable, and their relationship demonstrates just how far this human-animal partnership has evolved. Swift sleeps with the boy, plays with him constantly, and seems to understand the child's moods and needs with uncanny accuracy. When the boy is sad, Swift offers comfort. When the boy is excited, Swift matches that excitement. When the boy wanders too far from camp, Swift gently herds him back, using the same techniques Swift's ancestors used for herding prey. This level of interspecies communication would have seemed magical to your band just a generation ago. Now it's simply normal. Of course the wolf dogs understand pointing. Of course they respond to voice commands. Of course they integrate seamlessly into human social structures. What else would they do? The wolf dogs have even begun to adopt human sleeping patterns to some degree. Wild wolves are most active at dawn and dusk, resting during the midday and midnight hours. But the hand-fed ones increasingly match human activity patterns, awake when humans are awake, sleeping when humans sleep. They're adapting not just to living near humans, but to living as humans do. One spring, a rival band, not hostile exactly but competing for the same resources, camps about 2 days' travel from your territory. Negotiations are tense. Both bands need access to the river for fishing, and the best fishing spots can't support both groups simultaneously. Your band has an advantage the rival band lacks: the wolf dogs. When the rival band sees Guardian and Hunter and the others, when they see how these animals respond to human commands, how they coordinate with human hunters, the balance of power shifts. A band with wolf dogs is simply more formidable than a band without them. The rival band's leader proposes a solution. They'll concede the best fishing spots in exchange for 2 wolf dog puppies from the next litter. It's the first time wolf dogs have been traded. The first time they've been recognised as having concrete value that can be exchanged. Your band agrees, though there's significant debate about which puppies to give away. Should you give them inferior puppies, the less friendly, less trainable ones? Or would that be dishonourable? Eventually, a compromise is reached. You'll give them 2 good puppies, from good lineages, but not the very best. The rival band leaves satisfied, and when breeding season arrives, your band carefully selects 2 puppies that are friendly and healthy, but not exceptional. This trade opens a new chapter. Within a few years, other bands in the region are also keeping wolf dogs. The animals spread across the landscape, moving from band to band through trade and gift-giving. And with each trade, with each new home, the wolf dogs adapt further to human society. But something has been lost too. The earliest wolf dogs, like White Chest, retain significant independence, still capable of surviving in the wild if necessary. The newer generations are losing this. They're so adapted to human society that they would struggle to survive alone. They've become dependent, not in a weak or pitiable way, but simply as a fact of their evolution. They've traded independence for partnership, wilderness for home. Is this good or bad? The question doesn't really occur to anyone in your band. This is simply how things are developing. The wolf dogs are happy. They play, they form bonds, and they seem to enjoy their lives. The humans are happy. Life is easier and more secure with wolf dog partners. What else matters? White Chest dies one cold winter morning, simply failing to wake up. Death is a constant companion in the Ice Age, and the band has developed rituals for dealing with it. Whitechest's body is placed on a rise overlooking the camp, positioned to face the sunrise. It's a mark of respect given to honoured band members, now extended to this animal who helped create something entirely new. Bright One sits beside the body for a long time, crying openly. She's mourning not just an animal, but a friend, a companion who's been part of her entire life from childhood into adulthood. The other wolf dogs seem to understand that something significant has happened. They approach Whitechest's body cautiously, sniff it carefully, and several of them emit low, mournful howls. That evening, gathered around the fire, the band tells stories about Whitechest. How the wolf first approached the camp as a bold puppy, how it learned to hunt cooperatively with humans, how it brought its own puppies to be raised alongside human children. The stories serve multiple purposes, honouring the dead, passing knowledge to younger generations, and processing grief through narrative. One of the elders, speaking slowly and thoughtfully, says something that resonates with everyone. Whitechest changed the world. Not the whole world, maybe, but our world. Our lives are different because of that one brave, curious wolf. It's a simple eulogy, but it's also profoundly true. One individual animal, acting on instincts toward boldness and curiosity, initiated a relationship that has transformed an entire human band's way of life. The wolf dogs who remain continue the partnership Whitechest began. They hunt, they guard, and they provide companionship and warmth. And in the spring, new puppies are born, smaller, friendlier, and more variable in appearance than their wild ancestors. The transformation continues, generation by generation, moving steadily away from wolf and towards something new. In the distance, a wild wolf howls, one of Whitechest's contemporaries perhaps, or a descendant of the wolves who chose to remain wild. The sound is beautiful and eerie, echoing across the tundra under the stars. Guardian, lying near the fire, lifts his head and howls in response. But Guardian's howl is different from the wild wolf's, shorter, less sustained, and mixed with what almost sounds like a bark. Two species, once one, two futures, diverging. And somewhere in that divergence, in that space between wild and domestic, between independence and partnership, something precious has been created. The fire crackles, the stars wheel overhead, and the next generation of wolf dogs sleeps peacefully, dreaming whatever wolf dogs dream, in a world that their ancestors' courage helped create. 50 years have passed since Whitechest first approached that camp. Your band's descendants have moved to new territories, following the slowly shifting climate as the Ice Age begins its long, gradual retreat. The massive glaciers are melting imperceptibly slowly, creating new rivers, new lakes, and new opportunities for human habitation. And wherever humans go, the wolf dogs go with them. The relationship between humans and these proto-dogs has become so normalised that it's difficult to remember a time when it didn't exist. Every human band in the region now has wolf dogs. They've become as essential to human survival as fire, as tools, as language itself. The wolf dogs have continued to diversify. Some bands prefer larger, more wolf-like animals for hunting large game. Other bands favour smaller, friendlier animals better suited to life in increasingly settled communities. Some bands have wolf dogs that specialise in guarding stored food from pests. Others have animals trained to help drive fish into nets during seasonal salmon runs. This diversification is the beginning of what will eventually become distinct breeds, though that concept is far in the future. For now, it's simply practical adaptation. Different human communities have different needs, and they're unconsciously selecting for the traits that serve those needs best. One particularly interesting development is happening in coastal communities, where humans are beginning to exploit marine resources more systematically. The wolf dogs in these communities have learned to eat fish, something wild wolves rarely do. Some have even learned to help with fishing, diving into shallow water to drive fish toward waiting nets, or even catching fish independently. These coastal wolf dogs are developing slightly different physical characteristics, more webbing between their toes and slightly oilier coats that shed water better. They're adapting to their environment within just a few generations, demonstrating the remarkable plasticity of the wolf dog genome under selective pressure. Meanwhile, in the interior regions where big game hunting remains the primary survival strategy, the wolf dogs remain larger and more wolf-like. These animals need strength and endurance to help bring down mammoths, bison, and other megafauna. But even these hunting specialists are more tractable than their wild ancestors, more responsive to human direction, and more integrated into human social structures. The trade in wolf dogs has become extensive. Prized animals might be traded across territories spanning hundreds of miles. A particularly good hunting dog might be exchanged for tools, for furs, or for access to prime hunting grounds. Female wolf dogs in heat are sometimes taken long distances to be bred with males from other lineages, preventing inbreeding and introducing new genetic variation. This trade has unexpected benefits. It creates connections between human bands, facilitating the exchange of knowledge, tools, and genetic material, both dog and human. Bands that might previously have been rivals find common ground in their shared interest in wolf dogs. A man from one band might travel to another specifically to breed his female wolf dog with a male known for its hunting prowess, and during that visit trade other goods, share stories, and perhaps even arrange marriages between the bands. The wolf dogs are becoming a form of social glue, binding human communities together across vast distances, but the relationship isn't uniformly positive. Some bands reject the wolf dogs entirely, seeing them as an unnecessary burden in terms of food resources. These bands continue the old ways, hunting without animal assistance, and they do fine. Humans are adaptable enough to thrive with or without canine partners. There are also occasional problems. A wolf dog might revert to more wild behaviour, attacking livestock, as humans begin tentative experiments with keeping other animals captive, or even biting a human. These incidents are handled case by case, but they serve as reminders that these animals are still close to their wild roots, still capable of unpredictable behaviour. One particularly tragic incident involves a wolf dog that during a harsh winter with severe food shortages kills and eats a human infant left momentarily unattended. The wolf dog is immediately killed, and there's serious discussion in the band about whether the entire experiment with keeping these animals is worth the risk. But ultimately the decision is made to continue. The benefits outweigh the risks as long as everyone remains vigilant and realistic about what these animals are. Neither fully wild nor fully tame, but something in between that requires constant awareness. As generations pass, the wolf dogs become more and more distinct from their wild ancestors. The physical changes accumulate: smaller teeth, shorter snouts, and more variable coat colours and patterns. Floppy ears appear in multiple lineages. Curled tails become common. Some wolf dogs develop spotted coats, or unusual colour patterns, or even long, silky fur that would be impractical for wild wolves, but is prized by humans for its appearance. The behavioural changes are even more pronounced. The newest generations of wolf dogs are born with an innate understanding of human social cues. They instinctively defer to human authority. They form strong emotional bonds with human families, showing distress when separated and joy when reunited. They've become emotionally domesticated in a way that goes beyond mere training. Scientists far in the future will identify this as a change in the wolf dog genome related to stress hormones and social bonding. Specific genetic variations that make these animals less fearful of humans, more tolerant of close contact, and more capable of reading human emotions and intentions. But your band only knows that the puppies born now are somehow sweeter, friendlier, and more lovable than their ancestors were. The wolf dogs have even begun to participate in human spiritual life. When the band performs rituals, thanking the spirits of hunted animals, celebrating successful births, mourning the dead, the wolf dogs are present, treated as participants rather than mere witnesses. Some bands are beginning to develop stories about how the first wolf dog came to live with humans, mythologizing White Chest's descendants into legendary figures who bridge the worlds of human and animal. One story, told around countless fires across the generations, goes something like this. In the ancient time, wolves and humans were enemies, killing each other for food and territory. But one wise wolf saw that humans had fire and tools, things wolves could never have, and one wise human saw that wolves had sharp senses and cooperative hunting skills that humans lacked. These two, wolf and human, met in a neutral place and made an agreement. "Share with us your fire," said the wolf, "and we'll share with you our hunting skill." And from that day forward, wolves and humans have been partners, each making the other stronger. It's a myth, not history, but like all good myths, it contains a kernel of truth. The relationship between humans and wolf dogs is indeed a form of partnership, a mutual exchange of benefits that enhances both species' chances of survival. As the Ice Age slowly wanes, as the climate warms and the megafauna begin to decline, human societies are changing too. People are beginning to stay in the same places for longer periods, building more substantial shelters and storing food more systematically. The shift from fully nomadic to semi-settled existence is beginning, and the wolf dogs are part of this transition. In settled camps with stored food, wolf dogs prove invaluable as guards, preventing raids by predators and rival human groups. They alert to approaching danger, defend territory, and provide a sense of security that allows humans to sleep more soundly at night. The wolf dogs are also helping with an entirely new human activity, managing other proto-domestic animals. As humans begin keeping captured young megafauna, not quite farming them yet, but moving in that direction, the wolf dogs help control these animals, using their herding instincts to keep young mammoths or bison from wandering off. This herding behaviour will eventually become one of the most important functions of domestic dogs. But for now, it's a happy accident. The wolf dog's natural prey herding instincts being redirected toward a new purpose. Thousands of miles away, in different parts of the world, similar processes are occurring independently. Wolves near human settlements in what will become Europe are beginning their own journey toward domestication. Wolves in East Asia are developing their own relationships with human communities. The process isn't uniform, but the pattern is recognizable. Wherever humans and wolves coexist, some wolves are discovering the advantages of cooperation over competition. These geographically separated populations of proto-dogs will eventually give rise to different lineages, different regional types that reflect both the local wolf populations and the specific needs of local human communities. But all of them share the same fundamental transformation, from wild predator to domestic partner. You don't know any of this, of course. Your world is limited to your band, your territory, and your direct experience. But your great-great-grandchildren's descendants will spread across continents, and they'll bring their wolf dogs with them. When humans eventually cross the land bridge from Asia to the Americas, wolf dogs will be among the first domesticated animals to reach the New World. When humans develop boats capable of crossing open ocean, wolf dogs will be in those boats, heading to islands and new continents. The partnership that began with one curious wolf and one willing to experiment human band has become a global phenomenon that will persist for millennia. Long after the mammoths and woolly rhinos and giant sloths have gone extinct, long after the Ice Age has faded into geological history, this relationship will endure. Your band's current generation of wolf dogs includes a young female named Echo, descended from Curl's lineage through multiple generations. Echo is small, barely 60 pounds, with a curly coat, floppy ears, and a tail that curls so tightly it almost makes a full circle. Echo's temperament is gentle and playful, and the animal has become particularly attached to the band's children, serving as an unofficial guardian and playmate. One warm summer evening, as the sun sets over a landscape that's noticeably greener and less harsh than the tundra of your ancestors' time, Echo lies surrounded by children. They're petting the wolf dog, telling stories, and laughing at Echo's clownish attempts to catch moths that flutter around the fire. An elder watches this scene with satisfaction. This elder is the great-great-grandchild of Bright One, carrier of stories passed down through multiple generations. The elder remembers the tales of White Chest, of Curl, of the early days when having a wolf dog near the camp was strange and frightening. Hard to imagine being afraid of them now, the elder says to no one in particular, speaking softly enough not to disturb the children's play. Another adult sitting nearby laughs quietly. Hard to imagine living without them. What did our ancestors do without wolf dogs? How did they hunt? How did they feel safe at night? It's a good question. The answer, of course, is that humans survive for hundreds of thousands of years without canine partners. But now that the partnership exists, it's difficult to imagine going back. The relationship has become so integral to human society that its absence would be felt like the loss of a limb. Echo, tired from playing with the children, finally settles down, resting its head on a child's lap. The child strokes Echo's curly fur, and the wolf dog's eyes drift closed in contentment. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the firelight, a wild wolf howls. Echo's ears perk up, and the wolf dog lifts its head briefly, but there's no answering howl, no urge to run off and join that wild song. Echo's world is here, with these humans, by this fire. After a moment, Echo settles back down, content with its chosen place in the world. The stars come out, the same stars that shone on Whitechest and Bright One all those generations ago. The fire crackles and pops. Children's voices mix with adult laughter, and beneath it all, the steady rhythm of Echo's breathing as the wolf dog sleeps. In this moment, peaceful and ordinary and yet profound, you can see the future taking shape. These children growing up with Echo will never know a world without wolf dogs. Their children won't either, nor their children's children, for hundreds of generations to come. What began as one wolf's curiosity and one human's willingness to share has become something timeless. A partnership that will outlast empires, survive the collapse of civilizations, and endure through changes in human society that would be unrecognizable to you. The wolf dogs will be there when humans build their first permanent villages. They'll be there when humans develop agriculture, when they domesticate other animals, and when they create the first cities. They'll pull sleds across frozen wastes, herd sheep across mountainsides, guard palaces, and warm the laps of emperors and peasants alike. They'll change, of course. They'll diversify into forms that would seem impossible. Tiny dogs that fit in a pocket, giant dogs larger than wolves ever were, dogs with pushed-in faces, dogs with legs so short they can barely run, and dogs bred for every conceivable purpose, from hunting rats to guarding temples to simply being beautiful. But underneath all those changes, underneath all that diversity, they'll still carry the same essential nature that Echo demonstrates tonight. Loyalty, affection, and the deep-rooted desire to be part of a human family. The fire burns low. People begin heading to their sleeping areas. Echo rises, shakes vigorously, and follows the children to the shelter where they sleep. The wolf dog settles down among them, and within moments 3 children are using Echo as a pillow. Outside, the summer night is mild and clear. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new work, and new adventures. But tonight, there's just this. Humans and wolf dogs, sleeping peacefully together, partners in the grand adventure of survival. The stars wheel slowly overhead. The moon rises, casting silver light across a world that has changed profoundly, even though most of those changes are too subtle to see day to day. But they're there, accumulating. Genetic shifts, behavioral adaptations, and the slow but inexorable transformation of wolf into dog. And in the morning, when the sun rises, Echo will be among the first to wake, tail already wagging, ready to greet the new day alongside the humans who have become, in every meaningful sense, Echo's pack. The story that began 15,000 years ago with a reddish-grey wolf watching a human camp continues, generation after generation, changing slowly but never ending. A partnership that has enriched both species beyond measure, and that, more than anything else, is the legacy. Not just that humans tamed wolves, but that together, humans and wolves created something entirely new. A relationship of mutual benefit, mutual affection, and mutual transformation that has persisted across millennia and will continue long into whatever future awaits. Imagine yourself on a cool evening in 400 BCE, strolling through the winding, narrow streets of ancient Athens. The sky is painted in rose and gold hues that would make any Instagram filter envious, as the sun has just slipped behind the hills. You're going to learn that Greek homes were much more advanced than you may think. They weren't simple huts where people huddled like Antarctic penguins to stay warm. Although their method differed greatly from our contemporary solutions, Greek homes were built with sleep comfort as their top priority. Greek architects used a healthy dose of centuries' worth of practical knowledge to create homes that were essentially climate-controlled systems made of stone, wood, and clay tiles rather than fighting the climate. Built around a central courtyard known as an atrium, the typical Greek home functioned as a clever climate control system and the centre of family life. Imagine a tiny outdoor space that is encircled by living areas and covered walkways, forming a microclimate that retains warmth in the winter and stays cooler in the summer. This was environmental engineering masquerading as architecture, not merely a matter of taste. These houses had thick walls made of sun-dried mud bricks, which were remarkably insulating. Consider them to be ancient thermal mass that releases heat gradually during the cool nights and absorbs it slowly during the warm days. These walls, which in some locations could be as thick as 2 feet, served as a barrier between the sleeping quarters inside and the occasionally severe Mediterranean weather outside. The importance of orientation for comfort is something that many contemporary architects have forgotten, but Greek builders understood. In order to benefit from winter sun and offer protection from summer heat, houses were thoughtfully placed. In order to avoid the harsh afternoon sun that could turn a bedroom into an oven, the main sleeping areas were usually positioned on the side of the house that would receive the morning light. There were windows, but they weren't for picturesque views. They were strategically placed and small. These were thoughtfully designed apertures that permitted ventilation while reducing heat loss, rather than the expansive picture windows we are accustomed to. Wooden shutters, oiled cloth, or even thin sheets of translucent stone that let in light but keep out drafts could be used to cover these windows on chilly evenings. The floors in sleeping quarters were frequently composed of packed earth and smooth plaster, which may seem archaic until you consider that earth floors offer superior thermal mass and maintain a constant temperature. Thick rugs and animal hides could be used to cover these floors in the winter, providing surprisingly good insulation against the chilly floor. Another astute consideration was room height. Greek bedrooms naturally encouraged relaxation because of their comparatively low ceilings, which meant less air volume to heat and a cosier, more intimate atmosphere. When your heating system is primarily based on body heat and oil lamps, high ceilings may look impressive, but they do a terrible job of keeping you warm. The art of the alcove, which are tiny enclosed sleeping areas that resemble bedrooms inside bedrooms, was also perfected by the Greeks. These alcoves were frequently incorporated into the thickest section of the house's walls, resulting in 3 sides of natural insulation. Sleeping in an alcove was similar to sleeping in a comfortable cave that was created by someone who genuinely cared about your well-being. Many homes had what we might refer to as a winter room and a summer room, which allowed families to move around the house according to the time of year. The summer room would be bigger, better ventilated, and made to remain cool even on the hottest days, while the winter room would be smaller, better protected, and oriented to receive the most sunlight. For the warmest summer nights, Greek homes also had covered outdoor sleeping spaces. These areas offered shelter from dew and the sporadic summer rains, along with the cooling benefits of nighttime breezes. It was similar to having a permanent camping setup without having to fumble with tent poles at night. Sleep was also taken into consideration when designing Greek homes' entrances. The quiet sleeping quarters farther inside the house were separated from the dusty, noisy street by a sequence of rooms and courtyards. This meant that local dogs, early morning traders and late-night partygoers were far less likely to disrupt your restful sleep. Most significantly, Greek home design understood that psychological comfort was just as important for restful sleep as physical comfort. The design fostered a feeling of seclusion and safety that promoted mental and physical relaxation. Usually located away from public spaces and intended to feel like havens, sleeping quarters were the most secure section of the house. Let's move on to discussing what the Greeks actually slept on after discussing the architectural shell that shielded them. Greek bedding was surprisingly sophisticated, combining natural materials in ways that contemporary sleep scientists would likely approve of. This contrasts with the idea of ancient people tossing and turning on rough straw pallets. The Klein, a bed frame that served as both furniture and art, was the cornerstone of Greek sleeping comfort. These were well-made pieces that frequently had curved headrests, ornamental legs, and built-in storage spaces rather than the straightforward rectangular platforms we might have expected. A well-made Klein was made to last for many generations and was frequently handed down from parents to children as a family heirloom. Greek bed frames were usually higher off the ground than contemporary beds and constructed of wood, usually olive, oak, or imported cedar for the wealthy. In addition to offering storage space underneath and shielding sleepers from drafts hugging the floor, this elevation also produced a psychologically significant and cozy feeling. In a literal sense, climbing into bed meant ascending to a place of safety and rest. The actual sleeping surface was made up of a foundation made of leather straps or woven rope, which was more flexible than a contemporary box spring. After that, this foundation was covered with several layers of carefully selected materials, each of which had a distinct function in the pursuit of comfort at night. Usually the first layer consisted of a thick mattress made of wool filled with materials that were chosen according to local availability and family wealth. The mattresses of wealthy Greeks may be filled with imported silk fibres, goose feathers, or even soft sheep's wool. Wool was mixed with dried seaweed or cleaned straw in middle-class households. Reeds, dried grasses, or the wool from the family's own sheep could be used to make cosy sleeping surfaces in even the smallest of homes. It was surprising how well these old mattresses controlled the temperature. In addition to wicking moisture away from the body, wool in particular has the amazing ability to keep you cool in the summer and warm in the winter. These characteristics were intuitively understood by Greek bedmakers, who used them to design sleeping surfaces that adjusted to the body temperature of the sleeper, as well as the room temperature. Depending on the season and individual preference, layers of woolen blankets and linen sheets were placed over the mattress. The quality of Greek textiles was well known throughout antiquity, and sleeping linens were valued enough to demand hefty expenditures. Often included in a bride's dowry, a set of luxurious bed linens was meant to be used for many years. The ability to design layered bedding systems that could be modified for various conditions was a specialty of the Greeks. A sleeper may only use a thin woolen cover and a light linen sheet on warm summer nights. Additional layers could be added as the temperature dropped, such as quilted covers filled with wool or down, fur throws, or heavier woolen blankets. Pillows were smaller, firmer supports intended to maintain the head and neck in the proper alignment while sleeping, rather than the fluffy, oversized cushions we're accustomed to today. These were thought to be necessary for a comfortable night's sleep, and were frequently filled with soft materials like wool, feathers, or dried herbs. In order to combine comfort and aromatherapy, some Greek pillows were even filled with lavender or rose petals. Rich people may own several sets of bedding for various times of year and events. More blankets that could turn a bed into a comfortable cocoon, thicker mattresses and heavier wools were all features of winter bedding. Breathability and cooling were the main features of summer bedding, which featured lighter materials and fewer layers that were simple to modify on hot nights. Additionally, Greek bedding included useful elements that are frequently absent from contemporary bedding. In order to keep them from falling off while you were sleeping, many blankets featured loops or ties that allowed them to be fastened to the bed frame. Foot warmers, which are special pockets or compartments where heated stones or metal objects can be placed to warm cold feet, were built into some sleeping systems. Greek bedding was influenced by colour and design for psychological as well as aesthetic reasons. Lovely bedding contributed to the setting that encouraged rest and restful sleep. In order to provide a feeling of comfort and individuality, wealthy Greeks may have had their bedding embroidered with geometric designs, mythological scenes, or family symbols. The Greeks were also aware of the significance of maintaining bedding for both health and comfort. To keep freshness and keep insects away, sleeping areas were fumigated with herbs, blankets were cleaned and recarded, and mattresses were frequently aired and refilled. Clean, well-maintained bedding just slept better and lasted longer, so this attention to cleanliness was about more than just hygiene. Another Greek invention that enhanced comfort while safeguarding priceless textiles was the seasonal storage of bedding. In order to prevent insect damage, heavy winter bedding was meticulously cleaned and stored during the summer, frequently with fragrant herbs. This meant that families could bring out clean, fresh bedding that was ready to provide the most warmth and comfort when the cold weather returned. Because bedding could be made at home and purchased locally, even small Greek homes frequently had surprisingly cosy sleeping arrangements. A family could make cosy beds with locally sourced wool, homegrown herbs, and textiles woven on domestic looms, even if they could not afford imported silk or fine furs. Without electric blankets or central heating, you may be wondering how the Greeks stayed warm during those frigid Mediterranean winters. The solution combines clever heating techniques, architectural gimmicks, and a thorough comprehension of the flow of heat through structures, knowledge that would be very helpful to many contemporary homeowners. The brazier, a transportable metal container made to safely store burning wood or charcoal indoors, served as the main heating source in the majority of Greek homes. These were carefully designed heating devices that provided warmth while lowering the risk of fires or carbon monoxide poisoning, not rudimentary fire pots that filled rooms with smoke. Consider them the ancestors of space heaters, but with centuries of refinement. From tiny personal warmers that could warm a single sleeping alcove to massive family models that could warm an entire room, Greek braziers came in a variety of shapes and sizes. The best braziers were constructed of iron or bronze and had perforations on the sides that safely contained the burning fuel while allowing heat to radiate effectively. Some even featured movable vents that let users regulate the airflow and heat output. These heating systems' fuel was carefully selected for its safety and heat output. Because it burned hotter, produced less smoke, and was easier to manage, charcoal was favoured over wood. In addition to providing warmth, burning aromatic woods like cedar or sandalwood allowed wealthy families to fill the air with pleasant scents that encouraged rest and sleep. Greek homes frequently had extremely advanced built-in heating systems for their era. Hypocausts, or underfloor heating systems, were found in some homes. These systems heated rooms from below by circulating hot air from a furnace through spaces beneath the floor. Cities in northern Greece, where winters were harsher, were especially fond of this system. The Greeks devised a number of clever heating techniques that concentrated heat where it was most needed, particularly for sleeping quarters. After being warmed by the fire, heated stones or metal objects were put in bed warmers, which are specialised containers designed to safely hold hot objects without scorching the bedding. For added aromatherapy benefits, these antiquated hot water bottles were frequently scented with herbs and could keep a bed warm for hours. The art of heating clothing for sleeping was also perfected by the Greeks. Sleeping clothes were made to regulate body temperature in addition to being modest. Sleeping tunics and wool nightgowns created a personal microclimate that remained comfortable all night long by retaining body heat while letting moisture out. To help stop heat loss from the head, some sleeping garments even had hoods or caps. By placing braziers strategically and using bed curtains or canopies to create smaller, easier-to-heat spaces surrounding the sleeping area, room heating was frequently concentrated in sleeping areas. Even if the rest of the room was fairly cool, thick curtains around a bed could retain warm air and provide a comfortable sleeping environment. Thermal mass, or the capacity of dense materials to store and release heat gradually, was another advantage of Greek heating systems. When braziers or sunlight warmed stone or clay walls during the day, the heat would continue to radiate through the night, providing a steady, gentle warmth that didn't require constant fuel feeding. Community heating was typical for low-income families. During the coldest months, extended families may sleep together, using body heat and little fuel heating to stay warm. It was more than just economics. Group sleeping actually resulted in more comfortable and controlled temperatures than individual heating systems. The Greeks created advanced fuel management systems that reduced expenses and effort while optimizing heat. In order to guarantee a supply of clean-burning fuel for winter heating, charcoal was frequently prepared ahead of time during warm weather. Wood that burns well and emits little smoke indoors was carefully chosen and seasoned. Heat recovery systems were installed in some Greek homes to recover and repurpose lost warm air. Cooking fires, which were in any case required for food preparation, were placed and vented so that their heat could warm sleeping quarters before being expelled outdoors. Every piece of fuel burned had its heating value maximised by this dual-purpose strategy. The intricate task of keeping the entire house at a comfortable temperature was handled by dedicated heating servants for the wealthy. These experts knew how to arrange braziers for optimal effectiveness, bank fires for consistent overnight heating, and coordinate various heating sources to ensure cosy sleeping conditions. When it came to old heating systems, safety was always the top priority. Greek homes frequently had sleeping quarters with stone or tile floors surrounding heating appliances to prevent fires. Heating devices were carefully placed away from bedding and easily flammable textiles, and water containers were kept close by for emergency fire suppression. The significance of air quality in heated sleeping areas was also recognised by the Greeks. Ventilation systems prevented hazardous gas accumulation from burning fuel while allowing fresh air to enter heated rooms. Some homes had advanced chimney systems that kept heat inside while safely drawing combustion gases and smoke outside. Greek families were able to control fuel expenses and maintain year-round comfort through the use of seasonal heating techniques. Heating may only be used to warm bed linens before bed in mild weather. Several heating systems would be used to provide layers of warmth throughout the house during cold snaps. Because of this adaptable strategy, Heating could be changed to accommodate family budgets and weather conditions. Imagine living in a world where sleep was a sacred journey into the world of the gods rather than merely a biological necessity as you get ready for your own journey into sleep tonight. The ancient Greeks understood that the transition from waking to sleeping required both physical and spiritual preparation, so they approached bedtime with the same respect and ritual that we might save for significant life events. Greek bedtime customs predate the act of actually getting into bed. Because the evening was viewed as a period of transition during which the lines separating the divine and mortal realms grew increasingly blurred, preparation was crucial for both spiritual protection and sound sleep. These were well-planned routines that encouraged both physical comfort and mental tranquility, rather than superstitious beliefs. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Greek bedtime preparation was the lighting ritual. The harsh light of the day was gradually replaced by the soft glow of oil lamps filled with olive oil and scented with herbs like chamomile or lavender as night fell. Lighting evening lamps served as more than just a means of illumination. It was a form of meditation that assisted the mind's shift from the active energy of the day to the quiet, receptive state of the night. Greek oil lamps were themselves works of art, frequently embellished with pictures of serene gods, symbols of protection, or serene landscapes. In contrast to the harsh, constant illumination of contemporary electric lights, the light they produced was warm and flickering. In ways that contemporary science has only just begun to comprehend, this soft, erratic light naturally promoted sleepiness and assisted in regulating the body's circadian rhythms. Before going to bed, personal hygiene and spiritual purification were thought to be crucial. Greeks used water that had frequently been scented with flower oils or herbs to wash their faces, hands, and feet. This was about cleaning away the spiritual debris that could build up from day-to-day activities and potentially disrupt restful sleep, not just the dirt of the day. The sleeping mind was a sacred space that needed to be prepared for and protected, because the Greeks thought that dreams were messages from the gods. Many Greeks would offer small sacrifices to the gods of sleep, Hypnos, and dreams, Morpheus, before bed in order to obtain restful sleep and enlightening visions. These sacrifices could be as easy as leaving a small piece of bread on a home shrine, or a few drops of wine on the ground. Greek bedtime rituals included prayer and meditation, but these weren't the somber, formal prayers we might anticipate. Rather, they were prayers for protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep, thanksgiving for the day's blessings, and soft dialogues with guardian gods. Deep, peaceful sleep was encouraged by these spiritual exercises, which also helped to calm racing thoughts and foster a sense of divine protection. Greek sleeping areas frequently featured small household shrines, sacred symbols, or protective amulets that were thought to ward off evil spirits and nightmares. These were psychological aids that contributed to a feeling of security and tranquility in the sleeping environment rather than manifestations of archaic superstition. Your mind can fall asleep more fully when your bedroom feels safe and sacred. For various kinds of sleep difficulties, the Greeks had particular rituals. People who experienced nightmares might burn certain herbs, such as juniper berries or bay leaves, whose smoke was thought to purify the sleeping area and encourage restful sleep. Gentle prayers were offered to Nyx, the goddess of night, for the gift of deep sleep and natural drowsiness in order to treat insomnia. Seasonal sleep rituals recognized that the agricultural calendar and weather had an impact on sleeping needs. Warmth, safety, and the prospect of springtime were the main themes of bedtime rituals during the long winter nights. Cooling, cleansing, and a connection to nature, which was alive and vibrant during the warm months, were the main focuses of summer sleep rituals. Everyone in the home was able to sleep soundly thanks to family sleep customs. Before going to bed, parents would bless their kids, frequently by giving them a gentle pat on the forehead and muttering prayers for restful sleep and a safe night. In addition to strengthening family ties, these private moments offered psychological solace that improved everyone's quality of sleep. The actual sleeping area was also prepared according to Greek customs. Sleeping areas were fumigated with aromatic herbs that both freshened the air and created a sacred atmosphere. Bedding was arranged in specific patterns thought to promote comfort and peace, and beds were frequently sprinkled with blessed or scented water. Greek bedtime customs included activities that are now known to be very helpful for maintaining proper sleep hygiene. Modern sleep experts advise the following practices for better sleep: creating a calm sleeping environment, focusing on relaxation and thankfulness, gradually lowering the lights, and scheduling bedtime activities regularly. Though they were frequently customized to each person's requirements and preferences, personal bedtime rituals usually included aspects of introspection, thankfulness, and dream world preparation. In order to let go of any resentment or anxiety that might keep them from sleeping, some Greeks would reflect on the day's events in an attitude of forgiveness and learning. Others would engage in periods of silent reflection, letting the mind naturally transition into the receptive state that facilitates both sleep and deep dreams. It was believed that the daily shift from waking to sleeping offered a chance for spiritual rejuvenation and a closer relationship with God. Sleep was a journey into a world where extraordinary experiences were possible, and normal rules didn't apply, in addition to being a time for the body to rest. Preparing for bed became a practice of both practical wisdom and spiritual devotion as a result of this realization. Greek sleep customs also involved communal aspects, particularly during holidays or stressful periods. Families may pray together in the evening, communities may engage in customs meant to encourage restful sleep for all, and neighbourhoods may perform protective rituals during trying times. These customs strengthened social ties and improved the well-being of the individual and the group. Consider yourself an athlete, philosopher, or merchant from ancient Greece who must travel far from the convenience of your well-planned sleeping quarters at home. How did you get a good night's sleep when visiting new places that might not meet your specific comfort standards? Greek solutions to the problem of sleep during travel were both clever and useful, resulting in systems that may seem surprisingly familiar to travellers today. The Greeks established a vast system of hospitality that allowed people to sleep comfortably even in far-flung places. According to the idea of xenia, or sacred hospitality, giving travellers decent places to sleep was not only smart business, but also a religious duty that Zeus himself oversaw. Even modest households took pride in providing the best sleeping arrangements they could because of this divine mandate for hospitality. Pandakaion, or professional inns, developed into sophisticated establishments that focused on giving tourists a comfortable place to stay. These weren't the gritty taverns you might see in historical dramas. Rather, they were well-run establishments that recognised that guests who slept well were likely to return and refer others to the inn. The top Greek inns had thoughtfully designed sleeping quarters, high-quality linens, heating systems, and even simple conveniences that catered to the needs of their guests. Greek inns generally provided varying degrees of lodging according to the social standing and financial constraints of their guests, but even the most basic rooms were made with the comfort of their sleep in mind. Individual sleeping alcoves or divided spaces that offered privacy and lessened noise from other visitors were a feature of common sleeping areas. These common areas frequently featured heating braziers and restrooms, enabling visitors to keep up their personal hygiene practices. The art of portable comfort for travellers who might not always find adequate lodging was perfected by the Greeks. Rich tourists brought their own bedding, such as foldable bed frames that could be used to make any reasonably level surface into a cosy sleeping area, lightweight blankets and portable pillows. These portable sleeping systems were made to be both efficient and portable, offering comfortable familiarity in strange places. For colder climates or seasons, portable heating solutions were frequently incorporated into Greek travel sleeping arrangements. Small metal containers that could be used as personal braziers, warming stones that could be heated over cooking fires and used to warm bedding, or specially made clothing that could be used for both sleeping and travelling are some examples of the items that travellers might bring. Even in difficult circumstances, seasoned Greek tourists could remain warm and cosy thanks to these portable comfort systems. In order to help travellers make well-informed decisions about where to sleep, the Greeks created complex systems for assessing the quality of lodging. Along trade routes, recommendations were passed down, and some inns gained a reputation for having very comfortable beds that attracted tourists from all over the Mediterranean. These quality requirements covered things like noise levels, security, room temperature control, and clean bedding, all of which are important for restful sleep. Travellers, particularly those on religious pilgrimages, frequently found excellent accommodations in temple complexes. These hallowed sleeping areas were kept in the best possible condition and frequently offered conveniences that were on par with the finest private lodgings. In addition to being physically comfortable, temple accommodations offered a sense of spiritual tranquility that many visitors found to be conducive to incredibly sound sleep. Greek cities created laws pertaining to lodging that included particular requirements for sleeping arrangements. Clean bedding, sufficient heating in cold weather, and reasonably quiet and secure sleeping quarters were all requirements for innkeepers. When staying in reputable lodging establishments, travellers could rely on at least minimal comfort thanks to these early hospitality standards. Travellers frequently stayed in private homes, particularly those who had business contacts or letters of introduction. Greek hospitality traditions meant that hosts took great pride in giving their guests comfortable sleeping arrangements, frequently using the finest bedding and sleeping areas from their own families. In terms of comfort and individual attention, these private accommodations frequently outperformed commercial lodging. The Greeks developed sleeping solutions for travellers that addressed particular issues that various kinds of travellers might encounter. In order to safeguard their valuable cargo while they slept, merchants needed safe sleeping arrangements. Scholars and philosophers required peaceful areas where they could study and reflect. Accommodations that promoted physical recuperation and optimal performance were necessary for athletes. Practical advice on adjusting to various climates and elevations that could impact sleep quality was part of the Greek travel sleeping culture. Travellers with experience knew how to modify their sleeping arrangements for the heat of the desert, the cold of the mountains, or the humidity of the coast. Because of this environmental consciousness, travelling didn't have to mean compromising the quality of one's sleep. Before reaching their destination, travellers were able to find appropriate lodging thanks to the communication systems that the Greeks developed. Information about inequality, seasonal availability, and any special accommodations that might be required was disseminated through trade networks. The uncertainty and discomfort of looking for lodging when exhausted from travel were eliminated thanks to this advanced planning, which allowed travellers to frequently set up cosy sleeping arrangements before they arrived. Greek travel accommodations frequently included features that allowed them to continue their own sleep schedules while they were away from home. Inns may offer quiet areas for meditation before bed, oil lamps for evening rituals, or access to laundry facilities so that guests can continue their traditional hygiene habits. Travellers' sleep-promoting routines, which they had established at home, were protected from disruption by this attention to ritual continuity. Greek lodging systems were designed with seasonal travel in mind, offering distinct lodging options for summer and winter travel. While winter accommodations prioritised warmth and weather protection, summer accommodations may prioritise cooling and ventilation. In order to maximise comfort throughout the year, some inns provided distinct rooms for each season. In order to accommodate everything from small merchant parties to large military expeditions, the Greeks also created sleeping arrangements for group travel. These systems included logistical strategies that made sure everyone could sleep comfortably, even when travelling with a large group of people, portable sleeping equipment, and organisational techniques for managing group sleeping spaces. Think about how the ancient Greeks viewed sleep as you get more comfortable in your contemporary bed with memory foam and temperature control. For them, sleep was more than just a daily annoyance that interfered with more vital tasks or a biological requirement. Rather, it was believed that sleep was a profound part of human life that provided insights into life, death, consciousness, and our relationship to the divine. Greek philosophers pondered the nature of sleep and its significance for human well-being for a long time. According to Aristotle, sleep is crucial for mental clarity and emotional equilibrium, in addition to physical well-being. He noted that those who didn't get enough sleep became agitated, distracted, and incapable of making wise decisions, observations that contemporary sleep research has amply supported. The Greeks realized that the quality of sleep had an impact on all facets of daily life, including mental clarity, emotional stability, and physical health. Because of this knowledge, they began to view the environment and preparation for sleep as important issues deserving of considerable care and funding. A Greek who got enough sleep was seen as more moral, more sane, and more able to make contributions to society. The various forms of sleep and their differing advantages for human health were acknowledged in Greek culture. Deep, dreamless sleep was prized for its healing properties and capacity to revitalize the body and mind. Sleeping with dreams was valued because it could yield answers to difficult problems, creative inspiration, and divine messages. Even quick naps were acknowledged as useful strategies for preserving mental acuity during demanding days. The Greeks came up with complex theories regarding the connection between sleep environment, sleep position, and the quality of sleep and dreams. They thought that certain sounds and smells could affect the quality of sleep, that sleeping in particular positions could encourage different kinds of dreams, and that the bed's orientation in relation to celestial bodies could have an impact on the spiritual state of the sleeper. Greek perceptions of time and daily routines were closely linked to their views on sleep. They created their daily schedules to accommodate these rhythms rather than work against them. because they understood that human energy and alertness naturally varied throughout the day. This meant that sleep was not limited to the evening, but also included deliberate rest intervals to sustain optimal performance. Sleep was seen by the Greeks as a kind of everyday death and rebirth that offered chances for personal growth and spiritual rejuvenation. It was believed that every night's sleep was a voyage into the underworld that might offer spiritual insight, wisdom, and healing. This realization elevated sleep to a sacred activity and made getting ready for sleep a spiritual practice. The ability to sleep well was praised in Greek culture as a sign of discernment, self-control, and good living. Individuals with sound sleep habits were valued for their intelligence and self-control, while those with sleep issues were frequently perceived as also in need of direction in other facets of life. Getting enough sleep was seen as a social obligation, as well as a personal accomplishment. The Greeks understood that people's sleep requirements differed from person to person and evolved over the course of a lifetime. Adults required quality sleep for optimal performance, children required more sleep for healthy growth and development, and elderly people required distinct sleep schedules to account for the normal aging process. For its time, this personalized knowledge of sleep requirements was highly sophisticated. Sleep disorders were viewed in Greek medicine as grave medical conditions that needed to be treated thoroughly and by a professional. Doctors realized that chronic sleep issues might be a sign of underlying emotional or physical imbalances that needed to be treated for general health. A well-established specialty, sleep medicine integrated psychological and spiritual interventions with physical treatments. The various sleep states and their implications for health and well-being were thoroughly categorized by the Greeks. It was acknowledged that different intermediate states such as dream sleep, deep sleep, and light sleep each had distinct purposes and needed different kinds of assistance. Modern sleep science was thousands of years behind this sophisticated understanding of sleep stages. Greek perspectives on dreams were especially advanced, acknowledging that they could be used for anything from divine communication to psychological processing. People who had particularly vivid or significant dreams might seek the advice of experts to understand their meaning, as dream interpretation was a respected skill that required training and wisdom. The Greeks held that moral and ethical behavior during the day had an impact on the quality of sleep. It was believed that people who led moral lives slept better and had more fulfilling dreams, whereas people who acted badly might have trouble sleeping and have nightmares. People were encouraged to live in ways that supported both social harmony and individual rest, because of the link between ethics and sleep quality. Greek culture understood that sleep was a delicate state that needed to be respected and guarded. Creating environments that encouraged everyone to get a good night's sleep was viewed as a community duty, and disturbing someone's sleep unnecessarily was regarded as a serious social transgression. People were able to rely on getting the rest they required thanks to this group's dedication to improving the quality of their sleep. In order to recognize how shifting daylight, weather, and social activities impacted sleep patterns throughout the year, the Greeks created seasonal approaches to sleep. People knew that winter and summer sleep were different, and instead of fighting against these natural variations, they modified their sleeping schedules, rituals, and arrangements to accommodate them. In order to promote general health and character development, Greek educational systems taught students how to get enough sleep. Young people discovered that getting enough sleep was essential to growing up to be responsible adults who could make valuable contributions to society. Good sleep habits were ensured to be passed down through the generations thanks to this educational emphasis on sleep wisdom. The Greeks recognized that sleep was fundamentally social and intensely personal, impacting not only one's own well-being, but also the harmony of one's family and the prosperity of the community. Communities with well-rested residents were more tranquil, effective, and enjoyable places to live, and families with healthy sleep patterns performed better as social units. Imagine exploring a house from ancient Greece that was built with the intention of encouraging the kind of deep, rejuvenating sleep that is necessary for the body and soul to thrive. The sacred journey from waking consciousness into the world of dreams and divine communication was supported by every architectural detail in these homes, which were more than just places to lie down. Greek sleeping arrangements were based on the realization that physical settings that facilitated this significant daily shift were necessary for the passage from day to night and from consciousness to sleep. With several walls and courtyards separating sleeping areas from the sounds of everyday life or street activity, bedrooms were arranged throughout the house to provide the most quiet possible, what we might refer to as sleep suites. were integrated areas found in the most affluent Greek homes. These included not only the actual sleeping area, but also areas for preparing for evening rituals, storing seasonal bedding, and even tiny private courtyards where sleepers could enjoy the fresh air while still staying in their most private domestic settings. These suites understood that having a bed in a room wasn't enough for restful sleep. Greek architects understood the importance of sound control for restful sleep, so they gave careful consideration to acoustic design. Sleeping places were frequently constructed with thick walls, placed away from workshops and animal quarters, and featured architectural elements that either reflected or absorbed sound. Early examples of sound masking were even found in some affluent residences, which used wind chimes or flowing water features to produce calming background noises that drowned out more annoying sounds. The Greeks invented architectural methods of scent control that improved the quality of sleep by using aromatherapy. Built-in niches for burning aromatic herbs, ventilation systems that drew air through herb gardens before entering bedrooms, or storage systems that kept bedding scented with rose petals or lavender are some examples of sleeping areas. These fragrance systems served as useful instruments for encouraging calm and sound sleep, not just enjoyable extravagances. Beyond merely concealing sleeping quarters from view, Greek sleeping architecture featured sophisticated approaches to privacy. Spaces that felt isolated, safe, and shielded from the outside world were created by these designs. Psychological privacy. The kind of profound relaxation necessary for genuinely healing sleep and fulfilling dreams depended on this feeling of sanctuary. The Greeks designed bedrooms that could comfortably accommodate both single people and couples, because they recognized that sleeping areas needed to support both individual and shared rest. Multiple sleeping alcoves in one room, movable partitions that could create private areas in larger spaces, or adaptable furniture arrangements that could be changed to suit shifting needs are a few examples of this. Greek architects created cutting-edge methods of climate control that allowed sleeping spaces to remain cozy all year round, without constantly using fuel. These could be passive ventilation systems that moved air without causing drafts, thermal mass walls that gradually stored and released heat, or movable architectural elements that could be adjusted seasonally to maximize comfort. Certain Greek houses had distinct sleeping areas for various family members and uses. The sleeping spaces for kids were made to offer suitable privacy and easy supervision. Security and hospitality were combined in the guest sleeping areas. Elderly family members may have sleeping arrangements that preserve their comfort and dignity while meeting their evolving physical needs. The Greeks developed architectural sleep-related storage solutions that kept clothes, bedding, and other personal belongings accessible and organized without overcrowding sleeping areas. In order to maintain peaceful, clutter-free sleeping spaces that encourage mental calm, built-in niches, underbed storage spaces, and specialty furniture blended practicality with visual appeal, Greek sleeping architecture frequently included features that shielded occupants from the harsher aspects of nature, while fostering a sense of connection with it. This could include windows that are framed by views of the sky or gardens, but are made to keep out intruding light, insects, and weather. The Greek belief that sleep was a natural part of life's rhythm was reinforced by these associations with nature. The Greeks created architectural strategies for artificial lighting that promoted restful sleep. Niches for oil lamps were placed to provide soft, movable lighting that could be progressively turned down as bedtime drew near. Certain sleeping spaces had various lighting settings that permitted various pre-bedtime activities, such as reading, talking, or peaceful reflection. Greek sleeping quarters frequently featured architectural elements that encouraged personal hygiene and pre-sleep rituals. These could include restrooms, places to keep and exhibit private religious objects, or areas intended for peaceful prayer or meditation. Maintaining the regular evening routines that encouraged sound sleep was made simpler by these integrated facilities. Beyond basic heating systems, the Greeks developed architectural solutions for temperature control. Sleeping spaces could have adjustable wall openings that could be adjusted to regulate airflow according to seasonal requirements, thermal chimneys that drew hot air away during the summer, or cold air wells that offered natural cooling. Greek architects created sleeping areas that could progressively change from bright daylight to soft evening illumination to total darkness because they recognized that the daily cycle of light and darkness had an impact on the quality of sleep. This could include a variety of window sizes, movable shutters, or architectural elements that support natural circadian rhythms by directing and filtering light. The sleeping areas in the most opulent Greek homes could be fully altered to suit changing needs and personal preferences. Modular bedding systems could be combined in different ways to create customized comfort zones. Movable partitions allowed rooms to be rearranged, and adjustable furniture could accommodate different sleeping positions. Water features that offered both functional advantages and psychological comfort were frequently included in Greek sleeping architecture. Small fountains or water channels could offer psychological comfort from being in close proximity to nature. White noise to drown out distracting noises, and cooling during hot weather. Instead of interfering with sleep, these water features were intended to improve it. The Greeks created architectural security strategies that made sleepers feel totally secure without feeling confined. Multiple exits from sleeping areas, discreet yet secure locks, or design elements that offer unobstructed views of possible approach routes are a few examples of this. The type of profound relaxation that encouraged genuinely restorative sleep required physical security. Greek sleeping quarters frequently had architectural features that reinforced the idea that dreams were messages from God that needed to be properly received. Certain orientations with respect to temples or natural features, built-in spaces for dream recording materials, or architectural features that were thought to draw positive spiritual influences while you slept, are examples of this. Consider how the ancient Greeks modified their sleeping arrangements to complement, rather than conflict with, the natural cycles of the Mediterranean year as the seasons shift outside your contemporary climate-controlled bedroom. They took a sensible yet sophisticated approach to seasonal sleep adaptation, understanding that different tactics were needed at different times of the year to achieve comfortable sleep. Greek winter sleeping arrangements turned houses into comfortable havens that preserved the air quality required for restful sleep while optimizing warmth. Families would frequently combine their sleeping arrangements during the coldest months, switching from summer bedrooms to smaller, easier-to-heat winter sleeping areas that improved temperature control and used less fuel. Adaptable to changing temperatures throughout the night, winter bedding systems were masterworks of layered warmth. The Greeks would make their beds with heavy linen sheets that could be added or removed as needed, fur throws, and several wool blankets. Because they could be swiftly pulled up in the event that the temperature dropped during the night, the heaviest blankets were frequently stored at the foot of the bed. In order to prepare for winter sleep, the Greeks would heat their bedding before using it, use warming pans or heated stones, or even briefly expose blankets and mattresses to brazier heat. In addition to providing physical comfort, this pre-warming ritual was a warm evening custom that facilitated family members' transition from a busy day to a peaceful night. The purpose of winter sleeping clothes was to keep people warm without limiting their mobility or making them overheat. Many families had special winter nightwear that was both warmer and more comfortable than their summer sleeping clothes, and Greeks wore layered sleeping garments made of soft wool that could be adjusted during the night. In order to cope with the psychological effects of long dark nights and cold weather, the Greeks created sleep customs tailored to the winter season. During the months when people spent more time indoors, these could include long evening talks by the fire before bed, special winter foods that encouraged coziness and relaxation, or family bonding activities that took place in groups. The Greek understanding that the body's needs changed as daylight hours increased and temperatures became more moderate was reflected in the springtime sleeping arrangements. It was thought that spring was the best season to clean and reorganize sleeping areas, to air out bedding that had been stored during the winter, and to gradually switch from bulky winter sleeping arrangements to lighter spring comfort systems. In order to welcome the rebirth of nature, Greek spring sleep customs involved the ceremonial cleaning and blessing of sleeping areas. In celebration of the return of growth and life to the natural world, bedrooms were meticulously cleaned, bedding was cleaned and allowed to air out, and sleeping areas were frequently adorned with fresh flowers or herbs. Spring sleep schedules adapted bedtimes and morning routines to accommodate, rather than conflict with, people's innately higher levels of energy as daylight hours increased. The Greeks realized that modifying daily routines to align with seasonal energy patterns was more effective than fighting natural sleep rhythms. Ancient Greek summer sleeping necessitated completely different techniques aimed at staying cool while preserving security and comfort. Greek homes often had outdoor or semi-outdoor sleeping areas that benefited from cool night breezes, as well as specialized summer sleeping areas that maximized airflow while minimizing heat retention. Greek summer bedding was simple but thoughtfully selected for its ability to keep cool. Even on the hottest nights, comfortable sleeping conditions were made possible by light linen sheets, easily removable thin wool blankets, and bedding that had been stored with cooling herbs like eucalyptus or mint. The timing of summer sleep was changed to accommodate Mediterranean climate's inherent cooling cycles. Greeks may sleep later to enjoy cooler evening temperatures, take afternoon naps during the hottest part of the day, and rise earlier to enjoy the cool morning hours before the heat of the day becomes unbearable. Despite the hot weather, cooling rituals that reduced body temperature and encouraged relaxation were part of the Greek summer sleep preparation. The use of fans and other cooling equipment to create comfortable sleeping conditions, light evening meals that didn't increase internal heat, or cool baths before bed could all be part of this. The Greeks understood that autumn was a time to prepare for winter, while still taking advantage of the pleasant weather and bountiful harvests of late summer, and this was reflected in their sleeping arrangements. The best time to make winter bedding, stock up on heating fuel and gradually change sleeping arrangements from summer to winter was in the fall. Gratitude rituals that honoured the year's harvest and primed the mind for the contemplative winter months were common in Greek autumn sleep customs. These exercises facilitated the mental shift from summer's active, externally focused energy to winter's need for inward-focused, restful energy. The Greeks created intricate systems for keeping sleeping gear and seasonal bedding in good shape, while making the most of the storage space that was available. Winter bedding was aired and stored in the summer to avoid heat and humidity damage, while summer bedding was meticulously cleaned and preserved with fragrant herbs in the winter. Understanding how shifting daylight patterns impacted not only sleep timing, but also sleep quality and dream content was part of the Greek seasonal sleep wisdom. They changed their expectations and sleeping arrangements in response to the fact that people naturally slept differently on long summer nights than on long winter nights. The Greeks were also aware that seasonal variations in sleep had an impact on family and community dynamics, in addition to individual rest. Seasonal sleeping arrangements created yearly cycles that supported both intimacy and independence by bringing families closer together in the winter and allowing for more individual privacy in the summer. Another advanced component of Greek sleep wisdom was seasonal nutrition, which suggested different foods to support restful sleep at different seasons of the year. While summer sleep foods emphasized cool, easily digestible options that didn't interfere with rest during warm weather, winter sleep foods might emphasize warming spices and hearty ingredients. Imagine living in a society where social obligations and community relationships played a bigger role in your sleep than just being a personal, private experience. Ancient Greek society established institutions and practices that promoted restful sleep for individuals while fortifying the social ties that bound communities together, because they recognized that getting enough sleep was both a personal need and a shared obligation. Greek architecture and social arrangements were based on the knowledge that family sleep patterns had an impact on everyone's health, which encouraged everyone in the family to get enough sleep. The sleeping arrangements for parents, kids, servants, and other family members were planned to minimize disruptions and maximize comfort and security. The Greek idea of philoxenia, or love of strangers, included particular duties to give visitors, travelers, and guests a comfortable place to sleep. These were considered to be sacred obligations that the gods themselves upheld, not merely polite social behavior. Reputations were frequently based on the caliber of sleep that visitors received in specific homes, and families took pride in their ability to provide exceptional sleeping hospitality. Greek communities established unofficial but efficient procedures for controlling activities and noise that could interfere with sleep. There were unspoken norms in neighbourhoods regarding what kinds of nighttime activities were appropriate, how late social gatherings could go on, and when noisy activities should stop. Everyone was able to rely on the silence required for restful sleep thanks to these community norms. Because the Greeks understood that sleep issues could impact entire communities, they developed collective approaches to sleep health that address social and environmental factors that affect the quality of sleep. Communities could cooperate to manage lighting that disrupted natural sleep cycles, control sources of noise pollution, or address security issues that prevented residents from getting a good night's sleep. Greek social customs included particular procedures for resolving disputes and issues pertaining to sleep. There were established social mechanisms in place to handle situations where someone's actions were interfering with others' sleep in a way that would preserve peace in the community. These systems understood that if sleep disputes were not managed carefully, they could develop into major social issues. The Greeks created parallel systems that gave everyone, from affluent citizens to working slaves, suitable rest opportunities because they recognized that different social classes had different sleep requirements and limitations. The idea that everyone should have enough sleep for their health and productivity was widely acknowledged, even though the specific arrangements varied greatly. Greek civic and religious celebrations included measures to deal with the sleep disturbance that big crowds invariably caused. Systems that offered sleeping accommodations, controlled noise levels at night, and assisted people in sticking to sleep schedules despite the excitement of special occasions were developed as a result of festival organisers' recognition that attendees needed to rest in order to fully participate in multi-day events. The Greeks created complex methods for communal sleeping that could be used for family get-togethers, religious pilgrimages, and military operations. These systems included social norms that preserved comfort and privacy even in crowded situations, equipment that was portable and easy to set up, and systematic approaches to managing shared sleeping areas. Greek marriage traditions included special consideration for sleeping arrangements that promoted intimacy within the marriage, as well as individual rest. There were established traditions for designing sleeping areas that encouraged individual comfort and harmony within the marriage. The newlyweds were given bedding and bedroom furnishings as wedding presents. Understanding that children's sleep needs differed from those of adults, the Greeks created family structures that encouraged young people to get a good night's sleep while teaching them the social skills needed to live in a community. Early on, kids were taught that their sleeping patterns had an impact on other people, and that it was their duty to improve the quality of sleep in the home. Greek social customs regarding illness and sleep acknowledged that caring for ill family members necessitated modifying household sleep schedules, and that sick people required different sleeping arrangements. Families frequently received support from their communities in overcoming these obstacles, enabling everyone to get enough sleep during trying times. The Greeks created seasonal social customs that complemented rather than contradicted these natural changes in daylight and weather, because they recognized that these changes had an impact on community social rhythms as well as individual sleep patterns. While summer customs accommodated the lighter sleep patterns that came with longer days, winter social activities were made to work with longer sleep needs. Professional experts who were knowledgeable about sleep medicine and could offer guidance and treatment to those who were having trouble sleeping were frequently found in Greek communities. These professionals provided holistic approaches to sleep health that met the needs of the individual as well as the community by fusing their knowledge of medicine with an awareness of the social and environmental elements that influence sleep. Understanding that children, adults, and elders all had unique needs that needed to be met, the Greeks created systems for addressing the sleep needs of various age groups within communities. Regardless of each resident's unique situation, community areas and activities were created to promote healthy sleep habits. Recognizing that community survival frequently depended on ensuring that important individuals could get enough sleep even during trying times, Greek social customs included particular approaches to managing sleep during emergencies or crises. During conflicts, natural disasters, or other disruptions, these crisis sleep systems supported community functioning. It's worth considering how much of the ancient Greeks' knowledge about sleep is still applicable and useful in our day and age as you get ready to go to sleep tonight, surrounded by contemporary conveniences that they could never have imagined. Some aspects of human well-being are genuinely timeless, as evidenced by the Greeks' methods of rest and sleep, which have been largely confirmed by modern science. Many of the results of modern sleep research were predicted by the Greeks' understanding of the relationship between sleep environment and sleep quality. Their focus on air quality, noise reduction, lighting, and temperature regulation demonstrated an innate awareness of the environmental elements that either support or obstruct sound sleep. Many of the environmental changes that Greeks made to their homes and bedtime rituals are still advised by contemporary sleep experts. Current research demonstrates that regular evening routines help regulate circadian rhythms and promote better sleep quality, confirming the Greek emphasis on bedtime rituals and sleep preparation. Their gradual change from bright daylight to soft evening lighting to darkness is in line with current advice on how to control light exposure to promote healthy sleep cycles. Modern knowledge of sleep medicine and chronobiology was foreshadowed by the Greeks' understanding that sleep needs differ from person to person and evolve over the course of a person's life. Their adaptable ideas about the environment, timing, and length of sleep demonstrated a deep comprehension of human sleep patterns that contemporary science has only lately come to fully understand. Modern research on the relationships between sleep quality, mental health, and overall life satisfaction was foreshadowed by the Greeks' integration of sleep with spiritual and psychological well-being. Modern sleep studies have fully validated their understanding that sleep has an impact on social relationships, intellectual performance, emotional stability, and physical health. For anyone who wants to work with natural rhythms rather than against them, Greek approaches to seasonal sleep adaptation are still applicable. They serve as models for how contemporary people might modify their sleep patterns to promote well-being all year round by modifying their bedding, sleep schedule, and sleeping environment according to the seasons. For modern societies dealing with pervasive sleep issues, the Greek emphasis on sleep as a communal issue rather than merely an individual one provides insightful information. Their realization that peaceful social settings and community collaboration are necessary for restful sleep points to methods of improving sleep health that go beyond changing personal habits. Many aspects of contemporary sleep systems were foreshadowed by Greek innovations in bedding and sleep furniture. Their use of layered bedding, adjustable sleeping surfaces, and materials that control moisture and temperature demonstrated a knowledge of sleep comfort that contemporary manufacturers invest millions of dollars in studying and creating. Current studies on sleep's role in memory consolidation, emotional processing, and creative problem-solving have confirmed the Greek understanding that dreams and sleep states serve significant psychological and spiritual purposes. Their thoughtful consideration of dreams and sleep experiences demonstrated a profound appreciation for the significance of sleep that goes well beyond mere physical relaxation. Modern travellers who struggle with jet lag, strange surroundings, and disturbed sleep patterns can learn from the Greeks' approaches to travel, sleeping, and sleeping away from home. Their portable comfort systems, flexibility tactics, and focus on preserving accustomed sleep patterns offer helpful advice for today's travel sleep issues. Modern integrative approaches to sleep disorders were foreshadowed by the Greek understanding that sleep medicine necessitates comprehensive approaches addressing physical, psychological, environmental, and social factors. Their understanding that sleep issues frequently mirror larger imbalances in life provides insightful viewpoints for modern sleep medicine. Modern home design and bedroom layout are influenced by Greek architectural approaches to sleeping areas. Their focus on privacy, climate control, acoustic design, and the psychological aspects of sleeping areas provides advice for designing modern bedrooms that genuinely promote sound sleep. Modern families can learn the value of healthy sleep habits from the Greeks, who incorporated sleep wisdom into education and child rearing. They provide hope for resolving today's childhood sleep issues by acknowledging that sleep skills are acquired and can be enhanced with practice and focus. Greek seasonal sleeping customs provide alternatives to the artificially regulated settings that define a large portion of contemporary life. For those who are interested in more natural methods of regulating sleep and the circadian rhythm, their methods for dealing with seasonal energy patterns, temperature fluctuations, and natural light cycles offer guidance. The Greek understanding that a good night's sleep is both a personal need and a social obligation provides insights that may be useful in addressing modern sleep issues brought on by environmental and social variables that are out of an individual's control. Their community-focused approaches to sleep health offer policy recommendations that could enhance the quality of sleep for whole populations. Most significantly, the Greek conception of sleep as a sacred restorative process that merits reverence, care, and attention provides a counterpoint to modern views of sleep as a waste of time or a loss of productivity. Their reverent view of sleep as a daily chance for rest and rejuvenation offers a useful counterpoint to contemporary sleep deprivation and anxiety. Try some Greek-inspired sleep techniques as you get into bed tonight, establishing slow changes from bright to dim lighting, sticking to regular bedtime routines, monitoring the temperature and noise levels of your sleeping space, or just approaching sleep with the same reverence and expectation that the Greeks brought to their nightly foray into the world of dreams. The ancient Greeks recognized something that our contemporary society occasionally overlooks. Sleep patterns have an impact on not only how we feel the following day, but also how we conduct our entire lives. Their knowledge of relaxation, comfort, and the sacredness of sleep provides timeless advice for anyone looking to improve their life, not just their quality of sleep. Rest well knowing that you're engaging in one of the oldest and most fundamental human customs, one that links you to thousands of generations of people who have found solace, wisdom, and rejuvenation in the soft embrace of sound sleep, in addition to your own deepest needs for rest and recuperation. September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment, ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's sixth wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inner tensions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, It was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy, could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masques and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive, but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley. But letting affection overshadow prudence risks scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from the foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmanoeuvring suitor entanglements, and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tensions spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed. Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English Navy engaged the Armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend. Though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance, buoyed by victory, Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed. Commerce thrived in relative security. Courtiers staged elaborate masques, celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem, The Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, grew impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old Queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Longtime advisers such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained, unmarried and childless. She had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named, though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate. Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million, many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, she invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, the religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary figure who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English. James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan Age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shrewd, often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognise the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry, as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard-won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor Rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom, even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, she repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, she balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spy master's successes. She recognized the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public, though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies, leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. That humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition. But Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognised her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management, illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as, of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder. The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as the testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship, and circumstance. The child, overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir, grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward. Forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. Helen Keller began her life against a backdrop of Reconstruction-era Alabama, a place where social norms were frayed and family legacies weighed heavily on each new generation. Born on June 27, 1880, in Tuscumbia, she was part of a region still grappling with the aftermath of the Civil War. Her father, Arthur Keller, had served as a Confederate officer, and though the war was over, its echoes shaped the household's underlying sense of pride and anxiety. From the start, Helen's life was bound by both the contradictions of her time and a family quietly nursing unspoken wounds of history. Her earliest memories were, of course, coloured by a devastating change that came when she was just a toddler. Sometime before she turned 2, an unidentified illness, often described as brain fever, robbed her of sight and hearing. In many retellings, this moment is painted as a heart-rending tragedy, yet for Helen herself, it was a shift in perception. She never spoke of it in purely sorrowful terms later in life, perhaps because she was too young to fully process what she had lost. In essence, the deprivation of 2 key senses simply rearranged her experience of the world. The Keller family, on the other hand, was plunged into a haze of uncertainty, forced to adapt in ways they were hardly prepared for. The household was a swirl of tension, a child with no means of communication, save for raw gestures and the occasional shriek, tested everyone's limits. Helen's mother, Kate, wrestled with both heartbreak and determination, searching frantically for some method to reach her daughter. The era offered little guidance. Doctors gave vague, sometimes contradictory advice. Neighbours whispered about God's will or nature's cruelty. Many believed that being both deaf and blind was a lifelong sentence of isolation. Yet Kate Keller refused to surrender to that conventional wisdom and began a tireless journey that would eventually take her to experts in distant cities. Within the walls of Ivy Green, the family's homestead, Helen's days were filled with tactile explorations. She felt the sun in the courtyard, the rough bark of trees near the garden, and the lingering vibrations of household chores. She could sense footsteps' vibrations on wooden floors and followed faint scents in the breeze to understand who was nearby. Though it sounds romantic to modern ears, to young Helen it was purely survival. She used every tool she had, taste, touch, smell, the delicate tremors of movement, and discovered how to navigate a chaotic environment. Still, such adaptation wasn't enough to give her a vocabulary or a means of expression beyond basic wants. She would throw tantrums to convey frustration, grabbing at objects she desired or wailing at moments of confusion. Her parents walked on eggshells, never knowing when their daughter's frustration might explode into yet another outburst. Occasionally, distant visitors from the family's circle of acquaintances arrived, but few had hope for Helen's future. One or two suggested asylums, most simply stared, polite smiles masking pity. These moments of external doubt only spurred Kate Keller to keep searching. Perhaps the less talked about aspect of Helen's early life is how her father and extended relatives perceived her condition. While some recounted that Arthur Keller doted on his daughter, more nuanced family letters indicate a father caught between love and a certain resignation. He harboured paternal hopes, but also carried the baggage of his sense of masculinity. He was an ex-soldier, a newspaper man, a man who prided himself on discipline. He struggled to reconcile his own sense of masculinity with the demands of a disabled daughter, whose needs he struggled to meet. Family lore points to occasional rifts between Arthur and Kate regarding what next steps to take. What rarely gets mentioned in simplified biographies is the emotional terrain they navigated, the nights of hushed debates, the fleeting moments where blame seeped in. In these formative years, Helen became a puzzle to many, and she likely felt her sense of disconnection. She was aware of other people's presence in the house, but had no structured way to relate to them. She had glimpses of old social cues, laughter without understanding what triggered it, scolding tones with no context for her wrongdoing. Every day stretched like an unsolvable riddle. The present was not a tidily packaged sad prologue, but an emotionally complex time, a swirling mix of curiosity, friction, and fleeting moments of joy. Among the lesser-known anecdotes is the story of how Helen once attempted to mimic the actions of someone reading a newspaper. She had felt the crisp pages and sensed her father's engagement with the words. With no framework for reading, she simply crumpled pages in her hands, straining to extract meaning from the tangles of paper. These silent acts of longing spoke of a mind desperate to connect and share in what everyone else seemed to experience so naturally. The tragedy was not simply her lack of senses, but her isolation within a household unsure of how to decode her yearnings. Despite this gloomy vantage, seeds of determination were embedded in these early years. Helen did not wilt into passive acceptance. Instead, she pored at the mysteries around her, employing every sense left at her disposal. It was raw, unrefined perseverance. Kate Keller, fueled by maternal resolve, carried on her quest to find someone, anyone, who could unlock her daughter's Tilatwut, sightless world. The combination of a stubborn child and a mother determined to persevere paved the way for a significant transformation that would eventually become legendary. In time, that shift would arrive, and the name Helen Keller would be uttered across the globe in awe and admiration. But as we shall see, the full story was never as tidy as popular lore would have it. Anne Sullivan stepped onto the scene in 1887 as a slender, serious-minded young woman with her litany of difficulties. A product of poverty, with limited sight herself, Sullivan had recently graduated from the Perkins School for the Blind. Many accounts portray her as a saintly figure with near-miraculous teaching powers. Yet, if we peel away the veneer of hero worship, we find a fiercely practical individual who approached Helen not merely with compassion but with a no-nonsense determination. She did not see a pitiable child but a human being aching to connect, and she was well aware that her struggles, from an impoverished childhood to surgeries that had partially restored her vision, armed her with empathy for Helen's condition in ways a more privileged teacher might never grasp. Their introduction didn't spark instant harmony. The Kellers were sceptical about a single young woman's ability to manage their turbulent daughter. Helen herself was accustomed to controlling the household through tantrums. During the initial week, the teacher and the student engaged in a furious battle that could have resulted in catastrophe if Anne had given in. Instead, Sullivan insisted on establishing boundaries. She famously demanded to stay alone with Helen in a small cottage on the estate, away from indulgent family members, so that real instruction could begin. It is often recounted that Helen's breakthrough came at the water pump, where Sullivan spelled W-A-T-E-R into Helen's palm as water rushed over her other hand. Stage and screen have replicated that scene to the point of cliché. However, the dramatic flash of realization Helen felt wasn't a single moment in isolation. It was part of a chain reaction. Sullivan had been systematically spelling words into Helen's hand for weeks, patiently associating objects with finger-spelled letters. The water pump incident was simply the tipping point when Helen at last understood that everything around her had a label, that language itself was possible, and that she was not trapped in some private bubble, but living in a shared, nameable reality. Less celebrated moments peppered this learning journey. For instance, Anne would demonstrate the concept of cool by pressing Helen's hand to a window pane on a chilly day. She illustrated soft by letting Helen stroke the fur of a nearby cat, and then spelled the corresponding letters. It wasn't about memorizing discrete items, it was about teaching a conceptual framework of the world. Helen began to realize that there was a logic to everything she touched, that each texture and object had its identity, and that these identities could be conveyed through symbolic letters traced onto her hand. The social dimension of this breakthrough is perhaps the most profound. Before Anne arrived, Helen had been a solitary figure in a family that couldn't truly speak her language. Suddenly, an entire universe of relationships opened up. She could inquire, albeit at a basic level, about what her mother was doing in the kitchen. She could express frustration in ways that might be understood, rather than erupting in physical outbursts. The blossoming of Helen's curiosity was immediate and intense. She demanded the names of everything: furniture, cutlery, flowers, the horse in the stable, and even more abstract terms like love. Indeed, the lesson on love was pivotal, how to convey an intangible concept to a child who had thus far only learned words anchored to physical things. Anne tried to explain that you can feel the warmth of love just as you can feel the warmth of the sun, even though you cannot hold it in your hand. The struggle to grasp intangible ideas would shape Helen's future explorations of philosophy, religion, and ethics. Yet the real significance goes beyond the novelty of a once silent child learning to communicate. Helen's transformation signalled a subtle rearrangement of the household's dynamics. The friction between teacher and parents over discipline, for instance, highlights how Anne stood firm in not treating Helen as a fragile curiosity. She insisted on correcting Helen when she made mistakes and guiding her towards self-reliance. Those who witnessed Anne's methods might have called her strict, perhaps even harsh at times. But the results were undeniable. Helen was evolving from a wild, misunderstood child into a student who recognized there were rules, processes, and consequences in life. An intriguing anecdote rarely highlighted is how Helen would sometimes mimic the attitudes or behaviors of Anne herself. Because so much of Helen's learning was through touch, she picked up on subtle cues like Anne's posture or even the way Anne's face set in determination. It was as if Helen, by constantly holding on to Anne's hand, was also absorbing her teacher's worldview. The two grew interdependent. Anne found a renewed sense of purpose and fought her insecurities through Helen's progress, while Helen drew mental nourishment and discipline from Anne's guidance. This era, therefore, marked the dawn of Helen Keller's social and intellectual awakening. She quickly surpassed the rudimentary fingerspelling lessons and delved into Braille, then speech lessons, and eventually more advanced academic pursuits. But the foundation wasn't just scholastic, it was relational. The bond between Anne Sullivan and Helen Keller formed the emotional matrix that made further education possible. Without Sullivan's firm hand and shared, battle-scarred empathy, Helen might never have discovered the unstoppable curiosity that came to define her. By the time Helen reached her adolescence, her thirst for knowledge had surpassed the capacity of anyone in her immediate circle to predict. She devoured each lesson like a person parched for water. It wasn't just about reading or writing, she seemed driven to understand the machinery of the world. She became fascinated by the ways different people navigated life, and she asked endless questions about concepts that most teenagers rarely pondered: philosophical puzzles, the nature of ethics, why wars happened, and what it meant to be just in an unjust society. Her formal education became a patchwork of experiences. Although Helen studied at the Perkins School for the Blind for a while, and later at the Wright Humason School for the Deaf, her mainstay remained Anne Sullivan's tireless instruction. Eventually, the two set their sights on something even more ambitious: preparing Helen for college. At a time when few women pursued higher education, let alone women with multiple sensory disabilities, this ambition was close to revolutionary. This necessitated the creation of new pathways in adaptive instruction, as Anne had to constantly innovate by converting textbooks into Braille, spelling out lectures, and accompanying Helen to classes. Their collaboration blurred the lines of teacher, translator, and companion in ways uncharted by conventional educational practices. During this time, an oft-overlooked aspect of Helen's development was her emotional blossoming. She wasn't merely an academic machine, she navigated the usual teenage swirl of insecurities, mild rebellions, and curiosity about romance and friendship. Family letters, rarely cited in popular biographies, reveal that Helen wanted to understand how relationships worked, why people courted, how love flourished and sometimes fizzled, and the role of marriage in a woman's life. She read voraciously, exploring everything from Shakespearean sonnets to newly published novels, gleaning insights into the emotional tapestry of human relationships. One particularly striking incident revolves around Helen's experiment with speech. After mastering fingerspelling and Braille, she yearned to communicate verbally. Speech lessons for the deaf-blind were still rudimentary, and progress could be excruciatingly slow. Under the guidance of Sarah Fuller at the Horseman School for the Deaf, Helen spent hours positioning her lips and tongue to replicate sounds she could not hear. She placed her sensitive fingertips on her teacher's face to feel the vibrations of spoken words. Over months of painstaking effort, she managed to form spoken phrases that were intelligible to those who knew her well. But the triumph was bittersweet. Her speech would never be as fluid or comprehensible to strangers, and it required relentless practice to maintain. Yet, in typical Helen fashion, she refused to see this limitation as defeat. It was merely another dimension of communication to explore. Socially, these teenage years also brought Helen under the spotlight in ways both thrilling and uncomfortable. The media caught wind of a miracle child who was deaf and blind, yet flourishing academically. Journalists occasionally visited to watch her articulate a few words or to see her read entire passages in Braille. Some articles were sympathetic marvels, others bordered on the sensational, depicting Helen as a curiosity or wonder. The term wonder child, in fact, appeared so frequently that Helen later expressed mixed feelings about it. She feared it reduced her to an oddity, rather than recognizing her as a young woman with complex intellect and emotions. However, the publicity had its advantages. It introduced Helen to networks of educators, philanthropists, and activists who took an interest in her future. She began corresponding with notable intellectuals of the era, forging connections that would seed her later involvement in social activism. Mark Twain was one such figure. He was captivated by her wit and breadth of knowledge, and their letters showed a mutual admiration that transcended her disabilities. In an era when conversation itself was often limited to those within one's immediate circle, Helen was forging relationships across continents, guided by Sullivan's interpreting hands. Not everything was straightforward. By her late teens, Helen grappled with the perennial adolescent tug-of-war, independence versus reliance. Anne Sullivan was both guardian angel and gatekeeper. The closeness they shared sometimes led to friction. Helen wanted more autonomy, some space to make mistakes, to be alone with her thoughts, to test her boundaries. Anne, for her part, recognized that without her intervention, Helen could become overwhelmed in new environments. This tension rarely escalated into open conflict, but it simmered, foreshadowing later complexities in their relationship. One revealing episode took place when Helen visited the ocean for the first time. She eagerly waded beyond her comfort zone, enthralled by the sensation of waves crashing against her body. Anne, worried about Helen's safety, yanked her back. This encounter illuminated the risk inherent in discovering the world through the partial senses. Each new experience was exhilarating to Helen, but her sense of danger was limited by her lack of sight and hearing. Her teacher and companion felt the weight of constant vigilance. It was a dance of trust and caution, exploration and safeguarding, one that would colour Helen's life for decades to come. In many ways, these teenage years were an incubator for the fierce intellect and strong will that the world would come to know. She was no longer the tantrum-prone toddler, nor simply a novelty act. She was a growing scholar and a burgeoning thinker, laying the groundwork for her adult pursuits. Every day, she discovered more about the labyrinth of human experiences, determined to map it out with whatever sensory tools she could muster. The next frontier would be college, a world of lectures, syllabi, social clubs, and new ideas that would both excite and challenge her in ways she had yet to imagine. Helen Keller's enrolment at Radcliffe College in 1900 had a profound impact. She was the first deafblind person to undertake a full course of study at one of the nation's most rigorous academic institutions. From the outset, it was clear that neither the college nor her fellow students quite knew what to expect. Though Radcliffe was more progressive than many, the logistics of accommodating Helen's needs were unprecedented. At times, professors struggled to organise their lectures for a student who was unable to see the board or hear their explanations. Fortunately, Helen's unstoppable curiosity and Anne Sullivan's support filled in many gaps. Sullivan attended lectures with her, translating the spoken material into rapid-fire fingerspelling. When the course load proved overwhelming, a small circle of classmates pitched in, helping to transcribe reading assignments into Braille. Still, it was an arduous process. Helen joked privately that it felt like reading everything twice, once in real time as Anne spelled it into her hand, and again in Braille to fully comprehend the text. She also cultivated friendships that challenged her to think beyond the usual limits of a special needs student. Many of her new peers were ambitious young women, eager to discuss literature, art, the suffrage movement, and current events over tea. Helen found herself at the centre of intellectual discourse, no longer a mere curiosity on the fringes. It was during this period that Helen encountered the works of great philosophers, Plato, Spinoza, Kant, and wrestled with abstract concepts in a way that surprised even her instructors. She was particularly taken with Kant's ideas about innate structures of the mind, finding a parallel in her quest to conceptualize the world despite missing two key senses. The result was a unique perspective on knowledge itself. Helen believed, even then, that much of learning came from inside, an internal scaffolding onto which experiences could be attached. When classmates debated the nature of reality or the possibility of knowing truth, Helen's contributions had a resonance that came from living in a realm so different from the norm. Socially, Helen refused to let her disabilities define her interactions. She attended student gatherings, though she relied on interpreters to follow conversations. She tried, however awkwardly, to engage in the typical banter of undergraduates, complaining about heavy workloads, arguing about politics, swapping opinions on novels. Some classmates found it intimidating to speak with her, worried they might say something offensive or fail to communicate properly. Helen, accustomed to these hesitations, frequently introduced herself with sharp humour. She'd eavesdrop on petty gossip by laying her hand on a conversation partner's lips to feel the vibrations of their whispered words, then would interject a witty remark. This approach, though startling at first, earned her a circle of devoted friends who cherished her candour and intelligence. An underexplored angle is how this phase of Helen's life further shaped her political consciousness. Through her coursework and conversations with radical-minded classmates, she became increasingly aware of social inequalities, class struggles, and the limitations placed on women. This environment undoubtedly laid the seeds for her later activism in socialist movements and suffrage campaigns. She no longer simply read about these issues, she encountered them in the flesh. Fellow students worried about tuition, or suffragists protesting in Boston streets, or editorials in newspapers calling for changes in labour laws. Helen was struck by the disparity between the privileged gates of academia and the harsh realities experienced by many outside them. Reading the works of H.G. Wells and other forward-thinking authors who challenged the status quo escalated this tension. She corresponded with some of these writers, forging a network of ideas that far surpassed the typical college pen-pal relationships. Most people know of her friendship with Mark Twain, but fewer realise she also exchanged letters with reformers like Jane Addams, discussing not only disability rights but also broader social reforms. Her identity began to crystallize around the idea that her life was not just about personal triumph, but also about dismantling the obstacles, social, economic, and political, that held others back. Amid all these intellectual pursuits, daily life at Radcliffe was still physically exhausting. Helen's health sometimes wavered due to the enormous strain of reading, writing, and deciphering a deluge of new material. Anne Sullivan too felt the pressure. She was effectively auditing the entire curriculum while juggling her role as interpreter, companion, and caretaker. The two had to invent coping mechanisms, like scheduling strict breaks to rest Helen's fingers and avoiding marathon reading sessions late into the night. However, neither woman was willing to compromise, and they persevered in pursuit of excellence. By the time Helen graduated with honours in 1904, she had set a precedent that would serve as an inspiration to numerous others. She demonstrated that a deaf-blind individual could excel in a challenging academic setting, provided they had the appropriate rebonders and determination. She broadened her philosophical and political perspectives, leaving college with convictions that would soon transform her from a resilient figure into an activist with a distinct purpose. However, it's important to acknowledge that her academic achievements were only one aspect of her evolving character. Underneath the public accolades and personal milestones, Helen was quietly evolving into a thinker with a passionate commitment to justice, forging a path few in her era could have predicted. After completing her formal education, Helen Keller entered the public sphere, serving not only as a symbol but also as a conscience-driven voice. Most mainstream biographies concentrate on her championing of disability rights, which is undeniable. She worked tirelessly to improve Braille systems, broaden educational opportunities, and secure funding for schools serving the visually and hearing impaired. But that's only a fraction of her story. Helen's convictions led her to join the Socialist Party in 1909, at a time when socialism was highly controversial in the United States. She believed that the same forces that marginalized disabled individuals also oppressed workers, immigrants, and women. This stance brought her to the forefront of disputes and political rallies. She wrote letters to newspapers, penned essays in socialist periodicals, and even participated in public events to advocate for fair wages, universal suffrage, and better working conditions. While most people lauded her philanthropic efforts for the blind, her radical politics made some of her admirers deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, the miracle child was speaking out in favour of labour strikes and critiquing capitalism. Sponsors withdrew support, and newspapers that once hailed her as an American hero now labelled her as misguided or manipulated. Helen remained undeterred. She wrote in one editorial, "I cannot reconcile my admiration of universal equality with the toleration of a system that perpetuates privilege for the few," capturing a moral clarity that resonated among the working classes. In parallel to her political forays, she continued an active schedule of lectures, tours, and fundraisers for the American Foundation for the Blind. Helen travelled extensively, accompanied by Anne Sullivan, who became Anne Sullivan Macy after marrying John Macy. They toured not just the United States, but also ventured internationally, meeting with educators, activists, and even heads of state to advocate for improved conditions for the visually and hearing impaired. In each locale, Helen took note of broader social issues: colonial exploitation, systemic poverty, or the denial of women's voting rights. These observations only fortified her belief that disability rights could not be divorced from the global fight for justice. One lesser-known anecdote involves Helen's visit to Japan in the 1930s. There, she met with scholars and community organisers who were exploring ways to integrate blind workers into the local economy. While she was deeply impressed by aspects of Japanese culture, she also noted the undercurrents of militarism that would soon lead to heightened tensions. In her private diaries, she lamented the seeds of aggression, comparing them to the imperialistic attitudes she had witnessed elsewhere. Such prescient reflections seldom make it into standard retellings, as they don't fit the neat narrative of an inspirational figure, but they reveal a woman engaged with the geopolitical complexities of her time. Her activism wasn't confined to socialist causes. She was a fervent supporter of women's suffrage and later championed birth control, aligning with figures like Margaret Sanger. These stances, too, sparked controversy. Religious groups that had once invited her to speak turned away from her when she supported reproductive rights. Some critics accused her of being ungrateful to the social and religious institutions that had facilitated her education. Yet Helen's sense of justice was holistic, refusing to compartmentalize disability advocacy from broader social reforms. She argued that women, especially those with disabilities, had the right to control their bodies and reproductive choices, a stance that was leagues ahead of its time. Helen's engagement with the eugenics movement of the early 20th century, a stance that reveals her own internal complexities, is another aspect rarely featured in highlight reels. In her youth, she showed some sympathies with eugenic ideas, influenced by the era's scientific and cultural climate. However, with time and further reflection, she distanced herself from these perspectives and advocated a more inclusive view of human potential. This shift was gradual and underscores that Helen Keller was not a static icon, but a person capable of evolving her viewpoints as she absorbed new information and criticisms. Throughout these years, Anne Sullivan remained her closest collaborator, though their relationship had its strains. The strain of constant travelling led to a decline in Anne's health, yet the teacher-pupil bond had evolved far beyond its original form. They were co-conspirators in activism, confidants in personal matters, and mutual sounding boards for each other's moral dilemmas. If friction arose, it was often because Helen's activism demanded a pace that Anne struggled to sustain, or because Anne sometimes worried about the backlash Helen's radical stances invited. But ultimately, they faced the spotlight together, Helen as the unstoppable champion, and Anne as the essential, if often overshadowed, pillar. By the mid-1920s, Helen Keller was no longer just a household name, but a force in civic discourse, challenging norms and expanding the conversation on disability rights, labour conditions, women's liberation, and beyond. Yet in popular imagination, these achievements paled, beside the sanitised image of a girl who learned to speak and read. Media outlets and charitable organisations often preferred the simpler tale, finding her radical zeal complicated to market. But Helen pushed on, convinced that an unexamined stance on social issues was a betrayal of her own personal journey. For her, each victory over adversity served as a call to transform society, ensuring that others would not have to endure the same struggles. In the decades following her emergence as a public figure, Helen Keller became something of an international phenomenon. She gave lectures around the globe, always with an interpreter by her side, initially Anne Sullivan, and later Polly Thompson when Anne's health worsened. Large audiences gathered to see how a deaf-blind individual could stand on stage, attempt spoken words, and then communicate more fully through hand signals, braille, or the vibrant expressiveness of her face and body language. Though there was a measure of spectacle in these events, Helen's substance often transcended the curiosity factor. She was unabashed in calling out injustices, whether addressing colonial practices in India or the plight of European refugees fleeing warfare. One memorable tour took her to South America, where she visited schools for the blind in Brazil and Argentina. Unlike some Western travellers of her day, Helen didn't confine herself to upscale reception halls. She insisted on meeting local activists and workers, even venturing into factories and impoverished neighbourhoods to speak with those whose lives rarely intersected with the privileged. While she couldn't hear the noise of machinery or see the cramped living conditions, she felt the vibrations and gleaned details through incessant questioning. She touched the walls, the worn tools, the battered tables, and spelled questions into her companion's hand, refusing to remain insulated from the realities outside the lecture circuits. In each new place, Helen encountered both adoration and a bewilderment. Some officials tried to dissuade her from delving into political matters, hoping she'd stick to safe topics about overcoming adversity. But Helen had outgrown that sanitized script. She understood that her personal story, often trivialized into a feel-good narrative, had the potential to create opportunities, and once those opportunities presented themselves, she did not hesitate to confront oppressive systems. In private diaries, she noted the contradictions. "I am the invited guest, brought here to display my fortitude, yet I see how fortitude might serve us all if we only broadened our sense of responsibility." During these travels, Helen also experienced poignant human connections. In one instance, she met an indigenous leader in Peru who communicated with her through an interpreter, describing the region's social stratification and the exploitation of local resources. Helen, through her interpreter, conveyed solidarity and drew parallels between being marginalized due to disability and being marginalized due to ethnicity or economic status. Such encounters reinforced her core belief that different struggles against oppression shared the same roots. The scope of her activism expanded as World War II loomed. Although Helen had long held pacifist leanings, influenced by her reading of Tolstoy and her own moral convictions, the rise of fascism tested her ideals. She publicly denounced Hitler's regime, condemning its persecution of disabled individuals, among others, and wrote scathing editorials about book burnings that had included her works. Yes, Nazi Germany had burned some of Helen Keller's writings, seeing them as emblematic of degenerate values. Simultaneously, she denounced the idea of forced American isolationism and advocated for international solidarity against tyranny. This stance wasn't universally popular. Some isolationists believed that Helen was meddling in political affairs beyond her scope, but she saw it differently. In a letter, she wrote, "When a state turns upon its most vulnerable, it reveals its moral bankruptcy for all to see. Who better to speak against these actions than someone who knows what it is like to rely on the conscience of society?" Despite the rigorous travel and public engagements, Helen found time to pursue cultural interests. She was fascinated by music, though she could not hear it in the conventional sense. She would place her fingertips on a piano's surface to feel the vibrations, or rest her hand on a singer's throat to sense the changes in pitch. She called it an intimate ballet of my fingers, describing how the tactile impressions formed patterns in her mind, allowing her a unique kind of musical experience. She also became enamoured with world literature, seeking translations in Braille from Russian classics to Japanese poetry. This intellectual breadth often surprised those who expected her to remain confined to topics of disability rights. Another rarely discussed dimension of Helen's journey was her evolving spirituality. Raised in a Christian household, she later explored various philosophical and religious traditions. She read translations of the Bhagavad Gita, delved into the teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg, and even sampled the writings of Islamic scholars. These explorations didn't produce a dramatic conversion story, but rather a composite view of faith. She saw spiritual teachings as a kind of universal language speaking to shared moral imperatives: kindness, justice, humility. This viewpoint steered her toward a more inclusive activism, one that recognized spiritual impulses across cultural barriers. All the while, her personal life was subject to speculation. People wondered if Helen had romantic attachments or yearned for marriage and children. Some whispered rumours about relationships with male companions, journalists, activists, or interpreters. She rarely addressed these speculations publicly. In private correspondence, she alluded to fleeting affections but seemed to prioritise her mission above all else. She once wrote to a friend, "My life is guided by a sense of duty, not a longing for domestication. I find my solace in the broad love of humanity." Whether the statement was a genuine expression of contentment or a protective stance in a world that doubted the sexuality and agency of disabled individuals is open to interpretation. By the end of her global tours, Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of. She was no longer just an American icon, she was an international advocate, connecting threads of activism, philosophy, and personal determination. The seeds planted during these travels would germinate long after she returned home, setting the stage for the final chapters of her extraordinary life, chapters that reveal both the triumphs by the end of her global tours. Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of, and a legacy that shapes any human life. Helen Keller's later years often get overshadowed by the recounting of her childhood miracle and her global tours, but they were marked by both measured tranquility and relentless engagement with causes she deemed vital. As Anne Sullivan's health declined and eventually led to her passing in 1936, Helen faced a profound personal loss. Anne had been her teacher, translator, confidant, and, most importantly, a steadfast ally in all her endeavours. Although Polly Thompson and later Winnie Corbally assisted Helen, none could replace the nearly mythical bond she shared with Anne. In private letters, Helen described feeling like a part of her had gone silent. Yet even amid this grief, she pressed on, translating sorrow into continued activism and public service. She intensified her outreach to injured veterans during World War II, as many of them returned from the front lines with newfound disabilities. She visited hospitals, showcasing how Braille and other adaptive methods could provide access to education and employment opportunities. For these men, witnessing Helen Keller, a figure known worldwide for transcending sensory barriers, offered tangible hope. She didn't sugarcoat the challenges. Instead, she conveyed the message that resilience was a discipline. something cultivated through consistent, determined effort bolstered by supportive communities. By this point, her anti-fascist stance was unequivocal, and she frequently linked the fight against oppression abroad to the fight for equality at home. In the post-war years, Helen remained a champion for disability rights, but she never abandoned her broader social convictions. She supported the burgeoning civil rights movement, drawing parallels between the marginalization of people of colour and that of disabled individuals. She wrote letters to leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, voicing her unwavering support, and she cited the same moral logic she'd relied on throughout her life, that society cannot claim progress when entire groups are systematically denied basic rights. While she was not as visible in civil rights actions as younger activists, her public statements lent moral weight to the cause. Meanwhile, her personal reflections matured. In a series of essays, she lamented the ways her socialist views had been either ignored or glossed over by organisations eager to use her image for fundraising. She recognised that she'd become a symbol, often an inspirational one, yes, but also a convenient caricature that overshadowed her nuanced political beliefs. She wrote, "The world likes to see a triumph, but it becomes uneasy when that triumph calls for a radical shift in consciousness." These essays never garnered the attention of her earlier achievements, partly because they challenged readers to confront deep-seated prejudices about both disability and class. As she moved into her 70s, Helen's pace slowed somewhat, though she refused to slip quietly into retirement. She still travelled across the United States, visiting schools for the blind, giving lectures at universities, and meeting public figures who sought her endorsement. Hollywood occasionally came calling, wanting to dramatise her life for the umpteenth time. Despite her appreciation for the renewed interest, she was cautious about repetitive storytelling that reduced her to a mere child at the water pump. She often insisted that any portrayal include her advocacy work and her worldview, though producers weren't always receptive. She also kept she was writing, producing articles, letters and reflections that hammered home her belief in humanity's interconnected destiny. Helen's passing on June 1st, 1968, brought tributes from around the globe. Obituaries lauded her as the miracle worker's miracle, a phrase that, while meant to honour her, only reinforced the simplistic narrative she had wrestled with all her life. Yet behind the public memorials, there was a rippling acknowledgement that Helen Keller had been far more than a figure of pity or even of personal triumph. She had been a thinker, an activist, a woman of conviction whose reach extended into issues of class struggle, international peace, women's rights, and racial justice. In the decades since her death, historians and activists have laboured to resurrect the parts of Helen's story that mainstream culture brushed aside. New scholarship highlights her political essays, her critiques of capitalism, her commitment to civil rights, and even her flirtations with various global philosophies. Disability rights advocates often point to her as an early champion, who recognised that the fight for equal education and social inclusion was fundamentally linked to broader societal reform. While some might still cling to the hagiographic tale of a little girl saved by a saintly teacher, an increasing number of people have come to appreciate the full tapestry of her life, nuanced, sometimes contradictory, but always deeply engaged with the moral imperatives of her era. Helen Keller wasn't just the child at the pump or the smiling woman on stage demonstrating how she spoke. She was an impassioned, imperfect, evolving figure whose challenges didn't simply end when she learned her first word. That victory merely marked the beginning of a lifetime of struggles, fights for her personal self-expression, and for a society that valued all forms of existence and potential. Helen Keller's legacy surpasses the common belief that one can achieve anything through hard work. It reaches toward a more profound truth. Empathy for others, combined with the courage to challenge injustice, can reshape how society understands both its strengths and its responsibilities. In this light, Helen Keller stands not merely as a testament to perseverance, but as a clarion call for any generation that seeks to reconcile the gulf between lofty ideals and real-world inequalities. She reminds us that what begins as a personal struggle can flower into a collective cause, a cause that demands continuous effort, relentless curiosity, and above all, unwavering humanity. Now, close your eyes for a moment and imagine stepping through a low doorway into another world. The year doesn't matter much. It could be 1650 or 1850. because some things about English pubs remained beautifully consistent across the centuries. The first thing that would strike you is the light, or rather the particular quality of dimness punctuated by warm spots of illumination. Before electricity transformed our nights into perpetual day, pub lighting came from fireplaces, candles, and, later, oil lamps. This wasn't the harsh, revealing light of modern life that shows every imperfection. This was light that softened edges, created pools of shadow, and made faces glow amber in the firelight. The dancing flames cast moving shadows on walls darkened by centuries of smoke, creating an atmosphere that was less about seeing clearly and more about feeling safe. The ceiling would be lower than you're accustomed to, low enough that tall visitors sometimes needed to duck beneath the heavy oak beams. These beams, blackened with age and smoke, had often been salvaged from old ships or hewn from ancient forests. Running your hand along them, you'd feel the rough texture of wood that had witnessed generations of stories, arguments, celebrations, and quiet contemplations. The air itself would tell you stories if you paid attention. There was always the foundational scent of wood smoke, not the clean outdoorsy smell of a campfire, but something richer, mixed with centuries of tobacco, spilled ale, damp wool, and the accumulated essence of human presence. On cold days, you'd smell wet dog as well, because dogs were welcome companions in most pubs, lying contentedly by the fire while their owners conducted business or simply passed time. The furniture bore the marks of hard use and genuine age. Tables were thick slabs of wood, their surfaces worn smooth by countless elbows and scarred with the initials of patrons long dead. Benches and settles lined the walls, their backs high enough to block draughts and create semi-private spaces where conversations could unfold without the whole room listening. The wealthiest establishments might have a few chairs, but benches were democratic. They accommodated however many people squeezed together, regardless of social standing. Sound would envelop you differently than in modern spaces. Without the constant hum of refrigeration, air conditioning, or electronic devices, the acoustic texture of a pub was entirely human and organic. There was the crackle of the fire, the clink of pewter tankards, the scrape of benches on worn floorboards, and the murmur of conversation that rose and fell like a tide. Laughter would burst forth suddenly, then fade back into the general hum. Someone might be singing in the corner, not performing, but simply singing because that's what people did when they felt content and slightly warm from ale. The fireplace dominated most pub rooms, and it was genuinely necessary rather than decorative. English weather has never been known for warmth, and buildings before modern insulation were only marginally better than being outside. The fire was where new arrivals gravitated first, holding cold hands toward the flames and stamping feeling back into feet that had walked muddy roads. The hearth was also where food was cooked, filling the room with smells that made your stomach remember how hungry you were. You'd notice that everyone seemed to know everyone else, or at least everyone knew the publican. The keeper of the establishment wasn't just a bartender in the modern sense. They were a community banker, information hub, amateur counsellor, and sometimes peacekeeper. They knew who could be trusted for a loan, whose crops had failed, which families were feuding, and where a traveller might find work or lodging. The pub existed in a particular relationship with time that we've largely lost. It wasn't a place you visited for exactly 1 hour for a scheduled meeting before rushing to the next appointment. Time in a pub was elastic, expandable. You might stop in for a quick ale and find yourself there 3 hours later, not because anything particular happened, but because the warmth and companionship made leaving seem unnecessary. This wasn't wasted time. It was time spent maintaining the social bonds that held communities together. To understand the English pub, we need to go back to its roots, which stretch deeper into history than you might imagine. The tradition of public drinking houses in England predates even the Norman conquest, reaching back to Anglo-Saxon times when ale was safer to drink than water, and every village needed someone who could brew it properly. The word pub itself is simply a shortened form of public house, but this doesn't fully capture what these places meant. In medieval England, there were actually 3 types of drinking establishments, and the distinctions mattered. Alehouses were basic, often just someone's front room where they sold the ale they'd brewed. Taverns were slightly more upscale and served wine as well as ale. Inns were the most substantial, offering food, drink, and accommodation for travellers. The earliest alehouses were marked by a simple but effective advertising method. A pole or bush stuck out from the building. This ale pole or ale stake tradition dates back to Roman times, and it served the practical purpose of alerting people who couldn't read, which was most people, that ale was available here. The saying, "good wine needs no bush," comes from this tradition, suggesting that quality products advertise themselves. In these early establishments, the person brewing and selling ale was often a woman, an alewife. Brewing was considered domestic, work, like baking bread, and women dominated the trade for centuries. The image of a witch with a pointed hat and broomstick actually evolved partly from the traditional costume of alewives, who wore tall hats so customers could spot them in crowds, and used broomsticks to signal when a new batch of ale was ready. The ale itself would be quite different from anything you'd drink today. It was thick, nutritious, and relatively low in alcohol, more like liquid bread than modern beer. People drank it because the brewing process killed the bacteria that made water dangerous, and it provided calories that supplemented often meagre diets. Children drank it, pregnant women drank it, and monks drank it with every meal. It wasn't about getting drunk, it was about staying alive. Medieval alehouses were governed by laws that seemed charmingly specific to modern eyes. The Assize of Ale, established in 1267, regulated prices and quality, with inspectors called ale tasters, who had the official duty of testing each batch. These weren't wine snob types swirling and sniffing. They were local officials who would literally sit in a puddle of ale poured on a wooden bench. If their leather breeches stuck to the bench when they tried to stand, the ale contained too much sugar, and the brewer would be fined. By the 14th and 15th centuries, inns had evolved into sophisticated operations that served the emerging networks of commerce and travel. These weren't romantic highway stops with roaring fires and jovial innkeepers. Well, some were, but most were practical businesses that filled a crucial economic function. An inn was where a merchant could stable horses, store goods overnight, conduct business over dinner, and sleep without fear of being robbed. The best inns essentially functioned as medieval hotels and restaurants combined. The food served in these early establishments reflected both the limitations and the surprising sophistication of medieval cuisine. Forget the image of peasants gnawing on turkey legs at the Renaissance fair. Real medieval inn food was often remarkably well prepared, because innkeepers knew their reputation depended on it. Travellers would specifically seek out inns known for good food, and that reputation could make or break a business. A typical meal at a decent medieval inn might include pottage, a thick stew that was the foundation of English cuisine for centuries. This wasn't the watery, flavourless gruel of popular imagination. Good pottage was complex, made with whatever meats, vegetables and grains were available, and simmered for hours until everything melded into something that was simultaneously simple and sophisticated. The pot was rarely empty completely. New ingredients were added each day, creating a continuously evolving dish that might technically have been cooking for months. Bread accompanied everything, and its quality indicated the establishment's standards. The finest white bread, made from wheat, was for the wealthy. Most people ate darker breads made from rye, barley or mixed grains. The very poorest ate bread so coarse it was barely palatable. Innkeepers learned to judge their customers quickly and serve accordingly. There was no point in wasting expensive white bread on someone who'd be satisfied with rye. The serving vessels tell their own story about these early establishments. Before mass production, every cup, plate and bowl was individually made and relatively valuable. Wooden trenchers, thick slices of stale bread that served as edible plates, were common for ordinary customers. Better establishments used wooden or pewter dishes. Only the finest inns could afford pottery or rarely glass. Let's step away from the inns and alehouses for a moment to understand what ordinary English people were eating at home, because this context makes pub food more meaningful. The diet of common folk was dictated by the seasons in ways we can barely comprehend in our era of year-round strawberries and imported asparagus. Winter was the hardest time. Fresh food was scarce, and people relied on what could be stored, preserved, or kept alive until needed. Root vegetables, turnips, parsnips and carrots kept relatively well in cold storage. Cabbage could be harvested late into the season. Onions and garlic hung in bundles from rafters. Dried peas and beans provided protein when fresh meat was beyond reach, or forbidden by religious dietary laws. Salted, smoked and dried meats sustained families through cold months when fresh slaughter was impossible. The autumn pig killing was a crucial event in every rural household, and every part of the animal was used with a practicality born of necessity. Hams and bacon were salted and smoked. Sausages were made from scraps and organs. Blood became black pudding. Even the bladder was useful as a storage container. Spring brought what was called the hungry gap, that period when winter stores were depleted but new crops hadn't yet matured. This was when people relied most heavily on wild foods: nettles, dandelion greens, wild garlic, and whatever could be foraged from hedgerows and fields. The arrival of the first fresh vegetables and herbs was celebrated with genuine relief. Summer and autumn were times of relative abundance, when fresh vegetables, fruits and berries were available to supplement the basic diet of bread and pottage. People preserved everything they could, making jam, pickling vegetables, drying fruit, because they knew winter would come again with its limitations. Cheese was more important in the English diet than we often realise. It was protein that could be stored for months, improving with age rather than spoiling. Every region had its traditional cheese, and people took fierce pride in local varieties. A piece of cheese, some bread and an onion constituted a meal that satisfied both stomach and soul. Dairy products in general played a crucial role. Butter, cream, milk and cheese weren't luxuries but staples that made the difference between adequate nutrition and hunger. The phrase bread and butter wasn't just an idiom, it literally described what many people ate for breakfast every single day. Meat consumption varied enormously by class and season. Wealthy people ate meat regularly, sometimes multiple times a day. Poor labourers might taste fresh meat only a few times a year, usually at festivals or celebrations. Game, rabbits, birds and deer, was theoretically reserved for landowners, but poaching was common enough that many families supplemented their diet with accidentally acquired protein. The spice trade had profound effects on English cuisine, though not always in the ways you might imagine. Contrary to popular belief, spices weren't primarily used to mask the taste of rotten meat. Food preservation was too important for people to deliberately eat spoiled food. Instead, spices were status symbols and flavour enhancers that wealthy people used to demonstrate sophistication and worldliness. Common folk had their own flavouring arsenal. Herbs from the garden or hedgerow. Parsley, sage, thyme and rosemary weren't just a pretty song. They were the foundation of English seasoning. These herbs grew readily in the English climate and transformed simple dishes into something more interesting. A pot of beans cooked with an onion, and some thyme became a meal worth anticipating rather than just enduring. Cooking methods reflected both technology and fuel availability. Open hearth fires were standard until remarkably recently. Even in the late 18th century, many homes still cooked everything over an open flame. This required genuine skill. You couldn't just turn a dial to adjust temperature. You learned to judge heat by holding your hand above the fire, to arrange coals for different cooking temperatures, and to use the ambient heat of the hearth for slow cooking while using direct flames for faster work. Baking was often done communally, because few households had their own ovens. Village bakeries would bake bread for families who brought their own dough, or families would bring prepared dishes to be cooked in the baker's oven after the day's bread was done. This created a community rhythm where certain days were baking days, and the smell of fresh bread would fill the village. Fast forward to the 18th and 19th centuries, and English pubs had evolved into something we'd recognise more readily today, while still maintaining connections to their medieval roots. The Georgian and Victorian eras saw pubs become increasingly sophisticated, differentiated, and central to social life across all classes. Georgian pubs, those operating during the reigns of the four King George, from 1714 to 1830, developed distinct personalities based on their clientele. In London and other cities, you'd find pubs that catered specifically to merchants, others to labourers, and still others to the growing middle class. This wasn't enforced segregation, but organic social sorting. People gravitated toward establishments where they felt comfortable, where their occupation and social standing aligned with other patrons. The food served in Georgian pubs reflected England's growing prosperity and expanding global trade. Coffee houses had emerged as competitors to traditional alehouses, and pubs responded by improving their food offerings. A respectable Georgian pub might serve meat pies that were genuinely worth ordering, not just fuel to soak up alcohol. Roast beef was becoming the dish that defined English identity, served in thick slices with Yorkshire pudding and gravy. Victorian pubs took this evolution further, often becoming quite grand establishments with etched glass, polished brass, and multiple rooms serving different purposes. The snug was a small private room often used by women, who were increasingly accepted as pub patrons, though still somewhat segregated from the main drinking area. The saloon bar was slightly more upscale than the public bar, charging a penny or two more per drink in exchange for better seating and more refined surroundings. Food in Victorian pubs ranged from basic to surprisingly sophisticated. The humblest offerings included bread and cheese, perhaps with pickled onions or chutney. Many pubs served a simple, ordinary, a set meal at a fixed price, usually featuring whatever the kitchen had made that day. This might be stew, pie, sausages with mashed potatoes, or the eternal favourite, fish and chips. Actually, let's pause on fish and chips for a moment, because this dish tells us something important about Victorian England and pub culture. Fried fish had been sold by street vendors for decades, while chips, thick-cut fried potatoes, were a separate tradition. The genius of combining them emerged in the 1860s, creating a meal that was hot, filling, cheap, and could be eaten without utensils while wrapped in newspaper. Pubs quickly adopted this combination, and it became as fundamental to English identity as tea or the monarchy. The quality of pub food varied wildly, and Victorians developed codes for evaluating establishments. A pub with sawdust on the floor was marking itself as basic. The sawdust soaked up spills and was swept out daily. Bare floorboards suggested slightly higher aspirations. Carpet indicated genuine pretensions to gentility. These weren't arbitrary markers, but practical signals about what kind of experience and what kind of food quality you could expect. Pub kitchens in the Victorian era were gradually modernising, though they remained far from today's standards. Coal-fired ranges were replacing open hearths, allowing more precise temperature control and multiple dishes to be cooked simultaneously. Refrigeration was still primitive or non-existent, so pubs relied on cool cellars, daily deliveries of fresh ingredients, and cooking methods that preserved food through heat or preservation. The pub lunch became an institution in Victorian England, particularly in cities. Office workers, shop assistants, and labourers would stream into pubs at midday for a quick meal, and perhaps a pint before returning to work. This wasn't the leisurely pub experience of an evening, it was efficient, practical eating. The publican who could serve decent food quickly earned steady daytime business that supplemented evening drinking trade. Certain dishes became pub classics during this period, and many remain so today. Ploughman's lunch, though it wasn't called that until the 20th century, was essentially the portable field meal of agricultural workers brought indoors. Bread, cheese, pickles, and perhaps cold meat. Scotch eggs, which despite the name are probably English in origin, became pub staples. Pork pies, sausage rolls, and various savoury pastries filled the role that sandwiches fill today. The Victorian pub also became the centre of an emerging tradition, the pie and mash shop culture that paralleled pub dining. These specialised establishments served meat pies with mashed potatoes and a parsley sauce that locals called liquor. While technically not pubs, they served similar functions and often shared customers with nearby public houses. Drinks had evolved. Beyond simple ale, porter, a dark beer that was easier to store and transport than traditional ale, became hugely popular in the 18th century, and its stronger cousin, stout, followed. Gin had gone from cheap, destructive mother's ruin to a more respectable spirit, often mixed with tonic water. Wine was available in better establishments, though beer remained the democratic drink of choice across all classes. To truly understand pub dining, we need to see it in context with how people ate at home, because the pub was never separate from domestic life, but rather an extension of it. The rhythm of daily meals at home created the framework that made pub culture meaningful. For most of English history, the majority of people ate 2 main meals a day rather than 3. Breakfast was often simple, bread with butter or dripping, perhaps some cheese, washed down with small beer or milk. This was fuel for the day's work, consumed quickly before heading to fields, shops or factories. The main meal of the day was traditionally called dinner, and eaten anywhere from noon to early afternoon. This was the substantial meal, the one where families gathered if work allowed. For rural labourers, dinner might be brought to the fields: bread, cheese, cold meat if available, and a drink to wash it down. For those who worked near home, dinner meant returning to a hot meal prepared by whoever managed the household. These home dinners centred around the same pottages, stews and pies that we've mentioned, because these dishes made economic sense. You could cook them in one pot, they improved with time, and they stretched expensive ingredients like meat by combining them with cheaper vegetables and grains. A skilled cook could make a small amount of meat flavour an entire pot of stew that would feed a family for days. Supper was lighter, often just bread and cheese, perhaps with ale or tea. As tea became more affordable in the 18th and 19th centuries, it transformed English eating habits. Tea time emerged as a distinct meal, particularly among the middle and upper classes. But for working people, tea was often supper, bread and butter with a cup of tea, maybe with an egg if times were good. The kitchen hearth was the literal and metaphorical centre of home life. Even as coal stoves became more common, many homes kept their open hearths because they provided heat as well as cooking capability. The fire was never allowed to go completely out if it could be helped, because restarting it from scratch was laborious. Instead, it was banked at night, covered with ash to preserve coals that could be coaxed back to flame in the morning. Cooking equipment was minimal by modern standards. A pot, a pan, perhaps a griddle, some wooden spoons, and a knife or two. Wealthy households might have specialised equipment for specific dishes, but ordinary families made do with basics. This limitation actually produced creativity. Cooks learned to make diverse dishes using the same simple tools, varying ingredients, and techniques rather than relying on different equipment. Food storage was its own challenge. Without refrigeration, fresh food needed to be used quickly or preserved immediately. The larder, a cool room or cabinet often on a north-facing wall, kept dairy and meat from spoiling for a few days. Mesh safes protected food from flies and mice. Salting, smoking, pickling and drying remained essential skills well into the 20th century. The weekly shopping rhythm structured home cooking. Market days brought fresh produce, meat and fish to towns and villages. Savvy shoppers learned to time their purchases, arrived too early and prices were high, arrived near closing and selection was poor but bargains could be found. Whatever you bought on market day determined what you'd eat for the next week. Seasonal eating wasn't a lifestyle choice but an unavoidable reality. Spring lamb, summer berries, autumn apples, winter root vegetables. The year rotated through its ingredients with rigid predictability. This created anticipation that we've largely lost. The first strawberries of summer genuinely meant something when you hadn't eaten anything fresh and sweet for months. The first autumn apples were celebrated because they represented abundance after the hungry gap of late summer. Baking day was a weekly ritual in homes that had ovens. Bread was baked in quantity, enough loaves to last the week, growing increasingly stale but remaining edible. Pies, both sweet and savoury, were baked for eating throughout the week. Cakes and biscuits were luxuries for special occasions, but when they appeared, they marked celebrations worth remembering. The communal nature of food extended beyond individual households. Neighbours shared surpluses. Too many eggs, extra milk, a glut of garden vegetables. This wasn't charity but practical mutual support. You shared when you had extra, knowing others would share with you when your circumstances reversed. These informal networks of food sharing built and maintained community bonds that were as important as the food itself. Understanding these home rhythms helps explain why people went to pubs. It wasn't primarily about the food. Most people could feed themselves more cheaply at home. Pubs offered something else. Warmth without using your own fuel, light without burning your own candles, companionship beyond your immediate family, news from the wider world, entertainment, and a break from the domestic routine that structured so much of life. The way people ate, the customs, traditions, and unspoken rules that governed meals, tells us as much about English life as what they ate. These traditions evolved over centuries, mixing practical necessity with social meaning to create eating customs that shaped how people understood their place in the world. Table manners in England developed gradually from medieval times onward, but they weren't the rigid, anxious affairs that Victorian etiquette books might suggest. Most people's table manners were simply habitual practices passed down through families, designed to make communal eating work smoothly, rather than to exclude anyone. The concept of courses, separate dishes served in sequence, was initially an upper-class practice that slowly filtered down through society. In ordinary homes, everything appeared on the table at once. The stew or joint of meat, the vegetables, the bread and the cheese. You helped yourself to whatever you wanted in whatever order made sense. This wasn't chaos, but a different organisational principle. Abundance displayed simultaneously rather than rationed sequentially. Eating utensils evolved more slowly than you might imagine. Forks didn't become common in England until the 17th century, and even then many people continued eating with a knife and spoon, using bread to push food onto the spoon. The fork was initially seen as affected, even effeminate. Real English people didn't need fancy Italian implements to eat their dinner, but gradually forks proved their utility, and by the Victorian era, elaborate place settings with multiple specialised forks had become status symbols. The proper way to hold utensils varied by class and period. Continental style, fork in left hand, knife in right, tines down, was considered more sophisticated than switching hands after cutting. But in pubs and ordinary homes, people ate however was comfortable and effective. The anxiety about correct utensil use was largely a middle-class preoccupation, as the aspiring middle classes used etiquette as a way to distinguish themselves from working classes below and demonstrate their fitness for higher social status. Grace, before meals, was standard practice across most of English society, though the elaborateness varied. In religious households, grace might be a formal prayer thanking God for providing sustenance. In less devout homes, it might be a quick mumbled formula, more habit than heartfelt devotion. But the pause before eating, the acknowledgement that food was not to be taken for granted, remained nearly universal. Toasting traditions in pubs developed their own complex customs. The simple act of raising glasses before drinking became layered with meaning and ritual. You made eye contact while toasting. To skip this was considered bad luck or even an insult. You never toasted with an empty glass, and you never toasted with water. This superstition came from the belief that toasting with water condemned the recipient to a watery death. The round system, where each person in a group takes turns buying drinks for everyone, became fundamental to English pub culture. This wasn't just about fairly distributing costs. It was a social bonding mechanism that kept groups together and created obligations of reciprocity. Leaving before you'd bought your round was a serious breach of pub etiquette that marked you as untrustworthy. Seasonal foods came with their own traditions and meanings. Goose at Michaelmas, September 29th. Oysters in months with an R. Hot cross buns on Good Friday. Pancakes on Shrove Tuesday. These weren't just culinary customs, but ways of marking time, connecting to the agricultural calendar, and participating in communal rituals that transcended individual households. Christmas dinner traditions evolved over centuries into the elaborate meal we recognise today. The centrepiece shifted from peacock to swan to goose, and finally to turkey as these birds became available and affordable. But the principle remained constant. Christmas was when you ate better than any other day of the year, when even poor families tried to provide something special, and when the usual scarcity was temporarily suspended in favour of deliberate abundance. The tradition of cold collation for Sunday supper reflected religious prohibitions against working on the Sabbath. Since cooking counted as work, Saturday's cooking provided cold meats, pies, and other dishes that could be eaten Sunday without further preparation. This practical religious observance created its own distinct cuisine of cold dishes that were meant to be delicious at room temperature. Funeral foods, the meals served after burying the dead, followed their own traditions. Ham was common and practical because it could be prepared ahead and served cold to any number of mourners. The funeral meal wasn't about elaborate cooking, but about gathering community, sharing grief, and acknowledging that life continued despite death. Food at these occasions served social purposes beyond mere nutrition. Harvest traditions brought communities together around shared meals that celebrated successful gathering of crops. Harvest suppers, though declining by the Victorian era, had been central to rural life for centuries. The farmer who employed harvest workers was expected to provide a feast at harvest's end, not from generosity but from obligation. These meals acknowledged the interdependence of farmer and labourer, land and community. The pub fit into all these traditions as a space where communal eating and drinking could occur outside the home. It was where harvest suppers might be held if the farmer's barn was inadequate, where workers could celebrate completion of a project, where community organisations met over meals, and where travellers could participate in local food customs even though they were strangers. As you finish your tea and prepare to drift into sleep, let's trace how these old traditions echo into our present, shaping how we eat and drink in ways we rarely recognise. The pub and its associated food culture aren't just historical curiosities, they're living traditions that continue evolving while maintaining connections to centuries past. The modern pub meal owes obvious debts to its ancestors: fish and chips, meat pies, ploughman's lunch and Sunday roast. These dishes survive because they genuinely work. They're satisfying, relatively economical, and compatible with the social atmosphere that defines pub dining. But they've also evolved. Modern pub food often includes international influences that would have bewildered 18th century publicans: curry, pasta, and burgers. Yet these additions exist alongside traditional dishes, creating a menu that honours history while acknowledging contemporary tastes. The gastropub movement of recent decades represents both change and continuity. These establishments elevate traditional pub food using refined techniques and quality ingredients, but the underlying concept, gathering in a public house to eat well-prepared food while enjoying drinks and companionship, remains unchanged from medieval alehouses. Your great-great-great-grandparents would understand the appeal, even if they'd be confused by the foam garnishes. Certain eating rhythms persist despite massive social changes. The Sunday roast, though threatened by modern lifestyles, remains an institution in many families and pubs. It connects contemporary English people to centuries of tradition. That same desire for a substantial communal meal that marks the week's transition from work to rest. The specific dishes may vary, but the underlying pattern endures. The round system in pubs continues, though younger generations sometimes resist its obligations. This tradition survives because it serves social functions beyond economic fairness. It creates structure for group drinking, establishes trust through reciprocity, and turns casual pub visits into small ceremonies of friendship. The anxiety some people feel about keeping up with the rounds reflects the serious social weight this seemingly simple custom carries. Seasonal eating, which for our ancestors was an unavoidable necessity, has become a conscious choice for some. Modern eaters seeking connection to agricultural reality. Farmers' markets, seasonal menus, and local food movements all represent attempts to recreate the seasonal rhythm that once governed all eating. We've chosen to recreate constraints our ancestors would have gladly escaped, because we've learned that those constraints created a relationship with food that felt more meaningful than our current abundance sometimes provides. The physical spaces of pubs continue evolving while maintaining recognizable connections to their past. Many old pubs genuinely are old, buildings that have served drinks for 2, 3, or even 5 centuries, their floorboards worn by countless feet, their walls soaked with accumulated atmosphere. Others are modern constructions designed to evoke historical ambience through exposed beams, fireplaces, and architectural details that reference traditional pub design. What's remarkable is how people still use these spaces for fundamentally similar purposes. You go to a pub to escape home temporarily, to see friends, to mark occasions both significant and trivial, and to participate in community life beyond your immediate family. The medieval alewife would recognise these motivations instantly, even if the specific manifestations have changed. The language of food and drink preserves historical echoes. Pub grub acknowledges that pub food isn't haute cuisine, but something more basic and satisfying. Last Orders references licensing laws that once strictly regulated pub hours. Lock-in refers to the technically illegal but widely practiced custom of pubs continuing to serve drinks after official closing time with doors locked against outside observation. These linguistic fossils carry historical meaning into present usage. British food's international reputation, for better or worse, stems partly from this pub and home tradition we've explored. The emphasis on heartiness over refinement, on substance over presentation, and on familiar comfort over adventurous novelty reflects centuries of English eating patterns. British food isn't bad. It's designed for different priorities than, say, French cuisine with its emphasis on technical perfection, or Italian cuisine with its focus on prime ingredients simply prepared. The working-class food traditions we've discussed, the meat pies, the fish and chips, the hearty stews, have achieved a cultural status that transcends class boundaries. Wealthy people eat these dishes not from necessity but from choice, finding in them connections to broader English identity. This democratization of once lowly foods mirrors larger social changes, while also honouring traditions that sustained generations. Immigration and globalization have transformed English eating, while often working through existing pub structures. Indian and Chinese restaurants are now as fundamental to British food culture as pubs themselves, but many pubs have incorporated these influences into their menus. Curry night at the pub represents a fusion of traditional English social space with adopted culinary traditions, creating something new while maintaining continuity. The decline of cooking skills that characterised much of the 20th century, when convenience foods replaced home cooking, is partly reversed as younger generations rediscover traditional dishes and techniques. This isn't simple nostalgia, but a recognition that the old ways of preparing food often produced results that mass-produced alternatives can't match. Your grandmother's stew recipe, passed down through generations, connects you to centuries of English cooks solving the same problems of making modest ingredients delicious. Even the aesthetic of pub food persists. That brown, hearty, slightly monochrome appearance that critics sometimes mock actually reflects authentic food traditions, foods designed to sustain work, provide warmth, and satisfy hunger rather than photograph well for social media. There's honesty in a properly made steak and kidney pudding that transcends visual appeal. The communal aspects of pub dining have become more precious. As modern life increasingly isolates us in private spaces, the pub remains one of the few truly public spaces in English life where strangers can easily interact, where chance conversations happen naturally, and where you're expected to share space and sometimes tables with people you don't know. This function, creating community across social boundaries, matters more as other such spaces disappear. Looking forward, pubs face challenges that would have been incomprehensible to earlier generations. Smoking bans, drink driving laws, changing social habits, economic pressures, and competition from home entertainment all threaten the traditional pub model. Yet pubs persist because they provide something that homes, restaurants, and bars don't quite replicate. That particular combination of informality, tradition, community, and comfort that makes them distinctly and enduringly English. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you'll dream of stepping into that warm, dim pub we visited at the beginning, finding yourself welcomed by firelight and the smell of something savoury cooking, joining the centuries of people who've sought the same simple comforts of good food, decent drink, and companionship that made the cold world feel a little warmer and a little more manageable. The Old English pub and its food traditions matter not because they're quaint historical curiosities, but because they represent an enduring human need for spaces that are neither purely private nor purely public, for food that satisfies without pretension, and for traditions that connect us to the past while remaining relevant to the present. Your great-great-grandparents knew this, and so do you, even if you've never consciously thought about it. When you seek out a cosy pub on a rainy afternoon, when you order fish and chips because it feels right, when you linger over a pint longer than you planned because the conversation is good and the fire is warm, you're participating in traditions that stretch back through the centuries, connecting you to generations of English people who found the same comfort in the same simple pleasures. In our journey through English pub history and the meals that define daily life, we've travelled from medieval alehouses to Victorian establishments, from humble pottages to elaborate Sunday roasts. We've seen how people adapted to scarcity, celebrated abundance, and created traditions that gave meaning to the simple act of eating together. The story of English pub food is ultimately a story about community and resilience. In a world where life was often harsh, where winters were long and work was hard, and where most people had limited control over their circumstances, the pub offered a democratic space where everyone could find warmth, sustenance, and connection. The food served there wasn't about culinary innovation or gastronomic excellence. It was about providing reliable comfort in uncertain times. Think about the continuity represented by a pub that's been operating for 300 years. The building itself has sheltered countless thousands of people, each with their own worries, celebrations, and daily concerns. The same hearth has warmed multiple generations. The same basic dishes, refined and adapted but recognisably continuous, have satisfied hunger across centuries. That kind of institutional memory, embedded in physical space and culinary tradition, creates a sense of permanence that our modern world rarely provides. The meals we've discussed, the stews and pies, the roasts and puddings, the bread and cheese weren't just fuel, they were expressions of ingenuity, making the most of limited ingredients through skill and patience. They were demonstrations of care, whether in the alewife brewing a wholesome batch of ale, or the pub cook preparing a proper meat pie. They were vehicles for tradition, connecting people to their parents and grandparents, and the long chain of ordinary folk stretching back into history. What's beautiful about pub food traditions is their essential democracy. Unlike haute cuisine, which has always been the province of the wealthy, pub food was available to anyone who could afford a few pennies. The labourer and the merchant might sit at different tables, but they were eating in the same room, drinking from similar tankards, and sharing the same basic experience. Food in the pub was a levelling force, reminding everyone of their shared humanity. The seasonal rhythms we've explored created a relationship with time that modern life has largely erased. Our ancestors lived in intimate connection with the agricultural year, experiencing real hunger in late winter and genuine relief when spring vegetables appeared. They understood in their bodies what we mostly know intellectually, that food comes from the earth, requires labour and time, and that abundance is never guaranteed. This knowledge shaped not just what they ate, but how they thought about life itself. The domestic cooking we've discussed, the careful management of limited resources, the skill required to feed a family from a single pot over an open fire, the preservation techniques that made summer abundance last through winter scarcity, represents a form of expertise that's rapidly disappearing. These weren't simple people making simple food. They were highly skilled practitioners managing complex challenges with limited tools. The dismissal of traditional English cooking as boring or unrefined often reflects ignorance about what those cooks were accomplishing under difficult circumstances. The customs and traditions surrounding meals, the graces and toasts, the seasonal dishes and communal feasts, the elaborate etiquettes and simple courtesies created structure and meaning around eating. They transformed mere consumption into something richer. Ritual, celebration, community building and cultural transmission. When you raise a glass in a toast or share a Sunday roast with family, you're not just eating and drinking, you're participating in practices that connect you to centuries of human culture. As you prepare for sleep, consider what a privilege it is to have these stories, to understand even a little of how your ancestors lived and ate. The medieval alewife, the Georgian publican, the Victorian cook, and the countless ordinary people who brewed ale, baked bread, tended fires, and created meals under circumstances we can barely imagine. They weren't so different from us. They wanted warmth, security, good food, companionship, and a sense that their lives mattered. They found these things in many of the same ways we do, by gathering together, sharing meals, maintaining traditions, and creating spaces where community could flourish. The English pub, with its worn floors and scarred tables, its traditional dishes, and timeless atmosphere, represents continuity in a changing world. It's a reminder that some human needs remain constant across centuries. The need to escape home occasionally, to see friends, to mark the passage of time with small ceremonies, and to experience the particular comfort that comes from familiar food in a familiar place surrounded by people who share your understanding of how things should be. Modern threats to pubs, economic pressures, changing habits, generational shifts, matter because they threaten not just businesses but living links to the past. When an old pub closes, it's not just a commercial failure. It's the severing of connections that have been maintained for generations, the silencing of stories that those walls have held, and the ending of traditions that have sustained communities through wars, plagues, and countless personal tragedies and triumphs, but pubs survive, adapting as they always have. The gastropubs, the renovated traditional pubs, and even the modern establishments that reference pub traditions all represent the continuing evolution of an institution that has proven remarkably resilient. As long as people want to gather in public spaces, to share food and drink, and to participate in traditions that connect them to something larger than themselves, the pub in some form will endure. The legacy of Old English eating extends beyond specific dishes or establishments. It's embedded in language, social customs, cultural identity, and collective memory. It shapes how English people think about hospitality, community, and the proper relationship between public and private life. It influences what feels like comfort, what tastes like home, and what seems like an appropriate way to mark occasions both momentous and mundane. Understanding this history enriches your own eating experiences. That pub meal you enjoyed last month connects to centuries of tradition. The Sunday roast you make for family participates in rituals that have defined English weekends for generations. The cup of tea you're perhaps holding right now links you to the transformation of English drinking habits that occurred in the 18th and 19th centuries. Nothing you eat exists in isolation. Every dish, every meal, every food tradition carries history within it. As you sink deeper into your pillow, let your mind drift through the scenes we've visited. The medieval alehouse with its earthen floor and simple ale, the Georgian inn with its roaring fire and savoury pies, the Victorian pub with its etched glass and elaborate dishes, and the countless homes where ordinary people performed daily miracles of transforming modest ingredients into satisfying meals. Imagine the hands that kneaded bread, stirred pottage, poured ale, and tended fires. Imagine the conversations, the laughter, the tears, and the countless moments of human connection that occurred around food and drink. These people are your ancestors, if not by blood, then by culture. Their ingenuity shaped the world you inherited. Their traditions inform practices you follow without thinking. Their struggles and solutions created foodways that still sustain both body and spirit. In understanding their lives, you understand something essential about human resilience, creativity, and the eternal importance of gathering together to share sustenance. Sleep well, and may you dream of warm fires, hearty meals, and the comforting certainty that some things, hospitality, community, the simple pleasure of good food shared with others, remain constant even as everything else changes. Tomorrow, when you eat breakfast, when you prepare lunch, when you perhaps stop at a pub for dinner, you'll carry these stories with you, seeing in your own meals echoes of centuries of English eating. The warm glow of the Old English pub, whether you find it in an actual historical establishment or simply in the traditions and dishes that have survived into the present, remains a beacon of human warmth in a sometimes cold world. It reminds us that we're not alone, that others have faced the same challenges we face, and that the simple acts of eating, drinking, and gathering together have sustained humanity through everything history has thrown at us. And so we raise a final toast to the alewives and innkeepers, the cooks and publicans, the farmers and bakers, and the countless ordinary people whose skill and care gave us the traditions we cherish. To the pubs that have sheltered us across centuries, to the meals that have sustained us, to the customs that connect us, to the past that lives on in every familiar dish, every raised glass, and every gathering of friends and strangers in that peculiarly English space where everyone is welcome. May those traditions continue, evolving but never entirely disappearing, connecting future generations to the wisdom and warmth of the past. And may you find, whenever you need it, a cosy pub with a warm fire, good food, and the kind of companionship that reminds you what really matters in this brief, precious life. Rest well. The fire is banked, the doors are locked, and tomorrow is another day. But tonight you've travelled through time and returned safely home, carrying with you the stories of how your ancestors lived, ate, and found comfort in a world very different from ours, yet fundamentally the same. Sweet dreams, and may you always find a warm welcome in any pub you enter. Close your eyes and imagine the night sky over ancient China, sometime around the 7th century. There are no streetlights, no neon signs, and no glow from smartphones or television screens filtering through curtains. The darkness here is complete in a way that most of us have never experienced, broken only by oil lamps flickering in windows and the vast sweep of stars overhead. So many stars that the Milky Way looks like spilled rice across black silk. In this world, night meant something different than it does for you now. When the sun set over the tiled roofs and winding rivers, most people simply stopped their work. Farmers returned to their homes, markets closed. The rhythm of life followed the sun because working after dark was difficult, expensive, and frankly exhausting when your only light source required constant feeding with oil or tallow. But in certain workshops scattered throughout the empire, light still burned long after sunset. These were the spaces of alchemists, not the magical wizards you might picture from fantasy novels, but something closer to the chemists and pharmacists of their time, though they would have been puzzled by those modern terms. These practitioners mixed substances, heated materials, ground minerals into powders, and recorded their observations with the kind of meticulous care that would make a modern scientist nod in approval. The alchemists worked by lamplight, their faces illuminated by small flames that cast dancing shadows on walls covered with shelves. These shelves held ceramic jars and bamboo containers, each carefully labelled in elegant characters that described their contents. Sulphur from volcanic regions, saltpeter gathered from cave walls, and charcoal ground from specific types of wood. The air in these workshops carried a distinctive smell, earthy, mineral, slightly acrid, with occasional sweet notes from various plant materials. You need to understand that these people weren't trying to invent fireworks. That thought hadn't occurred to anyone because fireworks didn't exist yet. The alchemists were pursuing something that seemed far more practical and infinitely more important: immortality. Or at least they were seeking elixirs that might extend life, cure diseases, or grant various forms of spiritual enlightenment. The idea that their experiments might instead produce spectacular entertainment would have struck them as a curious and probably disappointing outcome. Chinese alchemical tradition by this period had developed over centuries, building on texts and teachings passed from master to student in an unbroken chain of knowledge. These practitioners combined what we might call proto-chemistry with philosophical concepts drawn from Taoism and Buddhism. They believed that by understanding and manipulating the fundamental substances of the material world, they could achieve transformations that extended beyond the merely physical. The night sky above these workshops held profound meaning in Chinese cosmology. Astronomers had been mapping the heavens for thousands of years, recording the movements of planets and stars, predicting eclipses and weaving celestial observations into both calendar keeping and philosophical understanding. The idea that humans might one day add their own lights to the night sky, colourful, brilliant, temporary flashes that existed purely for beauty, would have seemed like a peculiar form of hubris. And yet, that's exactly what was about to happen. In the quiet hours after midnight, when even the city's dogs had finished their evening chorus and settled into sleep, alchemists continued their patient work. They heated substances in ceramic vessels, watching how materials change colour and texture under flame. They mixed powders in careful proportions, grinding components together with pestles that had been smoothed by generations of use. They wrote down their observations in characters that flowed like water across paper or silk, creating records that would be studied by students decades or centuries later. The temperature in these workshops varied with the season. In winter, the furnaces provided welcome warmth, and alchemists might work through the night in relative comfort, their hands steady as they measured and mixed. In summer, the heat from flames and furnaces made the work almost unbearable, and practitioners often chose the cooler night hours for their more delicate experiments, working with windows open to catch whatever breeze might pass through the humid air. What none of these night workers realised was that they stood at the edge of a discovery that would transform human celebration and self-expression in ways that would echo through the next 1,000 years. The substances sitting in their jars, sulphur, saltpeter and charcoal, were waiting to teach humanity something new about light, sound, and the surprising beauty that can emerge from controlled combustion. But discovery requires more than just the right materials. It requires patience, careful observation, and often a willingness to recognise that you've found something interesting, even when it's not what you were looking for. The alchemists of Tang Dynasty China possessed all these qualities in abundance, along with something else crucial. They kept detailed records of their work, allowing knowledge to accumulate across generations. As you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine the sound of a pestle grinding against stone, the soft scratch of a brush recording observations, and the gentle crackle of a small furnace maintaining steady heat. These were the sounds of inquiry, of human curiosity pursuing understanding through direct investigation of the material world. In their quiet way, these sounds were the prelude to the spectacular explosions of colour that would one day mark festivals and celebrations around the world. Let's slow down and really observe what these alchemists were doing, because their daily practice was far more interesting than any dramatic explosion. In fact, the first steps toward fireworks were probably quite boring in the moment, which makes them perfect for our bedtime story. Picture yourself as an apprentice in one of these workshops, learning the craft from a master who has spent decades studying the properties of materials. Your mornings begin with grinding. Sulphur must be reduced to a fine powder. Charcoal needs to be crushed to a consistency that looks almost like soot. And saltpeter requires patient pulverizing until it feels like silk between your fingers. This grinding work is meditative in its repetition, the kind of task that allows your mind to wander while your hands maintain their steady rhythm. Sulphur arrived at the workshop in lumpy yellow chunks that looked like strange cheese, harvested from volcanic regions where the earth itself seemed to breathe out this mineral. When you ground it, the smell was unmistakable. That distinctive sharp odour that makes you think of hot springs and volcanic vents. A scent that told your nose something about the earth's inner chemistry, even if you couldn't articulate what that something was. Saltpeter, known to the Chinese as Chinese snow or fire drug, came from a more prosaic source. It crystallized on the walls of caves in certain types of soil, and particularly around places where organic material had decomposed over long periods. Collectors knew where to find the best deposits, often in caves that had sheltered bats or other animals whose waste had contributed to the formation of these white crystalline formations. When purified and dried, saltpeter looked innocent enough, white crystals that you might mistake for salt if you didn't know better. Charcoal was perhaps the most familiar of the three ingredients, produced by the controlled burning of wood in low oxygen conditions. But not just any charcoal would do. Alchemists learned through patient trial and error that charcoal from different woods had different properties. Willow charcoal burned differently than pine charcoal. The temperature at which the wood had been charred made a difference. These subtle variations mattered in ways that wouldn't become fully clear until much later. The master alchemist would teach you to test materials before using them in important experiments. A small bit of sulfur placed on a hot surface should melt smoothly and burn with a particular colour of flame. Saltpeter should dissolve cleanly in water without leaving excessive residue. Charcoal should be light, pure, and free from unburned wood. These quality checks were part of the daily rhythm, small acts of verification that ensured you were working with known substances rather than impure mixtures. The alchemical texts that guided this work were sometimes frustratingly vague by modern standards. Instructions might read something like, "Take the essence of fire," or "Combine the earthly and heavenly elements in balance," leaving considerable room for interpretation. Apprentices learned that these poetic descriptions often encoded specific procedures that made more sense once you understood the underlying principles through direct experience. When alchemists began experimenting with combinations of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, they were following a logical path in their search for transformative substances. Sulfur was associated with fire and transformation. Saltpeter had remarkable properties. It could preserve food, it affected the way things burned, and it seemed to possess a kind of inherent power that alchemists found fascinating. Charcoal represented the transformation of wood through fire, a substance that had already undergone a kind of alchemical change. The first mixtures were probably quite simple, perhaps equal parts of each ingredient, ground together and heated gently to see what would happen. The results would have been interesting but not spectacular. The mixture burned more readily than any single component alone, producing flames and heat in unexpected ways. This would have been noted, recorded, and investigated further. You have to imagine the patience involved here. Modern chemistry students can look up exact formulas and expected results. These alchemists were exploring completely unknown territory, with no periodic table to guide them, no understanding of oxidation or combustion at the molecular level, just careful observation and systematic experimentation. When a mixture behaved in unexpected ways, they would vary the proportions slightly, a bit more sulfur, a bit less charcoal, or different grades of saltpeter. At some point, and we don't know exactly when or where because the discovery wasn't initially seen as particularly important, someone created a mixture with roughly the right proportions to produce what we now call black powder or gunpowder. This mixture, when ignited in an enclosed space, didn't just burn steadily. It deflagrated rapidly, producing gas and heat so quickly that it created pressure, force, and a distinctive sharp report that probably startled everyone in the workshop. The first reaction to this discovery was likely not excitement, but concern. Alchemists were trying to create elixirs of life, not explosive substances. An experiment that resulted in loud noises, acrid smoke, and potential danger was, from their perspective, a failure. Some early texts warned against certain combinations of materials, describing them as dangerous and unsuitable for their intended purposes. These warnings, preserved in alchemical manuscripts, are some of our earliest evidence of black powder's discovery. But curiosity is a powerful force, especially among people dedicated to understanding how materials behave. Even if explosive mixtures weren't useful for creating immortality elixirs, they were certainly interesting. Some alchemists began experimenting with these energetic combinations, probably moving their work outdoors or to more isolated locations where sudden noises and bursts of flame wouldn't disturb neighbours or risk damaging their workshops. They discovered that the mixture's behaviour changed dramatically based on several factors. The fineness of the grinding mattered. Finer powders reacted more quickly. The proportions were crucial. Too much sulphur and the mixture burned sluggishly. Too much saltpeter and it barely burned at all. The right balance created that rapid deflagration. The moisture content affected stability and performance. These were the kinds of details that could only be learned through repeated experimentation. Someone, and again, we don't know who, because these weren't the kinds of experiments that seemed worthy of recording prominent discoveries, had the idea of putting the mixture in a bamboo tube. Bamboo was ubiquitous in China, used for everything from scaffolding to musical instruments to water pipes. It grew hollow naturally, creating ready-made tubes that were light, fairly strong, and easily cut to size. When black powder was placed in a bamboo tube with one end sealed and then ignited, something remarkable happened. The rapid production of gas had nowhere to go but out the open end, creating thrust. The tube jumped, moved, or if held down, roared and shot flame from the opening. The noise was considerable, a sharp crack or bang that echoed across courtyards and probably provoked complaints from neighbours trying to sleep. If the bamboo tube was closed at both ends with just a small hole in the sealed portions, the pressure would build until the bamboo split or ruptured with an even louder report. This created something new in human experience, an intentional loud noise not produced by hitting things together, not created by voice or horn, but generated by chemical reaction. The sound was sharp, distinctive, and attention-getting in a way that must have seemed almost magical. And here's where the story takes its turn towards celebration rather than alchemy. Because someone, watching these bamboo tubes split and rupture with their sharp bangs, had a thought that changed everything. What if that's actually useful? Not for making medicine or pursuing immortality, but for something else entirely. For driving away evil spirits, for marking important moments, and for adding drama and excitement to celebrations. Now we reach one of those moments in history where practical use diverges from original intent, and something created for one purpose finds its true calling in something entirely different. The journey from alchemist's mishap to festival entertainment required a shift in perspective. Someone had to look at a loud, smoky, sometimes dangerous chemical reaction and think, let's do that on purpose, for fun. Chinese culture had a long tradition of using noise to drive away evil spirits and negative forces. During New Year celebrations, people would bang drums, clang cymbals, and create as much commotion as possible to scare away any malevolent entities that might want to linger into the new year. The louder the better, because evil spirits were apparently quite timid and easily startled. So when someone observed that bamboo tubes filled with black powder produced remarkably loud bangs, it wasn't a huge leap to think, we could use this for New Year. The first firecrackers, and they were literally crackers of fire, bamboo crackling from internal pressure, were probably used this way, as noisemakers for festivals and celebrations. Imagine the first New Year festival where these devices were used. Families would light traditional firecrackers made from regular bamboo. These produced pops and cracks as air pockets in the bamboo exploded from heat. But then someone would bring out the special bamboo tubes, the ones filled with the alchemist's powder, and the resulting bangs would be so much louder, so much more impressive, that everyone would jump and laugh and feel certain that no evil spirit would dare linger after that kind of announcement. The transition from medicinal research to entertainment might seem strange, but it follows a pattern you can observe throughout history. Plenty of substances and technologies discovered for serious purposes found their calling in pleasure and celebration. The ancient Chinese weren't unique in repurposing their discoveries. They were just particularly creative about it. Once black powder moved from alchemical workshops into the realm of celebration and entertainment, different kinds of experimentation began. Entertainers and festival organisers weren't trying to achieve spiritual transformation, they were trying to create impressive displays. This changed what questions people asked and what kinds of innovations they pursued. Someone discovered that if you pack the powder less tightly in a bamboo tube with a small opening, it would shoot sparks and flames rather than just explode. This created a fountain effect, streams of fire and bright sparks shooting upward in a display that was beautiful in addition to being loud. For the first time, black powder was producing light effects, not just sound. The discovery that different materials added to the black powder mixture could produce different colours came gradually. Copper compounds created blue-green tints. Iron filings added golden sparks. Different types of charcoal burned with subtly different hues. These discoveries were probably accidental at first. Someone used charcoal from a particular wood or powder that had been stored in a copper container and noticed that the flames looked different. These early fireworks, if we can call them that, though they were still quite primitive, were probably used at important occasions beyond just New Year celebrations. Weddings might feature special bamboo crackers to bless the union and frighten away any spirits that might bring bad luck. Religious festivals could include fire displays as offerings or ceremonies. Important visitors might be greeted with impressive noises and flames as a sign of honour and celebration. The aesthetic that developed around these early displays was distinctly Chinese, emphasising certain qualities over others. Loud noises were good. They fulfilled the practical purpose of spirit scaring, and also demonstrated the power and effectiveness of the display. Bright sparks and flames were desirable, creating visual interest and beauty. But the displays remained relatively close to the ground, shooting up from tubes planted in the earth or held by brave individuals who understood the timing. The social aspects of these celebrations mattered as much as the pyrotechnics themselves. Festivals were communal events where families gathered, special foods were prepared, and the normal routines of daily life were set aside for collective celebration. The fire displays became one element in a rich tapestry of activities, but an increasingly important element, because they offered something unique that couldn't be replicated through any other means. As these practices spread from one region to another, local variations developed. Different areas had access to different materials, leading to regional styles of firecracker construction and firing. Some regions became known for particularly loud crackers, others for especially bright sparks, and still others for innovative designs and effects. This diversity meant that the art of fire displays was constantly evolving, with techniques and innovations spreading through networks of merchants, travellers and festival organisers. The manufacture of these devices began to shift from alchemists to specialised craftspeople who focused specifically on creating items for celebration rather than pursuing any medicinal or spiritual goals. These early pyrotechnicians learned through apprenticeship, mastering the art of grinding powders to the right consistency, mixing proportions that would burn correctly, and packing bamboo tubes in ways that produced desired effects without being too dangerous. Safety was, of course, a concern, though perhaps not emphasised as much as modern safety. Professionals might prefer. Accidents happened, bamboo tubes exploded prematurely, sparks ignited nearby materials, and enthusiastic celebrations sometimes resulted in burns or injuries. But the benefits, the joy, the spectacle, the sense of driving away evil and welcoming good fortune, seemed to outweigh these risks in the minds of most participants. The timing of displays became ritualised. Certain moments in festivals would be marked by particularly impressive crackers or fire fountains. The New Year transition, for instance, might feature sustained sequences of explosions, creating a wall of sound that marked the boundary between the old year and the new. Wedding ceremonies might include specific patterns of crackers that symbolised good wishes for the couple. These rituals gave structure and meaning to what might otherwise be just random explosions. Children, of course, were fascinated by these fire devices, though probably not allowed to handle them directly given the obvious dangers. Part of growing up in a community that used black powder for celebrations meant learning the appropriate respect for these powerful substances, understanding that they were wonderful but needed to be treated with care, that the loud noises and bright sparks came with real risks that required adult supervision and expertise. The psychology of these displays is worth considering as you settle deeper into relaxation. Why do humans enjoy loud noises and bright lights, especially in celebration? There's something primal about our attraction to fire, to light in darkness, and to sounds that command attention and announce importance. The Chinese pyrotechnicians had tapped into something fundamental about human perception and emotion, creating experiences that engaged multiple senses simultaneously and marked moments as special and significant. As we move forward through Chinese history into the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, and especially the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279 CE, the use of fireworks in festivals became increasingly sophisticated and culturally important. These were periods of remarkable artistic flourishing in China: poetry, painting, ceramics, and yes, the art of fire displays all reached new heights of refinement. The Tang dynasty was a time when China's capital cities grew into cosmopolitan centres, where merchants from across Asia met, traded goods, and exchanged ideas. Chang'an, the Tang capital, became one of the largest cities in the world, home to over 1 million people, who came from dozens of different ethnic groups and cultural backgrounds. In this environment, festivals became showcases for imperial grandeur and cultural sophistication. Imperial festivals during the Tang period were spectacular affairs that lasted for days and featured every form of entertainment imaginable. There were musical performances with orchestras of dozens of instruments, dance troupes performing elaborate choreographed pieces, acrobats and jugglers demonstrating impossible feats of balance and coordination, and yes, increasingly impressive fire displays that had evolved far beyond the simple bamboo crackers of earlier generations. The fireworks of the Tang period began to include what we might call special effects. Craftspeople learned to create devices that would shoot sparks in particular patterns, or that would burn through sequences of different colours, or that would create shapes and images in flame. These innovations required careful engineering, designing tubes with multiple chambers, arranging different powder mixtures in specific orders, and timing sequences so that one effect would lead naturally into another. Lantern festivals became particularly associated with fire displays. These events, traditionally held on the 15th day of the first lunar month, featured elaborate paper lanterns lit by candles and carried through streets in processions. The combination of soft lantern light and the sudden brilliance of fireworks created an aesthetic contrast that festival organisers found compelling. The gentle glow of paper and silk, punctuated by sharp bursts of sparks and flame. During the Song dynasty, the sophistication of fireworks reached new levels. This was partly because Song China was remarkably prosperous and urbanised, creating demand for elaborate entertainment, and partly because the technical knowledge of black powder and its applications had matured through centuries of experimentation. Song fireworks catalogues. Yes, they had catalogues. Described dozens of different types of devices with specialised names and functions. There were ground rats that would scurry across the earth shooting sparks, water rats designed to skim across the surface of ponds while burning, and flying fish that would leap and arc through the air. Each of these devices required careful design to produce the desired motion and effects. The craftspeople who made them were combining practical knowledge of physics, thrust, balance, trajectory, with chemistry and artistry. Skyrockets appeared during this period, representing a major advance in fireworks technology. By carefully designing the tube and powder load, pyrotechnicians could create devices that would shoot high into the air before exploding or releasing sparks. These weren't yet the elaborate aerial displays of modern fireworks, but they were moving in that direction, taking fire effects up into the night sky rather than keeping them bound to the earth. The social organisation of fireworks displays also became more sophisticated. imperial workshops employed teams of specialists who did nothing but create fire devices for court celebrations. Master craftspeople commanded high prices for their services, and successful pyrotechnicians might travel from city to city, hired by wealthy merchants and officials to create impressive displays for important occasions. Competition between different workshops and craftspeople drove innovation. When one festival featured a new type of device or effect, others would try to replicate and improve upon it. This competitive dynamic, combined with the resources available in prosperous song cities, meant that fireworks technology advanced more rapidly during this period than it had in previous centuries. The aesthetic principles that guided these displays were becoming more clearly articulated. Song festival organisers valued surprise, effects that would delight audiences by exceeding expectations. They appreciated variety. A good display should include many different types of devices producing different sounds and visual effects. They sought crescendo, building from smaller displays to larger, more impressive climaxes that would leave audiences marvelling. Integration with other art forms became increasingly important. Fireworks might accompany musical performances with effects timed to key moments in the music. They might be combined with theatrical presentations, adding drama and spectacle to stories being enacted. The best displays were seen as complete artistic experiences that engaged multiple senses and emotions simultaneously. The symbolism embedded in these displays grew more complex. Different colours could represent different concepts: red for good fortune, white for purity, and golden sparks for wealth and prosperity. Certain patterns might suggest specific images: dragons, phoenixes, flowers, or celestial phenomena. Audiences learned to read these visual languages, understanding the meanings and wishes encoded in the fire and smoke. Religious and philosophical dimensions added depth to what might otherwise be mere entertainment. Buddhist temples used fireworks in ceremonies, seeing in the temporary brilliance of sparks a metaphor for the transient nature of existence. Taoist celebrations might incorporate fire displays as representations of transformation and the interplay of fundamental elements. These meanings coexisted with more straightforward enjoyment of beauty and spectacle. The scale of some Song dynasty displays was remarkable. Major festivals might burn through thousands of individual devices over the course of several nights. The preparation required months of work by teams of craftspeople, the coordination of materials from across the empire, and careful planning of sequences and effects. These were productions that rivaled modern events in their complexity and ambition. Descriptions from song poetry and prose give us glimpses of what these displays looked like to contemporary observers. Writers described nights when the sky seemed to bloom with flowers of fire, when artificial stars competed with natural ones, and when the boundaries between earthly celebration and heavenly phenomena seemed to blur in clouds of coloured sparks and thunderous reports. But alongside these poetic descriptions, we also have more practical documents, manuals that describe how to make specific types of fireworks, safety warnings about proper handling procedures, regulations governing when and where displays could be held, and records of accidents that occurred when things went wrong. This combination of artistic appreciation and practical documentation gives us a remarkably complete picture of how fireworks were integrated into Song dynasty life. The experience of attending one of these major festivals would have been overwhelming in the best possible way. Too much to fully process, an abundance of sensory input that would leave you dazed and delighted. The smell of black powder smoke mixed with incense and cooking food. The sounds ranged from whisper-quiet crackles to reports that shook your chest. The visual experience shifted from darkness to brilliant illumination and back again, leaving after images floating across your vision. And through it all, there was the social experience of being part of a crowd, sharing amazement and delight with thousands of other people, and feeling connected to tradition and community through participation in these ancient yet ever-new celebrations. The fireworks weren't just entertainment, they were threads in the fabric of social life, markers of time and season, and expressions of hope and joy. Now we follow the knowledge of black powder and fireworks as it spreads beyond China's borders, carried by merchants, travellers and invaders, along the trade routes that connected ancient civilizations. This dispersal took centuries and happened through many different channels, each adding their own cultural interpretations to the basic technology. The Silk Road, actually a network of routes rather than a single road, served as the primary conduit for many Chinese innovations travelling westward. Merchants carrying silk, porcelain and tea also carried knowledge, sometimes intentionally and sometimes accidentally. The formula for black powder, initially treated as a valuable secret, gradually leaked out through these commercial networks. Arab traders were among the first non-Chinese peoples to encounter fireworks, probably sometime during the late Tang or early Song period. These merchants, who maintained extensive trading networks stretching from China to the Mediterranean, recognized the commercial and military potential of black powder technology. Arab alchemists and craftspeople began experimenting with their own versions of Chinese formulas, adapting them to local materials and purposes. The transmission of knowledge wasn't always straightforward. Recipes might be partially understood or incompletely recorded. Materials available in the Middle East weren't identical to those in China, requiring adaptation and experimentation. What emerged were regional variations on the basic technology, each influenced by local conditions and cultural preferences. In the Islamic world, black powder found applications in both warfare and celebration, though the celebratory uses took longer to develop. Initially, the focus was on the powder's potential as a military tool, for mining operations, for weapons, for demolition. But as the technology matured, Middle Eastern craftspeople began creating their own versions of festival displays, influenced by Chinese models but adapted to Islamic aesthetic principles and religious contexts. Mongol conquests in the 13th century dramatically accelerated the spread of Chinese technologies, including fireworks. The Mongol Empire at its height stretched from China to Europe, creating unprecedented opportunities for cultural exchange and technology transfer. Mongol armies employed Chinese engineers and craftspeople who brought their knowledge of pyrotechnics to new regions. European encounters with fireworks probably began through contact with the Islamic world during the Crusades and through Mongol presence in Eastern Europe. The first European descriptions of black powder and fire devices date from the 13th century and show a mixture of fascination and fear regarding these strange Eastern inventions that produce such dramatic effects. Marco Polo's accounts of his travels in China, written in the late 13th century, included descriptions of fire displays that must have seemed almost incredible to European readers. His writing about festivals with fire that flew through the air and devices that made thunderous sounds contributed to European understanding of Chinese pyrotechnics, though actual technology transfer happened through more direct channels. European craftspeople and alchemists began experimenting with black powder in the 14th century, initially focusing on military applications but gradually recognizing its potential for celebration and display. Italian city-states were particularly innovative in developing European styles of fireworks, creating devices and displays that combined Chinese technical knowledge with European artistic sensibilities. The Italian development of fireworks as a performing art reached sophisticated levels by the 15th and 16th centuries. Pyrotechnicians in Florence, Rome, and Venice created elaborate displays for religious festivals, civic celebrations, and private events. These weren't simple copies of Chinese models, but represented genuine innovation, developing new types of devices and new approaches to choreographing displays. Italian pyrotechnicians introduced several important innovations. They developed more reliable ignition systems that allowed better timing of effects. They created shells, containers that could be launched into the air and would burst at altitude, releasing stars or other effects. They experimented with more complex chemical compositions that produced brighter colours and longer-lasting effects than earlier Chinese formulas. The aesthetic that emerged in European fireworks differed from Chinese traditions in interesting ways. European displays often emphasise geometric patterns and symmetrical designs, reflecting Renaissance artistic principles. They integrated fireworks into broader theatrical productions, using them as elements in allegorical pageants and narrative spectacles. The symbolic vocabulary drew from classical mythology and Christian iconography rather than Chinese cultural references. From Italy, fireworks technology spread to other European centres. France developed its own pyrotechnic traditions, with displays becoming important elements of royal celebrations and civic festivals. England imported Italian experts to create displays for coronations and other state occasions. Germany, Spain, and the Netherlands all developed regional specialties and techniques. In India, Mughal emperors incorporated fireworks into court celebrations, creating a distinctive Indo-Persian style that combined Islamic and Hindu aesthetic elements. Japanese adoption of fireworks, influenced by Chinese technology but developing its own unique characteristics, led to the sophisticated Hanabi traditions that continue today. Each culture that encountered fireworks technology adapted it to local materials, aesthetics, and ceremonial needs. The global dispersal of fireworks technology over several centuries created a fascinating pattern of cultural adaptation and innovation. A technology invented by Chinese alchemists pursuing immortality became a global language of celebration, but one that was pronounced differently in each cultural context. The basic chemistry remained similar, but the ways people use fireworks to express joy, mark important moments, and create shared experiences varied enormously. By the 17th and 18th centuries, fireworks had become established in most major cultures across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Each region had developed its own traditions, its own master craftspeople, and its own festival occasions when fire displays were expected and anticipated. The original Chinese innovations had sparked, if you'll pardon the expression, a worldwide tradition that continued to evolve and diversify. This global spread meant that fireworks became one of those rare technologies that transcended cultural boundaries while being adapted to countless local contexts. A celebration in Beijing, Baghdad, and Barcelona might all feature fireworks, but the specific forms those displays took, the occasions they marked, and the meanings they carried would differ significantly based on local culture and tradition. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge also created networks of practitioners who shared techniques and innovations across cultural boundaries. Master fireworks makers might travel to learn new methods or share discoveries through correspondence and published texts. Despite political conflicts and cultural differences, the community of people who understood how to create controlled explosions of light and sound maintained a kind of professional kinship based on shared expertise. Let's slow down now and really explore what it meant to be a master pyrotechnician, someone who had devoted their life to understanding how to paint with fire and speak with thunder. This isn't glamorous work, despite the spectacular results. It's patient, detailed, sometimes dangerous, and requires the kind of accumulated wisdom that can only come from years of careful practice. A master fireworks maker's workshop would be a carefully organised space, because organisation might mean the difference between beautiful displays and tragic accidents. Raw materials would be stored separately, kept dry and cool, each substance in its designated location. The workshop would likely be set apart from other buildings, a safety precaution that also provided the quiet needed for concentration during delicate work. The grinding of powder was an art in itself. Too coarse, and the mixture wouldn't burn properly, producing disappointing effects or failing to ignite at all. Too fine, and it became dangerously sensitive, prone to accidental ignition from friction or static. The right consistency felt specific in your hands, not quite like flour, not quite like sand, but something in between that could only be learned through touch and experience. Mixing required attention that bordered on meditation. The proportions had to be exact, but exact by feel and appearance rather than by precise measurement with calibrated instruments. A master could look at a mixture and know whether it needed more saltpeter or less sulphur, They could feel the texture between their fingers and sense whether the grinding had been sufficient. This knowledge wasn't written down in formulas, it lived in the hands and senses of practitioners. Creating effects required understanding the relationship between form and function. A tightly packed tube produced different results than a loosely packed one. The diameter of the opening determined how sparks would disperse. The length of the tube affected how long effects would last. The placement of different powder mixtures in layers or compartments created sequences of changing effects. All of these variables had to be considered and controlled. Colour effects, which had begun with simple observations about how different materials affected flames, gradually became more sophisticated. By the 17th and 18th centuries, European and Asian pyrotechnicians had developed extensive palettes of colours through experimentation with various mineral compounds. Strontium produced brilliant reds, barium gave greens, copper created blues, sodium generated intense yellows. The challenge was creating compounds that would burn at the right temperature, produce the desired colour, and remain stable during storage and handling. The timing of effects was perhaps the most challenging aspect of complex displays. Fuses had to be cut to specific lengths to create delays between different elements. Sequences needed to build logically from one effect to another. Simultaneous effects required careful synchronization. Master pyrotechnicians developed various techniques for controlling timing. Slow-burning fuses, quick match that would propagate flame rapidly, and elaborate firing systems that allowed complex sequences to unfold reliably. Safety awareness was crucial, but had to be balanced against the nature of the work. You were, after all, deliberately creating controlled explosions. Accidents happened even to the most experienced practitioners, premature ignitions, unexpected reactions, and devices that behaved differently than anticipated. Successful pyrotechnicians learned to respect the materials without being paralysed by fear, developed safe working procedures, and maintained constant vigilance during both preparation and performance. The meaning embedded in fireworks displays went far beyond simple entertainment. In Chinese culture, the loud noises continued to serve their original purpose of driving away negative spirits and forces, but they also came to symbolise the power of transformation itself. The way ordinary materials could become extraordinary through proper combination and treatment. Each burst of sparks represented possibility, the potential for sudden, brilliant change. In European contexts, fireworks became associated with power and authority. Royal displays demonstrated the wealth and sophistication of monarchs who could afford to literally burn money in spectacular fashion. The ability to command such displays showed control over powerful forces, suggesting by extension the power of the ruler over their realm. But they also represented something more democratic, moments when spectacular beauty was available to everyone present, regardless of social status. Japanese culture developed particularly rich symbolic associations with fireworks, or hanabi, which literally translates as fire flowers. The transient beauty of fireworks, brilliant for a moment, then gone, resonated with Buddhist concepts of impermanence and the Japanese aesthetic principle of mono no aware, the pathos of things that are beautiful precisely because they don't last. Watching fireworks became a form of meditation on the nature of existence itself. The craftsmanship involved in creating these displays was respected across cultures. A master pyrotechnician occupied a unique social position, part artisan, part artist, and part dangerous magician, who handled forces that could destroy as easily as delight. Their knowledge was valuable, sometimes carefully guarded, and passed down through apprenticeship relationships that might last decades before a student was considered ready to work independently. The physical toll of the craft shouldn't be ignored. Working with black powder and its various chemical relatives meant constant exposure to substances that weren't particularly good for human health. The loud noises could damage hearing over time. Burns were occupational hazards. The stress of knowing that mistakes could be catastrophic probably affected practitioners' mental health. in ways that wouldn't have been discussed or addressed in earlier centuries. Yet people continued choosing this profession, drawn by the satisfaction of creating beauty, the prestige that came with mastery, and perhaps something deeper, the appeal of working with forces that existed at the boundary between control and chaos. There's something fundamentally human about the desire to take dangerous materials and transform them into sources of joy and wonder. The seasonal rhythm of a pyrotechnician's life varied by culture, but generally followed patterns of festivals and celebrations. Preparations might begin months before major events, with the quieter seasons devoted to experimenting with new effects, replenishing supplies, and training apprentices. As festivals approached, the pace would intensify. Long hours in the workshop, careful testing of devices, and coordination with festival organisers about timing and placement. The actual performance of a display required intense concentration. Once ignition began, there was little room for error or correction. Effects had to unfold as planned, timed sequences had to proceed correctly, and the pyrotechnician had to monitor everything while standing near substances that could, if mishandled, produce unfortunate results. The combination of careful preparation and real-time awareness needed for successful displays demanded a particular temperament. Patient yet confident, detail-oriented yet able to improvise when necessary. After a display ended, there was always clean-up, gathering spent devices, checking for anything that failed to ignite properly, and making notes about what worked well and what could be improved. This unglamorous aftermath was actually crucial to the craft, because systematic observation of results allowed continuous refinement of techniques. The greatest pyrotechnicians were those who learned from every display, filing away mental notes about how different weather conditions affected performance, which designs proved most reliable, and what audiences responded to most enthusiastically. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge involved both explicit teaching and tacit understanding. Apprentices could be taught formulas, proportions, and basic techniques, but the deeper expertise, the ability to sense when a mixture was right, to anticipate how a device would perform, and to solve problems that arose during preparation, could only be acquired through years of practice under skilled guidance. This made master craftspeople invaluable, their accumulated experience representing knowledge that couldn't be replaced simply by reading written instructions. Different cultures developed different training methods. Chinese workshops often kept knowledge within family lines, with skills passed from parent to child across generations. European guilds created more formal apprenticeship structures with defined periods of training and examinations before certification. Japanese traditions emphasized the spiritual dimensions of craftsmanship alongside technical proficiency, treating fireworks creation as a discipline that refined character as well as skill. The economics of the fireworks trade varied enormously. In some contexts, pyrotechnicians were well-compensated craftspeople who earned comfortable livings from their expertise. In others, they struggled financially, their income depending on irregular festival work and the patronage of wealthy sponsors. The materials themselves represented a significant expense. High-quality chemicals and supplies weren't cheap, and the investment required to set up a proper workshop could be substantial. Innovation in the craft came from multiple sources. Sometimes technical advances emerged from systematic experimentation by master craftspeople exploring new possibilities. Other times, accidents or mistakes led to unexpected effects that, once understood, could be deliberately reproduced. Cross-cultural exchanges introduced techniques from different traditions, spurring hybrid innovations that combined elements from various approaches, and occasionally advances in related fields, chemistry, metallurgy, and papermaking, provided new materials or methods that pyrotechnicians could adapt for their purposes. As you sink deeper into relaxation, you're breathing slow and steady. Let's trace the final threads of our story. How those ancient Chinese alchemists, grinding powders by lamplight in pursuit of immortality, inadvertently gave humanity a new language for expressing joy, marking transitions and creating shared moments of wonder. The legacy of those first fireworks extends far beyond the spectacular displays we see today. Every time someone celebrates the new year with sparklers and rockets, they're participating in a tradition that stretches back over 1,000 years to those Tang Dynasty workshops, where alchemists mix sulphur, saltpeter and charcoal in search of something entirely different. The connection between those early experiments and modern celebrations represents one of the longest continuous cultural practices in human history. Modern fireworks, of course, have been transformed by centuries of innovation and by scientific understanding that ancient alchemists couldn't have imagined. We now comprehend the molecular basis of combustion, can predict how different chemical compounds will behave at various temperatures, and design effects with computer precision. Yet the fundamental materials, sulphur, potassium nitrate and charcoal, remain essentially the same as those used in ancient China. The sophistication lies in how we combine and deploy them, not in replacing them with something entirely new. The scale of contemporary displays would astound those early pyrotechnicians. Major celebrations in modern cities might burn through tens of thousands of individual effects in a single evening, choreographed to music with split-second timing, launched from multiple locations simultaneously, and designed to be visible to audiences numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The logistics of such events require teams of specialists, months of planning, sophisticated electronic firing systems, and coordination that would have seemed like sorcery to ancient practitioners. Yet something essential remains unchanged. When you watch fireworks burst across the night sky, you're experiencing the same fundamental wonder that audiences felt 1,000 years ago. The surprise of light blooming in darkness, the visceral impact of sudden loud sounds, and the shared gasp of a crowd witnessing something that exceeds everyday experience. The technology may have advanced, but human psychology hasn't changed. We're still creatures who respond to fire and light with deep primal fascination. The safety standards surrounding modern fireworks represent dramatic improvements over historical practices. Contemporary pyrotechnicians undergo extensive training and certification, follow strict regulations about storage and handling, and employ safety equipment and procedures that minimize risks. The materials themselves have been refined to be more stable and predictable. Accidents still occur, but they're far less common than they were when fireworks creation was a more intuitive, less regulated craft. Environmental concerns about fireworks have emerged in recent decades as we've become more aware of pollution and its effects. The smoke from black powder and various chemical compositions contains substances that aren't particularly beneficial to air quality. Debris from spent shells and casings creates cleanup challenges. The noise disturbs wildlife and can be traumatic for people and animals with sound sensitivities. These concerns have spurred innovation in developing cleaner pyrotechnics, quieter displays, and alternative celebration methods, though traditional fireworks remain popular despite these issues. The democratic nature of fireworks, the way they create shared experiences available to everyone present, gives them a unique cultural role. Unlike many art forms that require education or cultural knowledge to fully appreciate, fireworks communicate immediately and viscerally. You don't need training to understand that brilliant colours bursting across the sky are beautiful and exciting. This accessibility helps explain why fireworks have been adopted by virtually every culture they've encountered. Different occasions around the world have become associated with fireworks displays, each culture mapping the technology onto their own calendar of significant moments. Chinese New Year remains perhaps the most extensive use of fireworks anywhere, with celebrations that can last for days and consume staggering quantities of pyrotechnics. American Independence Day has become synonymous with fireworks in the United States. Diwali in India features spectacular fire displays. Guy Fawkes Night in Britain, Bastille Day in France, and countless local festivals worldwide all mark themselves with artificial lights in the sky. The personal experience of watching fireworks varies, but certain elements seem universal. There's the anticipation as you wait in darkness, knowing something is about to happen. The first burst always draws exclamations. Even when you know it's coming, the sudden transition from darkness to brilliant light captures attention completely. As displays progress, you find yourself looking for patterns, comparing different effects, and perhaps developing favourites. The grand finale, with its overwhelming density of effects and sound, creates a kind of sensory saturation that borders on overwhelming. And then comes the silence after, with smoke drifting across your vision and the smell of powder hanging in the air. Children experiencing fireworks for the first time go through a fascinating progression. Initial fear of the loud noises often gives way to excitement once they realise the sounds won't hurt them. The visual spectacle captivates even very young children, who often try to reach up toward the lights as if they could somehow grab them from the sky. The association between fireworks and special occasions gets established early, creating memories that many people carry throughout their lives. Particular displays watched with family. At one time the weather was perfect, and the year when everything seemed especially magical. For adults, fireworks often carry nostalgic weight, connecting present moments to past celebrations. Watching displays might trigger memories of childhood festivals, or of significant personal moments that happen to coincide with fireworks, proposals, celebrations of achievements, and farewell gatherings. The recurring nature of fireworks on specific occasions creates markers in personal chronology, allowing people to measure the passage of time through remembered displays. The craft of creating fireworks continues to evolve. Professional pyrotechnicians today combine traditional expertise with modern technology, using computer software to choreograph displays, electronic firing systems for precise timing, and new chemical formulations for novel effects. Yet they still draw on knowledge accumulated over centuries, still must understand how weather conditions affect performance, and still need the judgment that comes only from experience. It remains a craft where human expertise matters enormously, even as technology provides new tools. Amateur and hobbyist fireworks communities exist in many countries, though they are subject to varying legal restrictions and safety regulations. These enthusiasts carry on traditions of experimentation and innovation, discovering new effects and techniques, and sharing knowledge through online forums and in-person gatherings. The democratization of information through the internet has made pyrotechnic knowledge more accessible than ever before, though this comes with concerns about safety and proper training. The question of what fireworks mean continues to evolve. For some, they remain primarily celebratory, pure expressions of joy without deeper significance beyond marking happy occasions. Others see in them metaphors for life itself, brilliant, brief, and beautiful, precisely because they cannot be held or preserved, only experienced in the moment. Still others appreciate them as technical achievements, marvelling at the engineering and chemistry required to produce specific effects. The future of fireworks likely involves continued innovation in several directions. Environmentally friendlier formulations that reduce pollution and noise are already being developed and deployed. Drone light shows offer alternatives that create spectacular aerial displays without combustion or debris. Augmented reality might eventually allow people to experience virtual fireworks customized to their preferences. Yet traditional pyrotechnics will likely endure because they offer something that technological alternatives cannot quite replicate. The real physical presence of fire and light, the authentic boom that you feel in your chest, and the shared experience of witnessing something that is genuinely happening in the moment, rather than being mediated through screens. The alchemists who first mixed sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal would probably be bemused to know their failed experiments at creating immortality elixirs instead created something that has brought joy to billions of people across countless generations. They were looking for a way to extend life indefinitely, but they inadvertently discovered something else. A way to mark life's important moments, to create shared experiences of wonder, and to add beauty and excitement to human celebration. In that sense, Perhaps they succeeded after all, just not in the way they intended. They didn't create immortality for individuals, but they created something that has persisted across centuries and will likely continue for many more, a tradition that connects ancient Chinese workshops to modern celebrations worldwide, that links those first primitive bamboo crackers to the most sophisticated contemporary displays, and that transforms simple chemical reactions into experiences of beauty and joy. As we bring this journey to a close, imagine yourself standing under a night sky similar to the one that ancient alchemists saw from their workshops, back when they first noticed that certain mixtures of powder would burn with unexpected brilliance. The same stars look down, arranged in patterns that humans have been reading for thousands of years, finding meanings and stories in their arrangements. The darkness that surrounds you is comfortable now, not threatening or empty, but full of potential. The same potential that those early experimenters sensed when they worked through quiet hours, grinding powders and mixing substances, not knowing they were creating something that would outlast empires and span continents. You can almost smell that distinctive scent of black powder smoke, sharp and acrid but associated with joy and celebration. You can imagine the sound of the first bamboo cracker splitting from internal pressure, the surprised laughter that must have followed, and the realization that here was something new, a way to make darkness suddenly bright, to mark important moments with light and sound, and to share wonder with everyone within sight and earshot. The journey from medicinal research to global celebration is a reminder that human creativity often works in unexpected ways. We set out to achieve one goal and discovered something entirely different. We tried to solve one problem and create solutions to problems we hadn't even recognized. Those alchemists failed at their original purpose, but succeeded in creating something arguably more valuable. Not immortality for individuals, but a tradition that has brought joy across generations, a shared human language of light that requires no translation. As your breathing slows and your body settles into complete relaxation, let yourself feel connected to that long chain of human experience, from those first experimenters in Tang Dynasty workshops to modern pyrotechnicians preparing tomorrow's displays, from ancient festival goers gathering in Chinese courtyards to contemporary audiences watching synchronized displays set to music in cities around the world. You are part of this story every time you've watched fireworks burst across the sky, every time you've felt that visceral thrill of sudden light blooming in darkness, and every time you've shared that collective intake of breath when something particularly spectacular unfolds overhead. The tradition that began with alchemists seeking immortality continues through your experiences, your memories, and your participation in celebrations marked by fire and light. The beauty of fireworks, like the beauty of this story, lies partly in its impermanence. Each burst exists for only a moment, brilliant and then gone, leaving only smoke and memory. But those moments accumulate, building a tradition that has endured for over 1,000 years and will likely continue as long as humans gather to celebrate, to mark important transitions, and to create beauty together in the darkness. The ancient Chinese alchemists couldn't have predicted any of this. They were just trying to extend life, mixing substances according to theories that combined philosophy, medicine, and early chemistry. They would probably be surprised to learn that their experiments live on not in extended lifespans, but in the joyful explosions of colour that mark celebrations worldwide. Yet there's a certain poetry in this outcome. Their quest for permanence created something that is beautiful precisely because it doesn't last. As you drift towards sleep, carried by the gentle rhythm of this story and your own quiet breathing, let the images of ancient workshops and modern festivals blend and soften. The specific details don't matter so much now. What matters is the connection, the continuity, the way human creativity and curiosity have threaded through centuries, transforming accidents into traditions, turning failed experiments into sources of joy. The night sky above you holds all the same potential it held for those ancient observers. The darkness is simply waiting for light, for colour, for the sudden brilliant bloom of fireflowers that fade even as they're being born. And somewhere, right now, someone is preparing tomorrow's display, measuring powder, packing tubes, and timing fuses, continuing work that began in quiet workshops more than a millennium ago, when alchemists first noticed that certain combinations of earth and mineral could transform into something extraordinary. Sleep now with the knowledge that human curiosity and creativity continue their patient work, that beautiful accidents still happen, that the search for one thing often leads to discovering something else entirely, and that sometimes our failures turn out to be gifts we never expected to give. The story of fireworks is the story of transformation, of materials transformed by fire, of accidental discoveries transformed into intentional art, of individual experiences transformed into shared traditions. It's a story that continues every time someone looks up at a night sky and sees it suddenly painted with impossible colours, every time a crowd gasps together at spectacular beauty, and every time a celebration is marked with light blooming in darkness. Rest easy in this knowledge, and let the gentle images of distant workshops and festival nights fade into the comfortable darkness behind your closed eyes. The alchemists are still at work somewhere in your imagination, grinding their powders by lamplight, not knowing what they're about to discover, and that's perfectly fine. Discovery doesn't require knowing the destination. It only requires curiosity, patience, and the willingness to notice when something unexpected happens. The ancient stars continue their slow wheel overhead. The night holds its secrets and its possibilities. And somewhere between sleeping and waking, you understand that some of humanity's greatest gifts came from people looking for something else entirely, and that this too is beautiful. This stumbling into wonder, this accidental creation of joy. Sleep well under the same sky that has watched over Chinese workshops and Roman festivals, over Tang Dynasty celebrations and modern displays, over every human who ever looked up at darkness and imagined it bright with flowers of fire. The tradition continues, the craft endures, and the simple chemistry of sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal still transforms into moments of beauty that connect us across centuries. Let these thoughts dissolve now into the peaceful darkness of sleep, carrying with them the warm glow of distant lamps in ancient workshops, the brilliant flash of festival fireworks, and the quiet satisfaction of understanding how accidents and experiments and patient craftsmanship can combine to create traditions that outlast empires and cross every border. The story is complete, the night is quiet, and sleep is calling. Rest now, knowing that tomorrow will bring its own possibilities for discovery, its own chances to transform ordinary materials into extraordinary experiences, and its own opportunities to create beauty that, like the best fireworks, exists brilliantly for a moment before fading into memory.